The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is July the 30th, 2024, and here is what happened in this day in history. In 1178, Frederick I Barbarossa, Holy Roman Emperor, crowned King of Burgundy. In 1419, first defenestration of Prague, anti-Catholic hostiles, followers of executed reformer John Huss, storm Prague town hall and throw the judge, mayor, and several city council members out the windows. They die in the fall or are killed by crowd outside. In 1619, House of Burgesses, Virginia, forms first elective American governing body. In 1863, Chief Pocatello of the Shoshone tribe signs Treaty of Box Elder, promising to stop harassing the immigrant trails in southern Idaho and northern Utah. In 1869, the Charles, considered the world's first oil tanker, departs from the United States headed for Europe with a bulk capacity of 7,000 barrels of oil. In 1935, first Penguin book is published, starting the paperback revolution. In 1937, Russian Politburo issues NKVD Order number 00447 to repress former Kulak and anti-Soviets. 269,100 to be arrested, 76,000 to be shot, part of the Great Purge. In 1948, professional wrestling premieres on U.S. primetime TV on the Dumont Network. In 1957, Elvis Presley joins the Memphis Federation of Musicians, Local 71. In 1884, Nonpareil Dempsey, John Edward Kelly, fights George Fulghams, possibly the first middleweight fight with boxing gloves. In 1930, first FIFA World Cup final. Stadio Centenario, Montevideo, Uruguay. Uruguay beats Argentina 4-2 in the inaugural event. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbot and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbot and Costello Show.
Abbot and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure with Susan Miller and the music of Matty Malney. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, come here. What are you doing here on Hollywood and What are you doing on Hollywood Boulevard with that camera?
I take a picture of all the movie stars. Here's one I took of Eddie Cannon, but it didn't come out so good.
Why not?
No sun.
No. Well, never mind that. Just look at you. Your appearance is disgraceful. Well, why don't you wear that new shirt I gave you for your birthday?
I can't. The collar's too high. Every time I sneeze, my head disappears.
Costello, why didn't you stay in Patterson, New Jersey? Why did your family have to come to California?
We came out here so my Uncle Mike could sell us invention. He invented magnetized cheese for catching rats.
Magnetized cheese for catching rats?
Yes, and this cheese is so powerful that any rat will stick to it like glue.
Then why doesn't your Uncle Mike sell it?
He can't get it out of his hand.
Why did your Aunt May ever marry Uncle Mike in the first place?
Because she was kind of lonely after her seventh husband ran away from home.
Ah, wait a minute. Your Aunt May had 7 husbands?
Oh, yes.
What a gamble she took with love.
Oh, yes, but when she married Uncle Mike, she finally hit the jerk pot. The first night they were married, my Uncle Mike slept in the icebox.
Wasn't he frozen stiff?
Oh, sure, but he'd rather be frozen stiff than cold sober.
Where did they go? Where did they go on their honeymoon? Niagara Falls?
Niagara Falls. Are you kidding, Abbott? My Aunt May has been in Niagara Falls so many times, the only kick she gets out of Niagara Falls would be going over it in a barrel.
That's the way to talk about your Aunt May. Did they have a big reception after the wedding, Lou?
Oh, yes, and everybody was there. Uncle Tom got up and sang a song. My cousin Vincent got up and he did a dance. And then I held Uncle Mike up.
Wait a minute. You mean Uncle Mike was inebriated?
Yeah, somebody sneaked in and spiked the punch with gin and bourbon.
No. Who would do a sneaky thing like that?
Uncle Mike.
Before the boys get any further involved in nonsense, here's a thought that makes good sense.
If you listeners keep your dial right where it is for the rest of the evening, you're in for a variety of wonderful entertainment. First off, you'll enjoy lots more laughs with Abbott and Costello. Then over most ABC stations comes Go for the House, the fabulous show that gives people an opportunity to win a beautiful new honeymoon house and furnishings. After Go for the House, be sure to hear tonight's great Bing Crosby show. Bing's special guest will be the movie favorite who's now gathering raves for his emoting in a smash Broadway stage hit, Henry Fonda. Bing and Hank Fonda will team up with Kenny Delmar and John Scott Trotter to bring you an hilarious sketch about an ill-fated fishing trip. And immediately following the fun and fine music of this Crosby show, listen to more scintillating melody on the Star Theater. Yes, for an enjoyable evening's entertainment, keep your dial where it is, tuned to ABC. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello show.
Why can't you get here on time? What is your excuse for being late today?
It wasn't my fault, Abbott. I was standing on the corner of Hollywood and Vine when a patrol wagon drove up. Threw all the disreputable bums in, took them all down to headquarters, gave them the third degree under a big electric light bulb that must have been 3,000 watts.
How do you know?
I'm still splitting.
Huh? Why would the police pick you up?
Just because I happened to park my car.
Oh, they can't arrest you for that. Everybody parks their car.
In Bullock's basement?
No wonder. I'll bet the judge fined you $2.
Worse than that, Abbott. They're going to give me a death sentence. They took my driver's license away, and from now on, I'm a pedestrian.
What has a pedestrian got to do with a death sentence?
Oh, he's a stranger in California, folks.
Costello, how can you be so stupid? For years I've tried to teach you how to catch on the things, but you just can't seem to hold them. You let everything slip through your fingers.
I can't help it, Abbott. I used to play first base for the Hollywood Stars.
Costello, you get more stupid every day. I'm beginning to think that you're a dope.
Well, sure, I've always... What did you say?
I said you're a dope. A dope.
Tell me I'm a dope. Everybody that's over 21 is a dope. We can't be children all our lives, you know.
I know you talk talking to you, Costello. I feel sorry for your folks. It must be very depressing to have you around the house.
Oh, I do that every Saturday.
Yeah. You do what every Saturday?
The pressing around the house. Yep. My mother does the washing, I do the pressing.
How can you say such things? You have such gall, such irony.
I have to have irony, Abbott,
Why?
to do the pressing. You can do the pressing till the iron. You can't do it till the irony is hot.
Costello, you're positively giddy. Every time you open your yap, you get more giddy.
Well, giddy up. Come on, Abbott. Let's play horses.
Costello, there's only one reason why a man of my intelligence can get along with an idiot like you.
What is it?
I'm a very wise man. In fact, I'm an oracle.
If you're an oracle, what are you doing in California?
What do you mean?
The oracles are playing in Baltimore.
Baltimore?
Yeah, did you ever hear the Baltimore oracles?
That's not oracles, that's Orioles. I said I'm an oracle. An oracle is a bird with a long, skinny neck, a hard head, and a red beak.
Any questions?
Hello, boy.
Well, look, Costello, it's Susan Miller.
Susan Miller.
Well, Susan, did you and Costello have fun on your date last night?
Well, when Costello called for me, my baby cousin was in the room. She's just at the age where she repeats everything she hears, and we have to spell everything for her.
Oh, yes, Abbott. I want to take Susan to the movies to see the Parody Cake. So I said, Susan, let's you and I go see P-H-E-C-A-I-R E-R-C-A-R-A P-A-R-E. Let's go to P-A-R-R.
Well, never mind that. How was the picture?
By the time I got through spelling it out, the last show was over.
You know, you acted very funny last night, Costello. When I kissed you at the door, I thought you were going home, and you came back 3 times.
You come back to the door 3 times to get Susan to kiss you.
My suspenders were caught in the doorknob.
By the time he finally left, it was 3 o'clock. My father came in and said, "What's the idea of going home at 3 o'clock in the morning?"
What did you say?
I told him I'd like to stay longer, but I have to be to work at 7.
Susan, does your father approve of Costello?
No, my father wants me to marry a businessman.
See, I was the business one. I was in the dry goods business. Then I thought I'd make a change, so I got into women's bathing suits. But I was a failure.
Why?
I don't look good in women's bathing suits.
You know, Costello, you've got to quit stalling me around. Next month is June, and I'm looking forward to June.
What for?
Well, I'll give you a hint. I want to be all dressed in white.
I get it. You're going to sell good humans.
No. I want to be all dressed in white and hear bells ring.
You will if you sell good humans.
You idiot. Susan means that June is the month of marriages. The whole world gets married in June. The bees get married in June. The birds get married in June.
Does everybody get married in June?
Everybody but oysters.
Why not oysters?
They have to wait for a month with an R in it. So long, Pastor.
I wouldn't blame Susan Miller if she never spoke to you again.
Oh, well, I don't care. Next month I start my new job as lifeguard at Santa Monica. That will keep my mind off girls.
Who are you kidding? You only took the job on account of the girls.
How can you say that, Abbott? Do you think the girls are my only interest in life? Do you think I took the job just to look at girls' legs? To look at their sketchy bathing suits? Do you think that I, Lou Costello, am a peep at Tom?
Yes, I do.
You're so right.
You are right.
Hello. My, I thought the Freedom Train was on its way back to Washington.
Freedom Train?
Oh, pardon me, it's Costello.
Don't you look cute today, Mrs. Abbott? Those are lovely pigskin gloves you're wearing.
I'm not wearing any gloves.
Then you'd better change your hand lotion.
Pay no attention to Costello, dear. Hey, you certainly look lovely tonight.
Oh, you know, I'm always lively, Bud. You know, I'm the wiry type.
Wiry type, eh? Don't look now, but I think you've just been disconnected.
Costello, you can't talk that way to my wife. She's a native daughter of the Golden West.
Yes, why, only this morning the head of Republic Studios wanted to sign me for a Western picture. He said, "You look like a cowgirl."
You're reading that wrong. He said you look like a cow, girl.
How dare you, Costello? My wife is an accomplished actress.
Indeed I am. Why, just last summer, I played Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. I played Julie.
I saw that show. The first time I ever saw Romeo go up the ladder backwards.
Darling, what's the matter?
Oh, a mouse just ran up the back of Costello's pants leg.
Well, don't just stand there. Do something.
Quick, Bud. Hand me that board. Come on.
Okay, here.
Oh, I'll get it. Oh.
Darling, you missed them.
Ow.
just missed him again.
Ow!
Honey, you missed him again.
Spud, dear, I'll let you in on a little secret. What I'm aiming at, I'm not missing.
Oh, darling, you fanned him that time. You really gave him a belt.
Oh, yes, darling, but you always fan him. You always give him a belt.
But this time, honey, you fanned him. You gave him a belt.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard from a couple old fan belts.
Oh, good night.
You two.
Costello, you've got to stop insulting my wife. She is very important to our show. She has her fans.
Are you kidding? Everybody that tunes into this program listens to me. I'll prove it to you. Will all the ladies listening to this program please drop me a card?
Now, that's ridiculous, Costello. All the women that tune in are listening to me.
All right. Then all the men that are listening, please write to me.
Costello, the men that tune in to this program are listening to Susan Miller.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All the kiddies listening to this program, will you please write Uncle Louie and tell me how much you love me on the radio?
Costello, all the kiddies that are listening to this show are listening to Matty Malik and his band.
They are?
Yes.
Well, if those two Cocker Spaniels in Glendale are listening, how do you like the show so far?
And that's only half the fun, folks. Just as many laughs yet to come. But first, listen to this.
While Lou Costello is going to the dogs, let me tell you a little about the listening you can expect tonight. Immediately following this Abbott and Costello show over most ABC stations comes Go for the House, a lively quiz show where the stakes are high. Contestants both in the studio audience and at home will try for a wonderful honeymoon house. Then, tonight at 9, listen for the magic of Bing Crosby's songs, plus fun with guest star Henry Fonda on The Great Bing Crosby Show. After Bing, enjoy a lilting half hour of sparkling melody on the Star Theater. You'll hear the voices of Gordon McRae and lovely Evelyn Knight, backed by the smooth rhythms of Victor Young's fine orchestra. Abbott and Costello, Go for the House, Bing Crosby, and the Star Theater. They are four of the outstanding shows in the swell lineup brought your way on ABC stations each Wednesday night. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
Our singing star, Susan Miller, has a Latin treat for us this evening in Bahia.
Oh, Bahia, when twilight is deep in the sky, Bahia, someone that I long to see keeps haunting my reverie, and so the loneliness deep in my heart calls you, calls memory of many years ago, when the stars were bright and you were mine alone. My love for you cannot die, though the oceans run dry, or heavens fall from the sky. Now you're gone, Bahia. Can't you hear my lonely call, Morena? Make my life complete again. I'd pray for the day when I see your smile and my heart will beat again. Oh, Bahia, when twilight is deep in the sky, Bahia, someone that I love keeps haunting my reverie, and so the loneliness deep in my heart calls to you, calls to you, calls to you.
Costello, what's that you have in your hand?
Oh, it's a letter for you, Abbott. I opened it by mistake.
By mistake.
Yes, I thought I could read.
Give me that, Costello. Say, this is a report on our ratings. Get this. Over 12 million people listen to our show. Isn't that wonderful? 12 million people listening to us. 12 million people all doing the same thing at the same time.
So what? I saw 12 million people last night. They were all doing the same thing at the same time.
What were they doing?
Going home to Glendale on the 5 o'clock broadcast.
Costello, you'll have to admit that radio is a thing. Remember when we were in vaudeville?
Oh, I remember my first partner, Toodles LeBump. She was a bubble dancer. What a bubble dancer. Nobody could touch her.
Why?
She was very ticklish.
Remember when we teamed up, Lou? Until I met you, I was a matinee idol.
Until you met me, you were just idle.
I was a great favorite. When I played the theater, I held the audience in the palm of my hand.
Folks, that'll give you an idea of the size of the audience.
Ah, those were the days. Remember all the pretty girls?
Yes, I had girls to burn, but I gave them up.
Why?
You can't have no fun burning girls.
Well, anyway, here we are in radio, and who knows? We may be in television. Then the people will not only hear us, they will see us.
Oh, no, not that. How much can we public stand?
You know, Abbott, he sounds like one of our movie fans. You know, that television is pretty expensive, though. My Uncle Mike bought a television set, and it cost him $30,000.
$30,000 for a television set?
Yeah, he had to buy the cocktail lounge that went with it.
Oh, talk that slower. Anyway, everybody listens to the radio.
Yes, even my Aunt May. She listens all day, and then at night when she goes to bed, she tunes in soft, sweet music to put her to sleep. Now, 15 minutes after she falls asleep, her alarm clock rings.
What for?
To wake her up so she can turn off the radio.
Just the same, I like radio better than vaudeville.
So do I. In radio, every Wednesday we throw jokes at the people.
Well, in vaudeville, we throw jokes at the people.
Yes, but in radio, they can't throw anything back. I should have said present company accepted.
You idiot. What will the people listening at home think of you? Think of that beautiful blonde in the next block. Next to you. Last week she's sitting there in her negligee, listening to our program. There was a knock on the door, but the beautiful blonde kept on listening. Then there's another knock on her door, but she kept on listening.
I wish she'd opened the door.
Why?
That was me that was knocking.
Yeah, dummy, there must be lots of beautiful girls listening to us. Remember the rating said we have 12 million listeners?
That rating is wrong. I figured it out, and we got 90 million listeners.
How did you figure that?
Well, there's 163 million radio sets. I divide that by 137,000 radio repair shops. Multiply by the number of people murdered on Inner Sanctum. Subtract the number of people who dial with the left hand, and the answer is 90 million.
Mm-hmm. For a minute, I thought you were guessing. Say, why don't you and I go out and take our own radio poll? Let's find out for ourselves if the people are listening to us.
That's a good idea, Abbott. Let's go.
Fine. We'll start on the other side of the town. Now, whistle for that buzz.
Did you whistle for me?
No, I whistled for the bus.
You did not. That was a taxi whistle. I know, because I'm a taxi.
You're a taxi?
Sure. If you don't believe it, you can ask my brother. He used to be a taxi, too. But the doctor said he's getting much better. Now he's a motorcycle. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep.
Wait a minute. Just a minute. You're a taxi and your brother's a motorcycle?
Yeah. I hadn't seen him for 2 years. And yesterday we had a reunion. We ran into each other on Vine Street. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep.
Take it easy. Beat it. Get lost in traffic.
What was that?
My sister. She's a bicycle.
I'm all right now. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have whistled. It reminds me that I'm a taxi.
Look at me. You're a taxi. Why don't you go take a girl taxi?
The girl taxis won't go out with me.
Why?
I haven't any jack.
Costello, pay no attention to that guy. Whistle for that bus.
No. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have whistled. The doctor warned me. I'm a taxi. Every time I hear a whistle, my motor starts. You shouldn't.
Slow down.
Dim your lights. Put on your brakes. I'm all right now. Thank you. Thank you for being so patient.
Well, goodbye. Oh, come on, Costello. We're going out and take our radio poll. Costello, let's start at this house. Knock on the door and ask what radio program they're listening to.
Good evening, sir. We're Abbot and Costello. We're checking our listeners. Are you listening to our program?
Never miss it. I just love murder programs.
But we have a comedy show.
I heard your show, brother. It's murder.
Never mind him. Here's the doctor's office. Doctors are very intelligent men. I hope he listens to our show. Oh, Doctor, we're Abbot and Costello. Do you listen to our show?
I always listen. Wouldn't miss it. Calms my nerves. I always listen to it when I'm performing an operation. Come in. I'm performing an operation now.
Wait a minute. How can you perform an operation? There's no patient in here.
I warned him if he was late. I'd stop without him.
Come on, try this door, Costello. Beg pardon. We're Abbott and Costello,
Yes, I'm listening to the radio. It's a big contest, and I don't want to miss the rules.
And now here are the rules for entering our new $50 million contest. All you have to do is pick out one of your relatives that you don't like. Then take a sharp knife, cut his body crisscross down the front. Then with the scissors, cut off his ears. Place a pistol to his left temple, fire 6 shots. Stuff the body in a burlap sack and ship it to us post-pay. Remember, keep this count.
Well, my Uncle Mike listens to all them radio contests, Abbott. Last week he entered the soap contest. They gave prizes for the one that sent in the most rappers. He bought 50,000 cakes of soap and sent them all in. All the rappers.
What were the prizes?
First prize, $50,000. Second prize, $40,000. Uncle Mike won third prize.
What was the third prize?
A cake of soap.
Okay. Forget your Uncle Mike. Now, let's get on with our radio poll. Try this door.
Well, hello.
How do you do?
Hey, Abbott. You loaded this kid.
Quiet, Costello. Miss, we are conducting a radio poll. Are you listening to the radio?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'd like to take you out tonight.
Oh, I couldn't go out tonight. I've got to put some new strings in my ukulele.
How about tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, I'm tuning my ukulele.
How about Saturday?
Saturday, I'm going swimming.
Could I borrow your ukulele?
Come on, Costello. We've got to check on our poll.
Yes, and besides, if my mother knew I had 2 strange men at my door, she wouldn't like it. One of you will have to go.
Abbott, you go. You go, Abbott. Try the house across the street, and I'll stay here.
Just tell me if her mother comes home and finds you standing in the doorway, she's liable to slug you.
If she finds me standing in a doorway, I deserve to be slugged.
Okay, I'll be right back.
But you're so shy. Don't be afraid of me. You can look on me as just one of the boys.
When boys start looking like you, the girls can pack up and leave town. Are you the only girl in your family?
Oh, no, I have 4 sisters. Girls run in my family.
They look like you, they'd have to run. Would you give me a kiss?
Oh, but I've never kissed a man before.
Neither have I. We can stop from scratch.
All right. I'll kiss you. How was that?
Not yet, Abbott.
I'll kiss you again.
Not yet, Abbott.
And again.
Not yet, Abbott.
Why do you keep saying not yet, Abbott, every time I kiss you?
Well, Abbott told me that someday I'd get tired of kissing girls. Not yet, Abbott.
Costello, stop that hollering. We've got one more house to check on this block. Now, come on. Good evening. We're Abbott and Costello, and we're taking a poll of our listeners. What program are you?
Abbott, it's Professor Melonhead. Melonhead, do you listen to our program?
Yes, I do. And may I say that when I hear your jokes, Costello, there's a strange, devastating, nauseating, obnoxious, odoriferous condition that permeates copiously and offensively from the loudspeaker and assails my sensitive nostrils with a most redundant pungency.
Well, thanks a lot, Melonhead. Someday I'm going to say something nice about you.
Look, Melonhead, we just want to know if we can count on you as one of our listeners.
Oh, you want me to give your program a plug, huh? Why should I help you feather your nest?
Brother, with the age you lay on our program, there's no room for feathers. Melonhead, please tell us if you listen to our show.
Get him, Big Shot, our show. I'm nobody, huh? I don't count. Go on, say it. I'm nothing. Say it. I'm dirt beneath your feet.
I didn't say that. You're as good as I am. You and me are in the same class.
Now he's calling me a moron.
Come on, Casa. Let's get on with our radio poll.
Melonhead, I'm sorry I ever came to your house.
Oh, my house isn't fancy enough for you, hey? Go on, say it. My house looks like a pig pen, and my kids look like pigs.
I didn't say that. In fact, I never say pig. I always say swine.
Now he's dragging my wife in the argument.
Melonhead, you can't help it if your wife is ugly. Everybody knows you didn't marry your wife for her looks.
Oh, I married her for her money, huh?
Look, no, you didn't. I knew long before you married your wife that she didn't have a cent.
Now he tells me.
Oh, come on, Costello. We've got to check up on our listeners. Well, we've made a pretty fair survey of our listeners, Costello. How many listeners do you figure we've got now?
Well, let me see now. According to my figures, we got exactly 175 listeners, counting the 2 dogs in Glendale.
Wait a minute. You idiot. There are 400 listeners sitting right here in the audience.
Well, how do you like that? More than half the people right here in the audience and in the studio, they aren't listening to the show. No, get them out of here, Abbott. Come on. Everybody out. Everybody out.
Now, before Abbott and Costello have their final swing, we bring you one more thought on this subject.
Well, maybe the folks here in the studio audience aren't listening to Bud and Lou. But according to Hooper, millions of you at home are. Hooper is the listener who keeps his finger on the telephone dial instead of the radio dial. In fact, millions of Americans have formed the habit of listening to our complete Wednesday night lineup. Yes, from early to late, millions hear these programs broadcast over most of these ABC stations. The famous Lone Ranger, Mayor of the Town starring Lionel Barrymore, Vox Pop with Parks Johnson and Warren Hull, and Abbott and Costello. Following Bud and Lou, you can still hear these ABC shows tonight as well as every Wednesday night. The sensational new quiz program, Go for the House, the great Bing Crosby Show, and the delightful melody of the Star Theater. Remember, after Bud and Lou say goodnight, stay tuned for Go for the House, which follows next over many of these ABC stations. And now back for a final word from ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
Now, here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Folks, the contest we are running on our Saturday morning Abbott and Costello Kids Show now has a jackpot of over $29,000.
Get into this contest, folks. We believe it is the biggest contest ever, and for the greatest cause.
The purpose is to combat juvenile delinquency.
And by entering, you can win a $5,000 mink coat, a $5,000 airplane, a $3,000 trailer, a live baby elephant, thousands of dollars worth of diamonds, and loads of other big prizes, totaling over $29,000.
Listen Saturday morning over most of these stations. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Listen each Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. 8:30 at KECA, AM and FM, Los Angeles.
When a giant four-motored, 26-ton flying boat takes off from Alameda, California, in an attempt to fly 8,600 miles across the Pacific Ocean to China, the world watches breathlessly. Every paper in the land headlines the news. Radio stations keep 100 million listeners advised of the plane's progress. It's history in the making. And in Hollywood, the movie producers get busy. Behind the facts of the flight, they find an amazing wealth of romantic drama. Perfect screen material. A swashbuckling tale of three adventurers of the air. Daredevils, fighters, and pioneers who turn the dangerous mud flats of the West Indies into flying fields. Brave tropical storms to blaze a trail down the uncharted coast of South America. Take virtual possession of a group of coral islands in the Pacific Ocean and play a shrewd game of international intrigue. No author has ever written a more powerful drama of man's courage, or a more tender story of a woman's love and sacrifice. And for sheer excitement and suspense, no air film has equaled Warner Brothers' production, China Clipper.
Come on, don't stall. If you got something on your chest, spill it. Okay, sailor, here it is. You used to be regular, but now you aren't even human. You can't get anywheres with men by stepping on them with spikes in your shoes. You're fired. Get out. Go.
Boy, I sure hope you get educated soon. Then I can dump all the mean jobs in your lap and take off.
Yeah, for where?
I can see the headlines now. Heroic pilot spans Pacific.
When you walked out on me in Key West, it was your own doing, not mine. No man thinks he means much to his wife if she leaves him.
I didn't want to leave you, Dave, but I had to because...
Because you didn't believe in me then. And I can't quite sell myself the idea you believe in me now.
You can't order men to take off in weather like that.
Let's not waste any time arguing. There's nothing wrong with that ship. It's had every test in existence.
There's too much at stake. Trouble now will wipe out everything we've done. Why didn't you think of Hap and his men? Why didn't you think of Dad Brunn? It was you that put him in the hospital, hammered the heart out of him. Well, you're not going to destroy everything he slaved for.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
And with that long-distance introduction all the way from New York City, you and I begin our beginning, Rosemary.
You put it so romantically.
How about a song?
By you.
All right. Button up your overcoat when the wind is free. Take good care of yourself, you belong to me. Eat an apple every day, get to bed by 3. I want you to take good care of yourself, honey. You belong to me. Be careful crossing streets. Don't eat meats. Lay off sweets. You'll get a pain and ruin your tum-tum. Keep away from blended stuff when you're on a spree. Take good care of yourself. You belong to me. Sit on hornets' tails, or on nails, or third rails. Get a pain and ruin your tum-tum. Don't go out with college boys when you're on a spree. Take good care of yourself. Use those vitamins up on the shelf. And remember, you belong to me.
I feel that our ladies might like to know that they can dry their hair and the laundry with the same machine now.
At the same time?
What do you expect? Miracles?
Well, I was just asking. I want everything.
A combination hairdryer and clothes dryer? That would be some simultaneous operation, wouldn't it?
Oh, what a great newsreel shot this would make.
Well, anyhow, now, a lady can dry her hair with a very simple attachment that fits on the front of her automatic washer.
I get the picture. You just sit under the home dryer like at the beauty parlor. A lady can polish her nails or read a book or whatnot. She can relax while she's drying her hair.
Yeah, she can even listen to this program.
Now, that's not too much of an ordeal, is it, girls?
Well, let's pull a song out of the dryer, shall we?
Yeah, let's let one drip till it's dry here.
What fun.
In the middle of an island, in the middle of the ocean, you and I beneath the moonlight, just the monkeys and the palm trees. In the middle of an island, plenty time to do some kissing, plenty time for lots of loving, and walking barefoot in the sand. Though there's no island at all, just a picture on my wall, my darling, how I wish we could be in the middle of an island, in the middle of the ocean, you and I forever, darling, in our paradise for two. Though there's no island at all, just a picture on my wall, my darling, how I wish we could be in the middle of an island, in the middle of the ocean, you and I forever, darling, in our paradise for two.
There's one thing most everybody agrees about, and that's cold distress. When you've got it, you want to relieve it fast. And here's how to do that. Listen.
Movie stars can't let cold and sinus congestion spoil their performance. So what do? Listen to Rod Cameron's answer.
When my head gets stopped up from cold and sinus trouble, I take the new medicine for those miseries. New 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress. Then you feel better fast.
Tests show 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing, too. Right, Rod Cameron?
It sure is. With 4-way, I start to feel better right away.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
From this moment on, you for me, dear, only two for tea, dear. From this moment on, from this happy day, no more blue songs, only whoop-de-doo songs. From this moment on, for you've got the love I need so much, got the skin I love to touch, got the arms to hold me tight, got the sweet lips to kiss me goodnight. From this moment on, you and I, babe, we'll be riding high, babe. Every care is gone. From this moment on, for you've got the love I need so much. You got the skin I love to touch, got the arms to hold me tight, got the sweet lips to kiss me goodnight. From this moment on, you and I, babe, we'll be riding high, babe. Every care is gone. From this moment on.
Ken, what are we supposed to tell the folks about Sara Lee cakes today?
Well, just that...
I hope it's something about Sara Lee cream cheese cake. That's one of my favorites. You know, they use only the finest real cream cheese to make the filling. And there's such a delicious graham cracker crust.
Well,
And it comes in 2 sizes. I know
Rosie,
because...
Rosie, wait a minute. Please, Rosie. That's what I was supposed to say. To remind everyone who enjoys Sara Lee cream cheese cake that it comes in 2 sizes.
That's right. Regular size and a big family size that serves 8. And
all Sara Lee cakes are completely baked and ready to serve.
Well, I'm sure this is my turn. Merrily, merrily, only Sara Lee tastes so good.
A duo with a trio at this time, ladies and gentlemen.
And the duo?
Well, the duo, naturally, Ken, is Miss Clooney and myself.
Yeah, that makes a duo. Now, what about the trio?
Well, the trio, Ken, happens to be 3 songs.
Good.
And since you're so snoopy, Ken, we're also working with one orchestra conducted by Buddy Cole, and we're on a tremendous, tremendous network.
The CBS Radio Network.
Right you are.
Have you made our position clear, Bang?
I believe I've covered everything. We can go now.
It's a long, long while from May to December, and the days grow short when you reach September, and the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame, and I haven't got time for the waiting game.
For the days dwindle down to a precious few. September, November,
and these few precious days I'd spend with you. These golden days I'd spend with you.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
And when 2 lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by.
Moonlight and love songs never out of date.
Hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate.
Woman needs man,
and man must have his mate. That no one can deny.
same old story, a fight for love and glory,
a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time goes. Smile the while you kiss me sad adieu. When the clouds roll by, I'll come to you.
Then the skies will seem more blue. Down in Lover's Lane, my darling,
wedding bells will ring so merrily. Every tear will be a memory. So wait and pray each night for me till we meet again.
It's a push-button age we live in, Bing.
Right, Rosie. Someday somebody will push a button, and you'll be off flying to the moon.
Not me, Bing. You. I'll just be content to stay here and push the button of this Eastern-matic Traverse rod motor for the rest of my days. What luxury. You want your draperies to fly open? Just push the button.
Yeah, how about that? You want them closed again? Well, you just push the other button. If somebody were to tell me we'd actually have push-button draperies someday, well, gee, I think I'd flip.
And now that they're here with Eastern-matic, you really can flip, Bing. Eastern-matic fits any make Traverse rod up to 220 inches wide. Can be installed by anyone. Plugs into any standard 110-volt electrical outlet. Has built-in features assuring safe, foolproof operation. And is fully approved by the Underwriters Laboratory. A special Eastern-matic feature adjusts cord slack automatically so that it always grips, never slips.
By Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore. But as the lady says, it can be attached to any make Traverse rod that you may now have.
Right, Bing? And there's also an amazing remote control unit available at a slight extra cost that adds comfort to your living like the units that operate a TV set from any point in a room. It's ideal for sick rooms, king-size club rooms where home movies are shown for many, many purposes.
Folks, the new Eastern-matic is sold at department and drapery stores everywhere. Only $29.50. And your draperies can be converted to luxurious push-button operation. For the name of your nearest dealer, call this station.
No other love have I, only my love for you, only the dream we knew, no other love. Watching the night go by, wishing that you could be. Watching the night with me. Into the night I cry, hurry home, come home to me. Set me free, free from doubt and free from longing. Into your arms I'll fly, locked in your arms I'll stay, waiting to hear you say,
Locked in your arms I'll stay, waiting to hear you say, no other love have I, no other love have
Well, I do believe we've reached the end of another program.
And the end of another week.
But we'll be back right here Monday, friends, right back here on this same station.
A happy weekend to all, including you, Bing.
Well, thank you. See you Monday, folks.
Been hearing those reports from Coleman on sports? Millions have each weekend. 10 times each weekend, CBS Radio Network sportscaster Jerry Coleman brings you scores and fascinating sports features. Stories of the great games and players of the past. Colorful sidelight data on today's sports world. Coleman on Sports. Hear it each weekend here.
It's the world against us, and us against the world. Those of you in favor of these articles, raise your right hands and say aye! Aye! We shouldn't hang this man. No! No! Hang him over the end of a gun, and we'll scatter his innards all over the sugarcane field.
You're wasting words, I say. Let's hang him.
Yeah. You win the prize covered in blood. Au revoir, mon chéri.
Au revoir. Quel charmant capitaine. What sort of a man are you,
Faith, I'm the sort of man you like, my dear. Man with money.
Jeremy! Must you be forever sleeping when I need you?
I wasn't sleeping, Peter. Never mind. Get ready to come about. Set the course for Port Royal.
But, Peter, the English fleet is at Port Royal. Colonel Bishop, sweet, merciful heaven, haven't you ears? Set the course for Port Royal! Whoever wears that brand is known as a fugitive traitor. Burn those letters in your brains, lest they be burned in your hides, too.
I've seen your pirate ways. I've seen myself bargained for and fought over. A combat between jackals. You pirates are used to taking what you want without the formality of purchase.
I'm thief and pirate, and I'll show you how a thief and a pirate can deal.
I advise you to go back to your ladies at Tortuga, who are thrilled by your bold, lawless ways.
What matters is that now I own you as once you own me. You're mine, do you understand? Mine to do with as I please.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Today, smokers all over the country are changing to Chesterfield, the first and only cigarette to name all its ingredients. Chesterfield tells you what it's made of, so you'll know what gives you the best possible smoke.
Sound off, go up, sound off for Chesterfield. Much milder with a better taste and no unpleasant aftertaste. Chesterfield's the one to buy. Millions say they satisfy. Sound off for Chesterfield. Sound off for Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfield. Do it today.
Chesterfield presents The Bob Hope Show, transcribed from the San Diego Naval Air Station, California, with Les Brown and his band of renown. For Chesterfield's yours truly, High Averback. Our special guests, Dale Evans and Roy Rogers. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's amazing how the Admiral came in at the same time. Thank you. Well, here I am at the Naval Air Station in Coronado, California for Chesterfields and the men of the Navy. And it was really a thrill to see that sign that said, "Welcome, Bob Hope." It was tattooed on an ensign's knee. An ensign, that's a second lieutenant that can swim. Some of these fellas here tonight are stationed on carriers. You know what a carrier is? That's the Burma Road with an anchor. And I want to tell you, those carriers are just like floating hotels. And you should see these guys go ashore looking for maid service. But I want to tell you, I'm happy to be among you men of the Navy tonight, because my family goes back to John Paul Jones. In fact, they went back to John Paul Jones so often the bottle was empty before I got there. But this is vacation time all over the country, and people everywhere are getting ready to pack. Of course, the boys here can't go on vacations. Their work is too important. But the commanding officer is going to make it up to them. The last 2 weeks in August, he's having Tijuana moved to the base. Tijuana, that's an enchilada with a mayor. All the hotels expect a big season this summer. One hotel advertised the European plan, and it was really inexpensive. You know what the European plan is? That's when you eat all you want, stay as long as you like, and send the bill to Washington. Senator Taft wanted to take a vacation, but something happened to change his mind. He just found out that Governor Warren's daughter has taken singing lessons. Senator Kefauver didn't exactly take a vacation. He just sent his coonskin cap to the North Woods. He had to. It bit him. And the weather's really been hot in Washington. When a Republican visitor asked President Truman to please open the window, the president said, "Don't get impatient. When I leave, it'll be the regular way." President Truman's a great outdoors man, too. In fact, he's the only man in the country who can start a fire by rubbing two Republicans together. General Eisenhower's very strong in New England. Of course, in Boston, they don't say "I like Ike." That's too common. They say, "When I decide to exercise my electoral right, my preferential discernment may indicate my selection is Dwight." I don't take sides in these political issues. I'm like a California driver. I stay in the middle of the road. I know that the final selection for the nominee will be made in a smoke-filled room. I just hope they're smoking Chesterfields, that's all. Hey, friends, To show you why Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke, we've named all our ingredients, and we're the first and only cigarette to do so. These ingredients are what make Chesterfields much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste and, most important, no unpleasant aftertaste. And here they are for every smoker to hear and to remember.
The right combination of the world's best tobaccos, pre-tested by laboratory instruments for the most desirable smoking qualities. And Chesterfields are kept tasty and fresh with tried and tested moistening agents, costly glycerol, and pure sugars which are natural to tobacco. Nothing else. These have been proved entirely safe for use in the mouth. And your Chesterfield is wrapped in cigarette paper of the highest purity.
Folks, those are the proven ingredients to give you the best possible smoke, so you can see why we're glad to name them. Ask your dealer for Chesterfields today. Folks, riding this way comes a little gal from Texas with lone stars all over. She's Roy Rogers' leading lady, known as the Queen of the West, and totes a mean gun. And here she is with her own song, T for Texas, Dale Evans, right here.
I'm just a prairie canary with a heart that's warm as toast. But somehow I don't want to marry. Guess I love the range the most. T-Bar, Texas, that's a place for me. Plains are rolling, far as the eye can see. Now the maker of the trees will paint my face, and the wind will comb my hair, and my little pony takes me any place, so I haven't a single care. T-Bar, Texas, that's a place for me. Plains are rolling, far as the eye can see. If you want to know all about my life, I'm descended from David Crockett, and I cut my teeth on a Bowie knife with a 45 in my pocket. T-Bar, Texas, that's a place for me. Plains are rolling, far as the eye can see. You know I'm up at dawn, I got my Stetson on, and I'm a-riding the range all day. And if I droop, I eat some cactus soup, then I'm up and I'm on my way. T-Bar, Texas, that's a place for me. Plains are rolling, far as the eye can see. Now, you look here, friend, I'm a Texas hen, and when we make a date to dance and sup, you better not show up $1 short and an hour late. T-Bar, Texas, that's a place for me. Plains are rolling, far as the eye can see. You know, one day I went out to California just to get myself a break, but they told me out there my talk was corny, and that I just couldn't take. T-Bar, Texas, that's a place for me. Plains are rolling, far as the eye can see. T-E-X-A-S. T-Bar, Texas, that's the place for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, very soon at your local theater, you'll be seeing Bob Hope's latest picture, Son of Paleface, a rootin' tootin' Western with Roy Rogers and Jane Russell. Now, all Westerns are strenuous to make, and Bob was very tired when he finished. Now, this is excusable when you consider that Bob is no longer a boy. He isn't exactly a young man. Well, he's a little more mature than... Well, let's face it, the old codger's pooped.
I'm pooped and you're out of work.
Well, Bob really is tired. Just this morning, I stopped at his house and I found him trying to get some much-needed rest. I'm surprised, Bob. Don't tell me you're still in your bathtub at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I couldn't take a bath any earlier, Hi. There was nothing to put in the tub. The milkman was late.
Bob, you take milk baths?
Yes, I can't find a tall enough cow to take a shower. But anyway, Hi, I love lying here in a warm tub. You have no idea how tired I was when I finished Son of Paleface. Get it, Hi, and remember, I'm exhausted. I don't want to be stuck on the phone with any pest.
Okay. Hello? Who is it? Oh, you're the president of Paramount Pictures? Well, call back some other time. Bob's tired and he doesn't want to be stuck on the phone with any pest.
The president of Paramount? Get out of here. Get out of here. Give me that phone. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Bob. This here's Frank Freeman. I just saw Son of Paleface in my projection room, and I'm very enthusiastic about it. Jane Russell and Roy Rogers and you all do a fine job. Well, how does this strike you all for a publicity idea? When the picture opens on Broadway, you ride Roy Rogers' horse Trigger around the edge of the roof of the Empire State Building.
Ride Trigger around the top of the Empire State Building?
Yes, while you sing 2 choruses of Home on the Range.
Well, Mr. Freeman, I don't want to sound unreasonable, but I absolutely refuse to do this. That publicity department has had some pretty crazy ideas in the past, but this is the most stupid, idiotic one they ever had.
Bob, it's my idea.
What key shall I sing it in?
Well, we'll decide on the stunts later, but I do want you and Roy Rogers to make a personal appearance tour with the picture. Roy Rogers is on his way over to your house now to talk it over with you. You're not against my idea, are you?
Oh, no, Mr. Freeman, no.
Now, you're not just saying that just to be nice.
Oh, no.
Do you know anybody in this business who is a bigger genius than I am?
Oh, no, Mr. Freeman, no.
Well, goodbye.
Well, I guess I showed him I'm not a yes man. How do you like that, Hi? I wanted to rest, and now I've got... Oh, I guess Hi left. Well, I'll just, Well, the doorbell. It's probably Roy Rogers.
Hi, Bob.
Well, hello, Roy. You got to work fast, Parker. This guy walks through doors, you know. Paramount just called about the personal appearance tour we're going to make, Roy.
Yes, Bob. Won't it be fun traveling all around over the country together, just the 3 of us?
The 3 of us? Oh, is Jane Russell coming along?
No, Bob, not Jane, but another important star. I'm bringing my horse Trigger. Well, don't look so disappointed. When you get to really understand horses, you never miss girls.
Did you ever ride under a... I've got the funny line. Wait a minute. Give me the first line if you don't mind.
Don't look so disappointed. When you really understand horses, you never miss girls.
Did you ever ride under a low branch and forget to duck?
I mean it, Bob.
That's where you're supposed to laugh.
No, really, Bob, I mean it. My horse is almost human. Trigger's different.
Yeah, so's Jane Russell. And she doesn't keep nuzzling you for sugar. Well, darn it. Roy, I understand when we get to New York, you're appearing in the big rodeo in Madison Square Garden.
That's right, Bob. There'll be riding and roping and shooting and plenty of excitement. Oh, by the way, I entered your name as one of the contestants. I entered you in the bulldogging contest.
The bulldogging contest?
Mm-hmm.
But those steers are dangerous. Supposing the steer hooks me with one of his horns.
Well, if he does, you hook him right back with yours. Don't you worry about it, Bob. You'll do all right.
Well, I still think I'd be better off just singing a song. Say, maybe, Roy, we could work up a duet together, huh?
You mean me sing with you?
Sure, let's try something right now. Do you know the last roundup?
Yeah, but it's my mother's favorite song, and I promised her I wouldn't sing it with anyone else.
Oh, well, how about Twilight on the Trail?
No, that's my wife's favorite song, and I promised I'd sing it with no one else. And I'll tell you, Bob, how about that song, My Four-Legged Friend from Son of Paleface?
Oh, yes. That's that number that Jack Brooks wrote for Son of Paleface, My Four-Legged Friend. And the one you sing to your horse? I know that. Let's do it.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll get it. Hello? What's that? You don't want me to sing My Four-Legged Friend with Bob? Okay, I know how you feel, but, well, I'll sing it by myself, just for you. I'm sorry, Bob.
Who was that?
Trigger.
Who was that?
Trigger.
That does
four-legged friend, a four-legged friend. He'll never let you down. He's honest and faithful right up to the end. That wonderful 1, 2, 3, four-legged friend. A woman's like cactus, and cactus can hurt, 'cause she's just a tight-waisted, winky-eyed flirt. She'll soon have your land and your pride and your gold, and bury you deep long before you grow old. A four-legged friend, a four-legged friend, he'll never let you down. He's honest and faithful right up to the end. That wonderful 1, 2, 3, four-legged friend. A two-legged hombre is worthless as sand. He smiles like a saint with a gun in his hand. He'll promise to stick by your side like a pal, but he'll also promise the same to your gal. A four-legged friend, a four-legged friend, he'll never let you down. He's honest and faithful right up to the end. That wonderful 1, 2, 3, four-legged friend. Who carries your burden? Who carries your load? On tumbleweed land or a long dusty road? Who asks you no questions? Who tells you no lies? That four-legged friend with the two honest eyes. A four-legged friend, a four-legged friend, he'll never let you down. He's honest and faithful right up to the end. That wonderful four-legged friend. That wonderful 1, 2, 3, four-legged friend. Whoa, Trigger, whoa!
Folks, you get out of a cigarette just as much as the manufacturer puts into it. You get out of a Chesterfield a smoke that's much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste and no unpleasant aftertaste. That's because the only ingredients that go into Chesterfields are the ingredients that give you the best possible smoke.
The world's best tobaccos, kept tasty and fresh by pure, costly moistening agents. A little sugar and glycerol, and cigarette paper of the highest purity. These are the ingredients that give you the best possible smoke.
That's backed up by research in the newest and best research labs in the business.
And Bob, remember, Chesterfields are made in the newest and most modern cigarette factories.
There you have it, folks. Best ingredients, best manufacture, best research. That's what's in every pack of Chesterfields for you. How about it? Why don't you sound off for Chesterfield today?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Bob is no less excited about his forthcoming tour with his picture, Son of Paleface, than are many of his fellow citizens here in California. For instance, when the news of Bob's tour reached California's Governor Earl Warren, he said,
I know everybody shares the same feeling that I have for Bob Hope. If I am elected President of the United States, I'm going to put him in the cabinet. And after he's in there, I'm going to nail it shut.
You better be careful. This year I'm old enough to vote.
And over at Paramount Studios, two executives are talking.
I know Son of Paleface is a fine picture, but you think it's wise, J.J., sending a person like Bob Hope out on tour as a representative of Paramount?
We had to let him go. It was part of our agreement.
Agreement?
Yes. It's his reward for setting fire to Warner Brothers.
That fire was really started by Humphrey Bogart. He was shaving and he turned the blowtorch too high.
And perhaps the persons most concerned about the tour are those who are going along with Bob. Roy Rogers and his lovely wife, Dale Evans.
Oh, Dale.
Yes, Roy?
Honey, did you see all the publicity in the paper about the cross-country tour we're going to take?
Yes, I'm reading about it now. Gee, Roy, you and Bob Hope both star in Son of Paleface. Why do they mention his name more than yours?
Well, I'm on this tour, and he's doing the master of ceremonies.
Well, you could be the master of ceremonies.
But Bob's a comedian. He gets laughs. I can't get laughs.
Why, sure you can. Instead of your cowboy outfit, you could just wear funny clothes like he does.
Dale, Bob's clothes look funny because he doesn't buy them new.
Roy, do you mean they're second-hand?
Well, he buys Sidney Greenstreet's old suits, then sits in a tub of Dragnet till they fit him. By the way, Bob's coming over to rehearse with us. He's going to join our act.
Bob's going to join our act?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I know his reputation, he'll hog the whole thing.
Oh, Bob wouldn't steal our routine.
Not much he wouldn't. He worked one performance with the Andrews sisters, and after that he did the act himself with a wig and 2 mirrors. In fact...
Hey, that must be Bob now.
Oh, it is. Come here to the window, Roy. Look at that Western outfit he's wearing.
Boy,
how corny can you get? You know, when he walks in, I'll just bet the first thing he says is, "Well, howdy, folks. I've been a-riding all day, and I'm plumb tuckered out, and I'd like to sit down and rest my tucker."
Now, wait a minute, Dale. I don't think Bob's quite that bad.
Come in.
Howdy, folks. I've been riding all day, and I'm plumb frazzled out. I'd like to sit down and rest my frazzle. Yes, sir, one man's tucker is another man's frazzle. Some people are built one way and some another.
Hey, Bob, I'd like you to meet my wife, Dale Evans.
Well, fan me with a cactus plant, little lady. You're as purty as a prairie dog poking his snoot up out of a hog waller.
Bob, do we have to listen to that corny accent?
You do as long as I'm getting laughs, boy. Hey. But seriously, folks, I'm getting ready for our cross-country trip. How do you like this Western outfit?
Well, it's certainly different. Is it new?
No, I bought it from a fellow who didn't need it anymore, Sidney Greenstreet. If I walk fast, it all comes in the door when I do.
Say, Bob,
Yeah.
What are those silver streaks running down the side of the trousers?
Well, they used to be buckles. The Drano melted them. Don't I look like a real cowpuncher, Roy?
I will admit you got the legs for it, Bob, but how'd you ever get so bow-legged?
Well, I used to have a very small apartment. I had to sleep with my legs around the water heater. You should see me in a bathing suit. My kneecaps are marked hot and cold. Well, let's get started with our rehearsal, shall we? Say, I gave it some thought, and I've got the act all laid out.
I was afraid of this.
Not a... Dale, stay out of the act. It's a two-act.
Yeah, honey, go on, Bob. Let's go on with the rehearsal, huh?
Okay, I got this joke written out, Roy. That's your part right there. Read it, will you?
Okay, what do you hear from your boy in the Navy?
Oh, he's fine. I sent a package to him today, some new shoes, 3 of them.
Oh, why did you send 3 shoes?
Well, in the letter he said, since he's been in the Navy, he grew another foot. Say, what's he going to do with another foot?
I know what I'd do with it.
Boy, this is going to be a great act. By now, the people will be laughing and applauding. Then they'll start yelling for a Western song.
Well, that's what I've been waiting for.
Yeah, then you come walking out with your guitar.
I'll be there.
Then you hand it to me and I sing.
Now, wait a second. Just a second. Now you're going too far. Aren't you horning in on my territory, boy?
Of course not. Why, partner, I've been singing Western songs since I was knee-high to a can of saddle soap. I'm known as the cowboy Johnny Ray. Man, I really weep it up. I want to tell you that.
What song do you sing?
A little tune called When Oh When Will I Ever Learn Tabasco Ain't Good for a Saddle Burn. And then we finish up the act with all three of us singing in a trio.
Well, how do we know your voice will blend with ours, Bob?
Well, I'll give you a sample, Dale. Listen. Hey, wagon wheels, now keep on. Man, there's an awful echo in this joint. Keep on turning, wagon wheels. Well, how'd it sound?
How long's it been since you greased your axle? I'm only kidding, Bob. I think you'll be fine. Come on, let's all pitch in and do a number now, huh?
How about a tune from Son of Paleface?
Boy, you can tell she's got stock in Paramount, can't you? Start it, Roy.
There's a cloud in my valley of sunshine. Since you told me you found somebody new. There's a cloud in my valley of sunshine. And now I'm lonely and I'm blue. Can't we fall in love again all over? Won't you hold me in your arms just like before? 'Cause there's a cloud in my valley of sunshine, and I hope you'll bring the sunshine back once more. There's a cloud in my valley of sunshine. Since you told me you found somebody new. There's a cloud in my valley of sunshine, and now I'm lonely and I'm blue. Can't we fall in love again all over?
Won't you hold me in your arms just like before?
'Cause there's a cloud in my valley of sunshine, and I hope you'll bring the sunshine back once more.
Oh, Lyle and Jack are cheering. Thanks for the memory of North Island Naval Base. Each Naval Air Force ace, to all you guys who keep the skies a democratic place. And we thank you so much. Just want to thank Captain W.L. Erdman, Commander Paige Knight, and Lieutenant Hal Boudreau for this delightful memory here at North Island Coronado today. We're also looking forward to doing an after show for the men here with Les Brown. Also want to thank Dale Evans, and of course that grand guy Roy Rogers for their help with Bob Sweeney, Barney Phillips, and Count Cooley. Until next week, we're coming right at you from NBC. And say, wait now. Before we go on high, let's be sure the folks remember that Father's Day is coming right up. June the 15th, this Sunday. And remember, too, folks, your dealer has those Chesterfields all slicked up in a special Father's Day gift carton. Just the thing for Dad. He'll like them just like everyone does, because Chesterfields are much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste and no unpleasant aftertaste. That's backed up by a well-known research organization. So hurry down to your dealers and sound off for the special Father's Day carton of Chesterfield. Go to your dealers, hurry, run, and get your dad the milder one, much milder with a better taste, and no unpleasant aftertaste. Sound off
For Chesterfield.
Sound off
For Chesterfield.
For Father's Day and every day, get Chesterfield.
That's right.
Be sure to listen to the Bob Hope Show next week from Camp Roberts, California, with our special guest, Jane Russell. Roy Rogers and Dale Evans appeared on this program through the courtesy of Post Cereal. Chesterfield is brought to you the Bob Hope Show, written by Marvin Fisher, Norman Sullivan, and Larry Klein, and transcribed direct from San Diego, California.
give away to us, Cisco. Well, I ain't giving away neither. Steady as you go. Hold it to it, Manuel. Don't lose an inch. Hey, Cisco! Here she comes!
There's a place in my heart for the one I love best, and I still keep her picture tattooed on my chest.
Girls. Hey, look. Manuel is in town.
Girls?
Oh, sure. Beautiful girls. Oh, I got maybe 5, 6 girls in Gloucester. I tell each one I like her best. You got to tell big lies to girls to make them happy.
Oh, you don't go with the girls.
Oh, sure I go with girls. Oh, Long Jack, what do you worry about? He admit the whole thing like regular grown fella. He say he's sorry, everything all right
Nothing's
now.
all right till I beat his ears off. Get out of my way.
Jack, you touch that kid, I tear you apart, see?
Yeah?
Me, Manuel talking, I tear you apart, see?
Step lively up there now.
Come here to your dad, son. I don't mind your crying.
Please don't get in this boat. This is Manuel's story. Manuel's night.
For 3 centuries, women and children of Gloucester men have stood upon this shore and cried, "There go the ships." For 3 centuries, in the blasts of winter, in the calms of summer, they have stood upon this shore and waited for men who dare the dangers of the sea to bring us the abundance of its treasures. This year again, the bodies of men lie deep beyond that horizon. From that sea returns only the memory of their courage and strength.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, low in nicotine, highest in quality, best for you. Chesterfield brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to forgery detail. For the past 6 years, a forger has been working in your city. The victims describe the suspect as a woman. Her M.O. is simple, but it continues to work. Your job, stop her. Smokers by the thousands are now changing to Chesterfield. No wonder. More and more smokers are learning this fact for themselves. Chesterfield, low in nicotine, highest in quality. A published fact, proved by chemical analyses of the country's 6 leading cigarette brands. Chesterfield, the only cigarette ever with a record like this. Regular or king size, Chesterfield is best for you.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
was Friday, September 18th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of forgery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Welsh. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 10:42 a.m. when we got to the 9th floor of the Beckworth department store, the credit manager's office.
Yes?
We'd like to see Mr. Donaldson, please.
May I say who's calling?
Sergeant Friday, Los Angeles Police Department.
Oh, yes, he's expecting you. Just a moment.
Thank you.
Yes?
The gentlemen from the police department are here, Mr. Donaldson.
Send them in, please.
Yes, sir. You want to go right in? That's the door.
Thank you very much.
Come on in, gentlemen.
Thank you. Mr. Donaldson?
Yes?
I'm Sergeant Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
How do you do?
How you do, sir?
Sit down.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, do you want to tell us what this is all about?
Well, it's the little mother again. I've got the receipts here in the desk. Is Sergeant Ferguson still working on this case?
Yes, sir.
I talked to him the last time we were stuck.
Usual type of things charged?
Yes, children's shoes, dresses, sweaters, same as always.
I see. Now, I wonder if I could have those slips, Mr. Donaldson.
Sure. Here you are.
Thank you.
All made out the same day.
Mm-hmm. August 22nd.
Yes. Our experience is that she usually comes in on a Saturday. Seems that the store is more crowded then, and the girls don't take any more time to verify the accounts than they have to.
Can I see those, Joe? Yeah, here you are. Thanks. Wonder if we could talk to the sales girl who waited on her.
Sure. I'll have her sent up.
Fine.
Yes, sir?
Miss Firestone, would you please have Mrs. Allen sent up?
Yes, sir.
I notice here the only item she charged not for children is a woman's slip.
Yes, we've had a couple of them in the past, pieces of women's clothing. I talked to Sergeant Ferguson about it when he was here.
Mm-hmm. Did you get the bulletin we sent out this month?
Beg pardon?
The bulletin, giving the woman's description, samples of her handwriting. Did you get it?
Yes, sir, we did. You've got to understand, Sergeant. This is one of the biggest stores in the city. We do a lot of business. It'll be almost impossible to alert all of the sales girls to watch for the woman.
Yes, sir, we understand that, but was the description sent to the children's department?
It was. It didn't do any good, though. If the woman charged large amounts, it might be easier. But look at the sales slips yourself.
Mm-hmm.
$4 shoes, $3 dresses. Nothing to make a charge like that stand out. We make sure that there's an account in the name and then let it go.
Don't you use the charge plate system?
Yes, we do. But if a customer wants to charge an item and hasn't got the plate, we usually just verify the account and let them sign the sales slip.
Well, how about identification?
Well, normally we do ask for it. But as I said, these sales are such small amounts, and the woman comes in when the store is crowded. The girls just call the credit department and let her sign the receipt.
I see.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Mrs. Allen's here.
Oh, all right. Just a moment.
Yes, sir.
The woman who waited on her is out in the office. Do you want to talk to her in here?
Well, we don't want to take up any more of your time, sir. We can see her out there.
All right. If there's anything else you need, I'll be here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, officer.
Yes, sir.
You know, I feel a little funny about this thing.
Why is that, sir?
Well, the things she's charged.
What's that?
Things she's taken. They were almost all kids' clothes. Doesn't seem to be interested in anything else. Total amounts of the articles she's taken don't add up to much. It's the principle of the thing more than the value. It just seems that the only thing she's interested in is the children. And it feels a little funny to call the police about a person like that.
Yes, sir, we understand.
We've got a lot of this going on, but the others, they take things for themselves. Luxuries, you know, expensive items. But she doesn't, just for the kids. She doesn't seem to be at all interested in herself.
Well, we are.
Yes, well, I suppose so. Well, I'll be here if you need anything more.
Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. Thanks very much. We'll be in touch with you.
You'll bring the sales slips back, won't you?
Yes, sir, as soon as we've had the chance to photograph them.
Well, I hope you can do something about it.
Yes, sir, so do we. Thank you very much.
Anything you need, you let me know.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Just a moment. Mrs. Allen? Yes? These are the police officers.
How you doing, ma'am? I'm Sergeant Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Hello.
How do you do, Miss Allen? You want to sit down over here, please?
Yes, all right. I feel just terrible about this.
Ma'am?
All this forgery thing.
Now, you waited on the woman, did you?
Yes, at least in the little girl's department.
Uh-huh. Wonder if you could describe her for us.
Well, she was a little woman. I'd say a 10.
How's that again, ma'am?
A size 10.
Oh.
5'1", about 105 pounds. Cute as a button.
Mm-hmm. Did she have the children with her?
No, she didn't. I thought it was a little funny at the time, but as I say, we were so busy with the school rush that afternoon that none of us girls had a chance to really think about anything.
Yes, ma'am. What color hair did she have?
Kind of sandy color. Guess you'd call it a blonde. Wore it up in a bun. Back here,
Yes, ma'am.
The other girls noticed it. Long. Looked nice. Different than all the other short haircuts. Kind of old-fashioned and homey.
Yes, ma'am. How was she dressed?
Not very well. Had a little blue hat, dark coat, cloth coat. Collar came up like this, you know? Slash pockets. Nice, but not expensive.
I say, ma'am, now would you know her if you saw her again?
Oh, my, yes, sure would.
Well, we'd like you to come over to our office and look at some pictures if you would.
All right. I'll have to talk to the floor manager.
We'll take care of that, Mrs. Allen.
All right. You think that you might have a picture of her?
We don't know.
I kind of hope not.
Ma'am?
I hope you don't have a picture. I guess it's a little sinful to even think of it, but she had a reason for what she did. I'm sure of it.
Why do you say that, Mrs. Allen?
Officer, I've been selling for a long time. I met a lot of people in that time. Nice ones and nasty ones. And believe me, this is one of the sweetest people I've ever served.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that you call her the Little Mother. Is that right?
Well, we don't, ma'am. That's what the newspapers call her.
Well, it fits her to a T. Right to a T. Where she bustled around those dresses, looking, testing. She was just like a mother hen trying to find something for her brood. A little doll, cute as a button. She just got to have a reason for what she's doing.
Sergeant Friday?
Yes, Mr. Donaldson?
I'm glad I caught you. I think we've got it.
Sir?
The little mother is downstairs now.
For the last 6 years, the same woman had been operating in the downtown department stores. During that period, she'd forged a total of $1,300 worth of merchandise that we knew of. Because of her M.O., there was no way of telling how much more had gone undetected. The operation was a simple one. She'd enter a store, go to one of the departments. There she'd pick up articles of apparel, mostly for children, and then ask to charge them. She'd explain that she'd forgotten her charger plate, and after the account had been verified, she'd sign the charge slip. These slips would be put in the mail to the people who maintained the account, and it wouldn't be until they noticed a discrepancy that we'd be notified. Usually a month would pass between the time the clothing was taken and we were told of it. In the 6 years that the Little Mother, as the newspapers had dubbed her, had been operating, almost every team of detectives in the forgery detail had worked on the case. Statements from salesgirls who'd waited on her were taken. Photostats of the sales slips were made. Witnesses were interrogated, and then when the sum total of actual physical evidence was weighed and sifted, there was no lead to the identity of the forger. The police department had gotten out printed bulletins and copies of composite drawings of the suspect, and these had been distributed to all department stores in the area. But because of the suspect's appearance and the way she operated, none of the victims became suspicious in time to notify us. The Department Stores Protective League was working with us, but they met with the same dead ends that we'd found. Meanwhile, the evidence continued to pile up. The operation continued to work. When the manager of Beckworth's department store told us that the suspect was in the store, Frank and I were able to come up with the first concrete lead we'd had since we'd been working on the case. In the company of the manager and the saleswoman, Mrs. Myra Allen, Frank and I went down to the boys' department where the suspect was reported to be.
Down this way.
Yes, sir.
The girl said she was over by boys' suits. I hope they were able to hold her.
Mm-hmm.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
I know I don't have to tell you, gentlemen, about the store's liability in a situation like this.
No, sir.
Now, I'm sure it's her, but it could be very embarrassing and expensive to the store if we made a mistake.
All right, sir, we understand.
Good. Over here.
All right.
Mr. Donaldson? Mr. Donaldson?
Yes, Miss Franklin. Where is she?
It's not my fault. You've got to believe that.
What's the matter, miss?
Don't tell me you stopped the wrong person. You caused trouble with an innocent party, and she could sue the store.
I'm sorry, Mr. Donaldson.
Where's the woman, miss?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yes, ma'am?
She wouldn't wait.
A quick search of the immediate vicinity in the store failed to turn up the suspect. The department store security staff was notified, and a watch was put on all of the doors. The credit department was notified, and they took action. We checked with the elevator operators. We found one that told us she'd seen a woman who answered the description get in her car. She explained that the woman seemed to be in a hurry and had left the elevator as soon as it had reached the main floor. A further check of the store netted us nothing. The suspect had escaped. In the downtown crowds, it would have been almost impossible to try to find her on the streets. However, an additional broadcast carrying a complete description of the clothing she was wearing was gotten out to all cars in the area. The first good chance we'd had for apprehending her was gone. We had to go back to the legwork and the waiting. 3 months passed. During that time, Frank and I cleaned up a series of counterfeit payroll check cashings. Another 30 days went by without activity for the Little Mother. There were 4 new sales slips added to the file, but when the leads resulting from these were checked out, we were no closer to her than we'd been 6 years before. Thursday, December 17th, 12:55 p.m. I checked into the office.
Joe, that you?
Yeah. What do you got?
Oh, just talked to Skipper.
Yeah?
Got a couple of more beefs about the Little Mother.
When'd they come in?
This morning.
Where are they?
Don Myers got him. He's checking the handwriting.
Well, how about the names she used?
Wait a minute. I got him here in my book. There they are. Mrs. Norris Farrow, Mrs. James Slagle, I guess it is, and Mrs. Ross Neiman. I called the stores and got the information on these people.
Did you talk to them?
Yeah, asked all the routine stuff. None of them can think of any friends who match the description.
How about the things she charged? Anything there?
No. Usual items. Let's see. 2 pair of Levi's for kids, 1 child's cotton dress. There is one thing different.
What's that?
Well, I checked the sizes of the clothes. The last bunch of sales slips we had, the dresses were for a 10-year-old.
Yeah?
This time she bought them for a 12-year-old. Kids are getting bigger, Joe.
No, that's a big help. All we got to do is look for a couple of kids that are growing.
Well, I was just trying to help, Joe.
No, I mean, it just doesn't seem to be anywhere to go. All the time we've put in, all the people we've talked to, all we got for it is a file drawer all to ourselves on the thing. I get it. Forgery, Friday. Who? Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. I remember. Where is she now? I see. Yeah, we can be right over. Yes, ma'am. Bye. Bye. Oh, we got it.
What do you mean?
That was Mrs. Allen. Remember the sales lady over at Beckworth's?
Oh, yeah, I think I do. What'd she have to say?
Told me she's having lunch in a restaurant at the corner of Jackson and Hill.
Yeah.
Our suspect's sitting next to her. "1:02 p.m. We checked out of the office and drove over to the restaurant. It was located at the rear of a large drugstore. When we came into the place, Mrs. Allen met us at the entrance. She took us back down the counter and pointed out a small woman sitting on the last stool.
That's her.
You sure, ma'am?
I'm positive. That's her.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
You want to wait here, Miss Allen?
Certainly. Something you gentlemen want?
We're police officers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you.
Police?
Yes, ma'am. You want to step over there to talk? Might be better.
Well, if you want to say anything to me, you can say it right here. I haven't done anything wrong.
Wonder if we could see your identification.
Why?
Your identification, ma'am. Could we see it?
All right, just a minute. I've got it in my purse. Getting terrible. I don't know what you officers are trying to find out, but I'm going to tell you right now, if you can't prove you've got a reason for making me do this, you're in trouble.
We're not making you do anything, ma'am. We don't want to cause you any embarrassment.
A funny way of showing it. I want to tell you that my husband knows people in this town. When he hears about this... Oh, here you are. Here's my driver's license.
Would you take it out of your wallet, please?
Here.
Mrs. Evelyn Nelson?
That's who I am.
This your present address?
No, it isn't. We moved a few months ago, but I haven't had a chance to have it changed. Is that all you want?
No, Miss Nelson, it isn't. I wonder if we could talk to you in our office.
Why? I always thought you had to arrest people before you could order them around.
We're asking you to come over to the City Hall with us, if you will, ma'am. There are a few things we'd like to check out.
What things?
Wonder if I could see what you've got in the bags here.
What are you looking for?
Do you mind if we took a look?
Well, they're just some clothes for my children. Nothing in there to interest you.
Well, then it wouldn't hurt if we looked, would it?
Go ahead. You won't find anything.
You want to take a couple of these, Frank?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, what about it? Did you find anything wrong? Maybe a gun?
No, ma'am, but I wonder if you could explain this.
What's that?
This charge slip here, signed by Mrs. Ross Neiman.
Well, certainly that was probably in the bag when I bought the things. I don't know anything about it.
All right, Miss Nelson. Afraid we're going to have to ask you to come with us.
On what charge?
Suspicion of forgery.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action. At cigarette dealers, in vending machines, at supermarkets and stores coast to coast.
Chesterfield, please.
Smokers by the thousands. Yes, smokers by the thousands are now changing to Chesterfield, the only cigarette ever to give you
1. Proof of low nicotine, highest quality. Chemical analyses of the country's 6 leading brands confirm that.
2. The only cigarette ever to give you this proven record with smokers. Again and again, over a full year and 1/2, a group of Chesterfield smokers have been given thorough medical examinations. The doctor's reports are a matter of record.
No adverse effects to the nose, throat, and sinuses from smoking Chesterfield.
A responsible independent research laboratory supervises this continuing program. Chesterfield, the only cigarette ever with a record like this. Chesterfield, best for you.
We returned the suspect to the City Hall for questioning. While Frank checked her name through the files, I tried to get her to talk. For 20 minutes, her attitude was one of surprise, and she answered the questions I put to her with indignance. Finally, she lapsed into silence and wouldn't reply at all to further interrogation. Frank came back from R&I with the information that there was no arrest record for Mrs. Nelson. We put out calls to the salesgirls who had waited on the little mother in the past and asked them to come down to the office to see if they could identify the suspect.
Yes, ma'am. Room 29. Yeah, come right in the First Street entrance, turn left into the police department. That's right, ma'am. There's an arch there. Go right through it. Straight down the hall and to the right. Well, it's the only way you can go. It's on the left as you go down the hall. That's right, 29. If you'll ask for Sergeant Friday or Officer Smith. No, ma'am, Smith. That's all right, ma'am. We'll expect you. Goodbye. I'll call the next one.
Yeah. You know, you'd save yourself and us a lot of trouble if you'd tell us the truth, Mrs. Nelson. Mrs. Nelson?
Hello, may I speak with Miss Brundage, please? In children's wear? Yes, ma'am, I will.
Hang up the phone.
Beg your pardon?
You don't have to go through this anymore.
All right, ma'am.
You want to tell us about it?
Mrs. Nelson?
I only did it for them, the kids. I didn't want to. How do you think I felt when I knew I was stealing? How do you think I felt?
You want to go ahead?
My husband, Paul's a good man. What he's done, he thinks is right. I can't quarrel with him. But he doesn't know. He doesn't understand. It isn't that he doesn't love the kids. He does. He really does. It's just that he doesn't understand. You can see that, can't you? He doesn't understand about them. Do either of you have a handkerchief? I came away this morning without one.
Yes, ma'am. Here you are.
Thanks.
Want to go ahead, please?
All his life he's worked. Put in long hours without a thought of what he was doing to himself. Every nickel he made was put away so he'd be able to feel secure, so he wouldn't have to worry about anything. It was all right when we first got married. I could understand it then. I went along with what he thought. But the last few years, it's gotten to be an obsession with him. The almighty dollar, that's all that seems important to him.
Now, what kind of work does your husband do, Mrs. Nelson?
He owns a grocery store. Small place, but it does good, makes a good living. Only we aren't living, we're existing. He gives me $10 a week to run the house and buy clothes for the kids. I've tried, Lord knows I've tried, budget meals, cheap cuts of meat, day-old bread. Any way you spend it, no matter how you figure, $10 just doesn't go very far.
Well, now, Mrs. Nelson, didn't you talk to your husband about it? Didn't you ask him for additional money for the expenses?
Yes, I'd ask him, and he'd tell me that I had to make do all the time, make do just a little longer until he had the money in the bank. Then we'd be all right. Only the more it went on, the worse it got. It didn't seem to make any difference how much money we had, how the total in the passbook went up. He wasn't satisfied. Had to be a little more, a little more. I guess I'm feeling sorry for myself, but you see, he could afford to buy the kids decent clothes, at least that. You agree with me, don't you?
Well, that's hard to say, ma'am.
Not for me. I'll never forget the day when my boy came home crying. He'd been fighting. One of the other boys at school had said something about the patches on his clothes. Just a little kid, that's all he was, ridiculed by his friends. That's when I made up my mind to do something about it.
Does your husband know anything about your activities?
No, nothing.
How'd you explain the new clothes for the youngster to him?
I didn't have to. Last year, he's been working so hard at the store, I hardly ever see him. The kids don't hardly know him. He even spends Sunday at the store dressing the windows.
You mean he spends all his time there?
Every minute he's not asleep. He let one clerk he had go so he could save the money. Always save the money. It doesn't make any difference who gets hurt. Get that dollar and put it away. That's what counts. Put the dollar away. You know something, officer?
What's that, Miss Nelson?
I haven't been able to sit down and talk to my husband for 6 weeks. 6 weeks. He gets home at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. He's up and gone at 6:30. Kids are always asking when Daddy's coming home. How do you answer him? How do you make him understand? I can't. I've tried the only way I know how, and I did it so wrong.
All right, Miss Nelson. We'll try to work it out.
Can I use your phone? I've got to tell the children what to do about dinner.
I'll call for you if you like, ma'am. What's the number?
Hollywood 98844.
Where's your husband now, Miss Nelson?
At the store, I guess. You going to call him?
I think we should, ma'am. Let him know what's happened.
I guess so. Somebody's got to take
Hello,
care of the
I'm
kids.
calling for Mrs. Nelson. I wonder if I could speak to her son. This is Sergeant Friday, Los Angeles Police Department. Who? Yes, no, she's down here now. Room 29. All right, fine.
Was that my boy? I wanted to talk to him.
No, ma'am, that was your husband. He's on his way down here. 2:14 p.m. Paul Nelson walked into the office. Frank and I took him and his wife to the interrogation room. She'd asked us while we waited for him if we'd let her talk to him for a few minutes alone. We stayed out in the hall, and after a brief wait, Paul Nelson opened the door and asked us to come into the room. His wife had evidently told him the full story because he was visibly shaken. He walked over to his wife and sat down beside her.
Well, I guess I've really done it, haven't I?
What do you mean, sir?
I've really ruined everything. My home, my kids, everything. All the time it was happening, I never knew it, never had an idea.
Don't blame yourself too much, Paul.
But I should have known. I should have seen it myself. Even when you tried to tell me, I was too busy to see it, too wrapped up with the business.
It wasn't for me, Paul. It was for the children.
It doesn't make any difference who it was for. I'm the one who caused it. I'm the one. It's my fault. I'm sorry, Evelyn. How can I ever make it up to you?
Don't think about that now, Paul. It won't do any good. What's been done can't be changed.
How about it, officer?
Sir?
What happens now?
Well, your wife is going to be given a preliminary hearing. She'll have the chance to plead guilty. If she does, the court will decide what to do.
What's the punishment for what she's done?
Well, according to Section 473 of the Penal Code, it's imprisonment in the state penitentiary for 1 to 14 years or for not more than a year in the county jail.
Is there any way out of it?
What do you mean?
Any way of getting Evelyn out of it? If I went to the judge and told him why she did it, if I told him it was my fault, would that make a difference?
I don't know. That'd be up to the court.
But I could try.
Yes, sir.
If I paid the money back for all the things she's taken, I can afford it. I could go to the stores and pay him. Maybe they'd feel different then, huh? I could make it up to him. Everything would be all right.
Well, it's been going on for 6 years, you know.
But if I did pay the stores back, it'd make it up to him, wouldn't it?
Maybe, but how about your wife?
What?
How are you going to make it up to her? 4:30 p.m. The suspect was released on a writ. The next afternoon, Frank and I met with Mr. and Mrs. Nelson and their attorney. We talked over the case. It seemed that the husband's change of heart was permanent. He swore that he'd never give his wife cause for unhappiness again. 2 weeks later, in Department 89 of the Superior Court, Mrs. Nelson entered a plea of guilty to 14 counts of forgery. When the court reviewed the circumstances and was informed that Mr. Nelson intended to make full restitution, the probation board recommended that Mrs. Nelson be placed on probation for 3 years. After the hearing, Frank and I had a brief talk with the couple. They thanked us for our consideration and understanding. Apparently, the cause of trouble between the Nelsons had been erased. Another 2 weeks went by. January 22nd, Frank and I got back from lunch and we checked into the office.
Here they are, dear.
Mr. Friday, Mr. Smith?
Ms. Nelson, Mr. Nelson, how are you?
Just fine, Sergeant. How are you two?
Fine, thank you very much, ma'am. What can we do for you?
That's what we want to do for you.
Sir?
You got the boxes, honey?
Yeah, here they are.
It's not much, but we thought that you'd like them. Made them ourselves to say thanks.
Look at that, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
That's not necessary, ma'am. You didn't have to do that.
No, we wanted to. Toll House cookies. Eve made a box for each of you. Real good. Lots of chocolate.
Well, that's very nice of you.
We just hope you'll enjoy them.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure we will.
Yes, ma'am.
How are things going with you?
Oh, just fine. Paul and I have gotten everything straightened out. I help him out at the store now. That way he's got more time to spend with the kids. Things just couldn't be much better.
Well, we're glad to hear that.
It's a funny thing to say, Mr. Friday, but it's true. The best thing that ever happened to us.
What's that, Ms. Nelson?
My getting arrested.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 8th, the meeting was held in the county probationer's office in and for the county of Los Angeles, state of California. In a moment, the results of that meeting.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, we've been getting letters from people all over the country telling us that they've switched to Chesterfield. Just as I've been telling you, thousands of smokers are changing to Chesterfield because only Chesterfield gives proof of low nicotine, highest quality. That's why I recommend you try them today. Regular or king size, you'll find Chesterfield best for you.
At the end of 3 years, Mrs. Evelyn Margaret Nelson had fulfilled the requirements of her probation, and the case was officially marked closed. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Vic Rodman, Joyce McCluskey. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Watch an entirely new Dragnet case history each week on your local NBC television station. Please check your newspaper for the day and time. Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Have you tried new cork-tipped Fatima? It's the smooth smoke. Here's why. New Fatima tips of perfect cork, king size for longer filtering, and Fatima quality for a much better flavor and aroma. Remember, Fatima has the tip for your lips. Try new Fatima. See how smooth it is. Fatima is made by the makers of Chesterfield, Liggett & Myers, one of tobacco's most respected names.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
We are T-minus 18 seconds from liftoff. We're T-minus 15 seconds.
Would you and your men please follow me?
Jerry, what the hell is this?
This is an emergency. Please follow me, now!
T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 8. We have ignition. 6, 5. We have outboard engines. 3. We have inboard engines. 1, 0. We have a launch commit. We have a liftoff at 35 minutes after the hour.
Every split second of this historic flight, every intimate detail, every heartbeat was monitored by Mission Control in Houston.
This is Capricorn 1. We have landed.
As millions all over the world watched and listened, the President of the United States spoke to the astronauts across the vastness of space.
To the men of Capricorn 1, I bring you greetings from your fellow Americans.
There's only one small catch. It never happened. It's all a lie, a fantastic $30 billion hoax.
Something's wrong, and I don't know what it is.
Dig deep enough, you might uncover the truth.
Those signals couldn't have come from 300 miles.
But the odds are you'll never live to tell it.
Freeze! I'm not moving an inch.
They're on the plane together. There's a device. It's on the plane. There's some people. If I don't give them the all-clear signal, they'll explode it.
Something's wrong. Something big. They know I'm onto it, and they try to kill me. Who's they? I can't tell you.
We are dead.
You tell me you're in trouble, you're out on bail, you just got fired, I tell you I'll be right over.
My head hurts.
You look awful.
Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
These people are capable of anything.
You sound so close. It's hard to believe you really are that far away in space.
It's hard for me to believe it, too.
You're up to something. You want my help.
It's gotten out of control. It's too big.
Capricorn 1, this is Houston. Capricorn 1, we show red on the heat shield. Capricorn 1, this is Houston. We show red on the heat shield. Do you read?
Pull that lever down by your feet when I tell you, Sonny.
Capricorn 1, the mission that never got off the ground.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Linda Darnell. And, brother, would I love to fence her in? Yeah, Duffy. Dark, alluring, lovely face, gorgeous figure, beautiful legs, and yet with it all, a certain something that attracts men. Yeah, a wonderful girl, Duffy. The kind of a girl you want to take home to your mother. Well, who else could you trust? Well, last week for selling the most war bonds, I was elected king of the policeman's ball, so, I'm gonna ask Linda to go with me as me queen. Huh? King can do no wrong, huh? Well, then we'll just hold hands. I'll call you back, Duffy. So long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, our singer Bob Graham, Reet Pete Reeves and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Linda Darnell, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Good evening, Miss Duffy. What's cooking, good looking?
Oh, Finnegan, you're such a kidder.
Well, a guy can't help it when he's got a natural wit. By the way, did you hear about the fight in Schimmelbacher's bakery?
A fight? What happened?
2 rolls got fresh.
I'm not surprised. Anything could start a fight in that crazy Schimmelbacher's.
I guess I'm too subtle for her. That's what it is. Hey, Miss Duffy, where's Archie tonight?
Oh, he's in the back room primping himself up. He's going to ask Linda Darnell to go to the policeman's ball.
Linda Darnell. Oh, boy. Linda Darnell.
You too. Honestly, Finnegan, sometimes you act just like a man. You men. You get so excited just because a person is in the movies.
That's not true, Miss Duffy. Last week, did I get excited about Boris Karloff?
But he's a member of the opposite sex.
In that case, why didn't he get excited over me?
But, Finnegan, what I'm trying to tell you is
I beg your pardon, but would you people mind moving your conversation to another table as a customer trying to sleep under this one?
Hi, Eddie. Did you hear about the fight in Schimmelbacher's bakery?
Did them 2 rolls get fresh again?
Daddy, please, you're supposed to ask me what happened in Schimmelbacher's.
Okay. What happened?
Did them 2 rolls get fresh again?
Pardon me, is this a private hen party or can anybody lay an egg?
Hello, Arch. Hey.
What are you sniffing at, Finnegan?
Gee, you smell pretty.
Yeah, well, I just tinctured myself up with a little cologne. With a dame like Linda Darnell coming down here, I naturally want to give myself a good aroma.
Mr. Archie, aroma ain't built in a day.
Oh, no?
Just a second, Archie. I know that smell. Were you using my perfume, my white shoulders?
Oh, I just used a little bit, just a dab behind each ear.
With your ears, that's a lot of perfume.
That's right, Eddie. That's very expensive perfume. White shoulders. And he puts it behind his ears.
Well, it's cold in that back room. I didn't want to take my shirt off.
Hey, Art, I hear you're going to take Linda Darnell to the policeman's ball.
Yep. Linda Darnell, Finnegan. And wait till them bulls see them calves.
Boy, you certainly are lucky. I love brunettes.
You do, huh?
Yeah. You can trust them more than blondes. A blonde could be bleached.
Well, a brunette could be dyed.
So what? We all got to go sometime.
Now, that's one thing about Linda, Finnegan. She is completely au naturel, her own hair, her own complexion.
Her own complexion. Ha, ha, ha.
What's the idea to... The super silly laugh.
I happened to see a picture of that natural beauty endorsing pancake makeup.
Where?
Right here, in my behind the scenes in Hollywood magazine. Here on the back cover.
Let's see. Linda Donnell, gorgeous screen beauty, wears nothing but pancake makeup. Very interesting.
Thank goodness I don't have to wear pancake makeup.
Actually, one don't have to wear pancake when one is already battered. Yeah, let me look at that picture again. Oh, boy, look at that Donnell in a bathing suit, huh? What a beautiful endorsement.
Say, Archie, could I have that picture?
What do you want of it, Finnegan?
I want to draw a mustache on it.
That Finnegan, always the artist.
Well, good evening, boys, good evening.
Well, Officer Clancy, the shank of the evening to you. Come here, Clancy. Here, take a look at this picture.
Who is that?
This is the dame that I'm taking to the policeman's ball.
Well, pack me a nice and call me Shaky. What's her name?
There it is, right there. Can't you read?
If I could, I'd be a sergeant.
Well, it's Linda Donnell. Quite a dish, huh, Clancy?
Oh, beautiful. Archie, she reminds me of the pretty little Colleen that stood beside me on my wedding day. She, too, was dark and lovely.
And you married her, huh, Clancy?
How could I? I just finished marrying my wife.
Oh, well, that's a tough break, Clancy. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, how are you? Huh? Well, just a second, I'll ask him. Clancy, a friend of mine here wants to know what time will a policeman's ball be over?
Oh, it usually lasts about 3 a.m.
Thanks. Hello? You got until about 3 a.m. Okay.
Who is that?
Crud-faced Clifford, the safecracker.
Oh, yes, a very good friend of mine. Yeah, I've sent him up the river 3 or 4 times.
That's a nice friendship.
Archie, how sure are you now that you can get this Linda Dardanelle to come to the ball?
Just as sure as I am that you're a thick-headed cop, Clancy.
Well, that's good enough for me. Give me that phone.
Okay.
Hello, Sergeant? This is Clancy. Clancy. Clancy, the patrolman. I'm up here at Duffy's Tavern. Now, just a second, Sergeant, you're wrong. They know me better than to offer me a drink. And you know me better than to think I'd buy one. Listen here. I was going to tell you that I was talking to Archie about the ball, and I got great news for you. Who do you think that Archie is bringing? None other than that famous movie actress. What was her name again, Archie?
Linda Donnell.
Oh, yes. Linda Dardanelle herself. Oh, too bad we didn't have it on the posters. But you can still give it to the newspapers. Well, yes, that'll be fine, Sergeant. Goodbye now.
Just a second, Clancy. You think you should let them put it in the newspapers?
Well, why not? She'll be there, won't she?
Well, yeah, but, you know, accidents can happen.
Yes, they certainly can. And they can happen to anybody. She better be there. I'll see you later, Archie.
Okay, Flatfoot. Oh, boy, Eddie. When I walk in as king of the cops' ball with Linda Donnell, am I going to be a hot shot?
If you walk in without Linda Donnell, you're going to be a pot shot.
Don't be silly, Eddie. She ain't going to turn me down.
Okay, you know best, but somehow or other I still hear a little voice inside of me shouting, "Short live the king."
Eddie, don't be such a skeptic, will you? You know very well, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's handling dames.
Yes, if there's one thing you're good at.
Eddie, if you're going to take the words out of my mouth, please take all of them.
Hello, Archie.
Well, Bob Graham. How are you, Bob?
Well, Bob, I'm glad to see you. Congratulations. Bob, shall we tell him now? Okay, Mr. Bailey. Hey, Reed Beat, give me a chord.
Guests of Duffy's Tavern, we are pleased to announce that in a poll conducted by the Daily Trojan of the University of Southern California, the editors of over 300 college newspapers have chosen Bob Graham as the outstanding singing discovery of 1944.
Gee, Bob, I didn't notice. Congratulations.
Thanks, Archie. And Arch, you don't know the best part. He's going to be given the award by Linda Darnell.
Linda Darnell, huh?
Sure. Why did you think she was coming down here tonight?
Oh. Oh.
She's at the top.
Arch, this ought to be a great night for the kid, huh? Linda Darnell herself giving him the award and probably kissing him on both cheeks. Us old bucks won't have much of a chance, huh?
No.
Bob, this is a big night. How about singing a song to celebrate?
Okay, Mr. Bailey.
I got a feeling this is going to fly up me ointment.
Good night, sweet dream. Tomorrow's another day. Till then, good night, sweetheart. Good night, sleep tight. I'll see you along the way in dreams. Sweet dreams, sweetheart. May angels up above watch over you and keep you safe, my love, until the dawn breaks through. Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams, sweetheart. Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams. Good
Bob, you know, I've been thinking that with Linda Darnell coming down here, maybe you want to do something about that suit of yours.
What's the matter with it?
Needs pressing, don't it? Look at them shoulders. Come here. Maybe I can straighten them out. Oh, my goodness, your sleeve has came off. But don't worry, kid. Go down to Sam the tailor, and he'll make it look like a new suit. Tell him I sent you, huh?
Okay, give me the sleeve. Fine thing.
He seems upset. I wonder why. Eddie, we are really in a predicament. I hope Bob will be back from the tailor in time for Linda to give him the award.
Whatever will we do?
Eddie, I'm afraid that somebody will have to impersonate Bob Graham.
I see what you mean. But Bob Graham, don't Miss Darnell know that he's just a college boy?
So what? I may have a mature face, but it so happens that I have a student body. Besides, that'll be insurance that she will come to the policeman's ball, you see. Wait a minute, here she comes. Rah, 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 Miss Darnell. Well, good evening, Bonnie Beautiful. I've been expecting you.
You have?
Oh, but Natch.
Well, I'm looking for Bob Graham.
Natch.
Can you tell me where to find him?
Surgeon? Who do you think I am?
Are you Bob Graham?
I ain't his brother.
Father?
Miss Darnell, I am not old enough to be my own father yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I thought you were much younger.
Well, I am.
But I was told that you were 19.
That's just newspaper talk. I'm really 21.
21? Well, please forgive me, but you seem a lot older.
Well, that's because I was a premature baby. Yeah, you see, they stuck me in an incubator, and some of them jerk interns turned up the heat, and it aged me too quick.
Oh, Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Hey, that's you.
Oh, yes. Yes, what is it, waiter?
Would the lady like something?
Good suggestion, waiter. What would you like, Miss Darnell? Some soup, maybe?
Well, how is the soup?
Yeah, it must be good. It's been held over for 3 weeks.
That's cute. What kind of notices did it get?
Obituary.
Linda, maybe you better try something from the grill. Waiter, what looks tasty on the charcoal broiler?
The charcoal.
Just a second. What kind of talk is this for a waiter? Why, if I was managing this place...
Now, wait a minute. Now, you don't know nothing about managing this place because you is Bob Graham, the singer, right?
Right.
Well, how'd you expect me to know anything about waiting on tables? Me, Duke Ellington.
Eddie, will you get out of here? Okay, old Eli, get out of here. Now, Linda, let's get back to us. Would you like to join me to a prom?
My goodness, don't you college boys do anything but go to parties?
Well, you know, you got to have a little fun between curriculums.
Well, then you do study.
Oh, but death.
What courses are you taking?
Oh, the regular stuff, you know, chemistry, history, psychology, polygamy. English, plain geometry, fancy geometry. Diathermy.
Do you also study prevarication?
Yeah, I'm great at that. Yeah, it comes easy to me. But, now, what about this prom? Will you go with me?
When is it?
It's,
I'm sorry, I'm awfully busy that night.
Linda, why are you acting so hard to get?
Why are you acting so hard to take? Look, whoever you are, where's Bob Graham? I want to give him his award.
Wait a minute, you don't believe that I'm Bob Graham?
Not even a reasonable facsimile?
Why, this is tantamount. It's like calling a rose by a spade.
All right. If you really are Bob Graham, how about singing a song?
Huh? Well, I would, you know, but I got a bad case of lingerie-itis. You know, you get it running around the house in your underwear.
Well, I'll tell you what. Now, you asked me to go to a prom. I'll do it on one condition.
What?
Sing a song and prove who you are.
Mm-hmm. Look, do you mind if I take just a minute to goggle me larynx? I'll be right with you. Hey. Look, gang, when I sing this song, I want you to give me a little background, see?
Are you really gonna sing?
Well, I'm in a spot, Eddie. She won't go to the cop's ball with me unless I can prove I'm Bob Graham. So to prove it, I gotta sing.
The hard way, huh?
Wait a minute, Eddie. It won't be so bad, you know. Maybe I ain't no Graham.
No Graham. You is even crummier than the cracker of the same name.
Never mind the wiseacres, will you? You guys just give me a background.
Okay, I swear with it. Me. No.
That's enough, Finnegan. That's enough. That's enough, Finnegan. You know, I ain't gonna sound so bad at that. Miss Darnell, what song would you like to hear?
Well, what song do you know?
Well, I have a little number that I wrote myself called Leave Us Face It.
What did you write, the lyrics?
I wrote both the words and the lyrics.
Well, who did the tune?
That I don't know. But it's beautiful. Will you hear it? I will do it accompanied by the Duffy mixed-up choir. Jack Bailey, Eddie Green, Finnegan, and Miss Duffy. 2.5 wits and a miss. Let's go, huh? Leave us no longer pretend that you are merely a friend, for it is wrote in the stars above. Though we have tried to act cold, suddenly low and get hold, leave us face it, we're in love. Leave us not blush with no shame if people bandage our name. Choose an old rice or we're dreaming of. Stories like in our two eyes could win a Pulitzer Prize. Leave us facing, we're in love. In some other life we was once man and wife. In an old French chapeau we was mated.
Archie, what's going on here?
Wait a minute. Bob, when did you get back? Look, kid, come here, quick. Let's get in the back room.
Let go of my sleeve.
Oh, sorry, but Bob, I don't want that dame there to see you.
But that's Linda Darnell.
You're nuts. That's a dame from the SPCA. She stops kids from singing. She's out to get you, kid. She says you're too young to sing in public.
I'm old enough to sing any place.
No more. They raised the age limit on account of Tibbet getting on the hit parade. Now, look, kid, you better duck. Quick, too.
Just a second. Are you Bob Graham?
Yes, I am.
Well, thank goodness. I'm Linda Darnell. Bob, I have an award for you. Say, let's get out of this stevedore store club, shall we?
Okay.
But, Linda, wait a minute. Well, you can't go yet. What about the dance, the prom? You gotta go. It's the policeman's ball.
Oh, the policeman's ball, huh?
Yeah, sure. If you don't show up, them cops will emaciate me. They'll murder me. They'll kill me.
They'll kill you?
Certainly.
You talk me into it. I'm not going. Come on, Bob. Good night, Archie.
Oh, holy cat. Holy cat. Clang, clang, clang went the nightstick. Here I am, king of the policeman's ball and no queen. I got to think of something to tell Clancy.
You better think fast, because here he comes.
Well, Archie, my boy, Archie, I just came back to tell you that the tickets are going like wildfire.
That's great, Clancy.
Oh, everybody's buying tickets to see Linda Darnell.
They are, huh?
Why, certainly.
Well, now, look, Clancy, you admit that it is error to be human, huh?
Oh, yes.
And
yes.
sometimes there comes a course in a time of guy's human events when he makes certain promises that...
Archie, it already says in the paper that she's coming.
But, Clancy, you can't believe everything you read in the papers.
Archie, you're a nice boy. And I want you to know that there's nothing personal in what I'm about to do. but in behalf of the personnel of the 4th Precinct.
Hello, Mr. Duffy? Flash! The police department has just overthrown the king.
Hide your heart from sight. Lock your dreams at night. It could happen to you. Don't count stars or you might stumble. Someone drops a sigh and down you tumble. Keep an eye on spring. Run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how your arms would be, and it happened to me. Keep an eye on spring. Run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how your arms would be. And it happened to me.
Radio service.
China sees, and your magic dream of adventure come true. The Orient, land of thrilling romance. Indochina, Malay, Singapore. Fabled cities, the meeting place of souls weary of the humdrum drabness of civilization, thirsting for the siren call of danger, the bizarre, the different. Where carmine lips entice and laughing eyes beckon. Here was a notorious, yet picturesque, dangerous, yet fascinating trio. There was the master of the most adventurous ship on the China seas, Skipper Gaskell. And the lady, known as China Doll, the mystery man, whom everyone knew, yet no one knew.
You're with me from now on, or I'm going to break that pretty little neck of yours just like it was a...
But you taught me something I didn't even know myself. When a woman can love a man right down to a fingernail, she can hate him the same way.
Get out of here.
Oh, I got a mighty good reason for being here.
You've always got a good reason for anything you do. In fact, I don't know anybody that can think of any more remarkable reasons than you can on short notice.
Listen to me, I took an awful chance coming here. I might have got heaved overboard.
Well, don't run any more risk by staying.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
From Hollywood, it's the Denis Day Show. Yes, it's Denis Day with Robert Armbruster in the orchestra and Denis' special guests, Ken Murray and Corky Hale. And now here he is, the star of our show, Denis Day.
This has been, what a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in love. There's a smile on my face for the whole human race. Why, it's almost like being in love. All the music of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal, I would swear I was falling. I could swear I was falling. It's almost like being in love. All the music of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal, I would swear I was falling. I could swear I was falling. It's almost like being in love.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you think you're in heaven, you're almost right. What you've just heard is a sample of the music of one of America's foremost harpists, Miss Corky Hale.
Thank you, Denis.
Gosh, Corky, that's a very pretty dress you're wearing.
Thanks. And I like your pinstripe suit.
Pinstripe? Corky, you're looking at me through the harp.
Denis, I'm glad you noticed my gown. I bought it in New York. It's the latest thing they're showing on the East Coast.
It shows a little on the West Coast, too. Say, Corky, I think that Corky? Gee, I shouldn't be calling you Corky. It doesn't befit the dignity of a harpist. What's your real name?
Penelope.
As I was saying, Corky, why don't you go over and play a little something for us, huh? Duffy, that was a pleasant surprise. You know, I had no idea that you could get so much syncopation out of a harp. Whatever made you decide to play jazz on an instrument that was originally designed for the more serious type of music?
Well, Dennis, one day I was playing Brahms' Lullaby with the symphony orchestra, and suddenly my foot fell asleep.
Oh?
To wake it up, I started stomping on the floor, and the next thing I knew, the Los Angeles Philharmonic Symphony was playing Flatfoot Flugy with a Fly Fly.
Well, it's too bad you didn't pursue the symphony career. By now, you probably would have been playing with a leading symphony orchestra somewhere in Europe on a broadcast that would sound something like this. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is BBC, the Bavarian Broadcasting Company. This is your announcer, A.K. Hackfleisch. Oh, now I hear the orchestra tuning up. The maestro, Herr Ludwig von Braunschweiger, is approaching the podium. And now we will listen. Good evening, fellow musicians. I am Ludwig von Braunschweiger. Our guest soloist tonight is a girl, Penelope Hale. She is blonde, beautiful, bewitching, voluptuous. Brrr, down, Ludwig. Miss Penelope Hale plays the cheese and crackers. Who cares what she plays?
Good evening, Herr von Braunschweiger.
Take 5, boys.
Just a moment. Don't you think we should arrange the instruments for my solo?
All right, boys, give back there the 5 and we'll set up the instruments.
I think my harp should go right there.
Oh, yeah, that's good. And I think right next to it, Torton, there, should go the piano. Oh, they're cool. And over here, let's hear the sound of the oboe. That's not the oboe. That's oboe spelled backwards.
How would the drums sound over here?
Oh, actually, but that sounds good. And next to the drums, we'll put the Scotch bagpipes. Miller sounds like too much Scotch broth in the bagpipes.
How about one clarinet right here?
No wonder he was able to get 6 wives. Now, let us try the bassoons. Dummkopf, I said bassoons, not baboons.
I guess that does it.
Yeah.
Herr von Braunschweiger, instead of me doing a solo, how would you like to join me in a little contrapuntal harmony?
Oh, that sounds real crazy. Why don't we do a real nice, beautiful American song, something like I Love You Truly?
Very well. I'll give you an introduction.
I love you truly. Achtung! Achtung! Let's stop with the monkey shines. That harp can be replaced by a king-size egg slicer. Now, please, Miss Penelope, this time you follow me. Ein, zwei, go. Life with its sorrows, life with its tears. Penelope, Corky! I said follow me, not chase me around. Please, let us try again. Fade into dreams when I feel you are near. For I love you truly.
Pardon me, where can I find Ludwig von Braunschweiger?
I am Ludwig von Braunschweiger.
I'd like to have a job in your orchestra. I'm a clarinetist.
Ach, wunderbar. You're the fellow with the 6 wives.
No, I'm Ken Murray.
Well, Ken, I'm so glad that you're here. What are you doing with that clarinet?
I'm a guest on the show tonight. I'm going to play it. I want to get warmed up here.
Huh?
Oh, I got one coming. I'm going to play something. I'm going to play about 3 or 4 numbers. The first one I'm going to play is My Old Kentucky Home. I want you to hear it and tell me how you like it. My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, Ken, that's terrible.
Well, I got a terrible home. I tell you what we'll do.
Well, Ken, no home can be as bad as that clarinet.
Now, wait a minute, Dennis. Wait a minute. You're talking to a very accomplished musician. I want you to know that. I just got through studying under Debussy.
Debussy's dead.
All right, I studied over him then. I don't care what. Actually, the reason I brought the clarinet with me tonight is that I wanted to play a duet with that Marie or that Corky Hale over here.
I'm afraid that's impossible because Bobby Armbruster tells me that he hasn't made any arrangements for the harp and clarinet.
Let him make his arrangements. I'll make mine.
Look, Ken, you can't be serious with that clarinet.
What are you talking about? I was in vaudeville with it. I had a partner. It's classy 2-in-1 coming east with a new ground cloth. I want to tell you, my partner and I used to do an act in vaudeville with jokes and songs. And a great clarinet finished. It went like this. Dennis, would you like to be my partner? I'll show you how we used to do it.
Okay. Run us on, Bobby.
All right, here we go. Hey, Denny.
Yeah, what is it, Kenny?
My grandfather built a stagecoach that only had 1 wheel.
A stagecoach with only 1 wheel? What held it up?
Bandit. Oh, say, Denny, you look real healthy today.
Sure, Kenny. I've been drinking buffalo milk.
Oh, go on. Who drinks buffalo milk?
Everyone who lives in Buffalo.
Now, look, now that we've got them rolling in the aisles, let's straighten them out with a hot duet. Now, I tell you, you sing, I'll play the clarinet. What do you say?
Okay.
All right, let's have the introduction. Here we go.
I wander today to the hill, Maggie, to watch the scene below. The creek and the creaking old mill, Maggie, that we used to long ago. The green grove is gone from the hill, Maggie, where first the day from. The creaking old mill is still, Maggie, when you and I were
You know, Ken, you've come a long way since the blackouts. Since those vaudeville days.
You got your mind on Wilson Dew. Go ahead. That's Corky Hale. Go ahead.
But the things you've done in television were just magnificent pieces of showmanship.
Well, thank you. You serious now?
No, I really am. Really. You did the history of motion pictures, the story of the Variety Club, and many, many, many other fine documentaries.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well, you know, Ken, there's one important topic which you overlooked. That is the history of transportation.
Transportation?
Uh-huh.
Well, Denny, that's funny you should mention that. That subject is my hobby.
Oh?
Yes, I've got all kinds of collected. I collected the wheels from an ancient chariot, the axle from the first ox cart, the chassis from an early covered wagon, and the engine from the original Stanley steamer.
Well, that's amazing, Ken. Where do you store such a valuable collection?
Who stores it? I'm driving it.
Well, Ken, why don't we do the history of transportation right here and now, huh?
There are 3 methods of transportation today: sea, air, and...
Hey, babe, waiting for the bus?
The history of transportation dates back to the ancient days of the caveman. When Mr. and Mrs. Caveman went out for the evening, He would grab her by the hair and drag her places. One day, the road was rough, and Mr. Caveman came home with just a handful of hair. However, he made out much better on his second marriage. He married a woman with wheels. Now, as you know, all modern transportation is based on the wheel, when it was discovered quite by accident. The wheel was discovered quite by accident. It seems that an ancient scientist, while listening to a jukebox, dropped the phonograph record on edge and noticed that it rolled. This gave him an idea. Why not put 4 phonograph records together? He did, and by placing those 4 records together, do you know what he created?
The first Bing Crosby album.
The wheel soon came into its own, for in China, a few years later, the first rickshaw was invented. Naturally, the rickshaw was useless without somebody to pull it. So the inventor, a former owner of a fleet of yellow oxen, sent for a boy. Are you the boy they sent over? Well, do you think you can pull this here rickshaw here? Is that all you can say, chop, chop? How do you like that employment agency? They sent me over a butcher. But transportation has made great strides since then. Today we have huge steamships, mighty trains, speedy jets, and an old standby.
Hey, babe, waiting for the bus?
Some guys never give up. On the other I didn't even know that was a laugh. On the other side. No, I really mean fun. On the other side of the world, lady, you've got to control yourself. On the other side of the world, a great transportation development occurred in the frozen wastes of Siberia. Let's go back in time and meet that eminent scientist, Stanislaus.
Pardon me for interrupting you, but my full name is Stanislaus P. Stanislaus.
Stanislaus P. Stanislaus. What does the P stand for?
Stanislaus. My father was very poor at spelling. Hence the name Stanislaus.
I see, Mr. Stanislaus.
Please, don't call me by my first name.
But Mr. Stanislaus.
Not my middle name either.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stanislaus.
That's much better.
Anyway, Sal, I understand your invention has to do with boats.
That's true. And I owe all my success to that famous Russian scientist, Boris Avtsoris. He taught me that in order to invent something great, you must suffer. I'll never forget his first great experiment. Boris locked himself in his laboratory to suffer. And how he suffered. No food or water for 19 days.
And this affected his work?
Considerably. He died.
That's too bad. But tell me, Seymour, what contribution... Another straight line. Here we are. Tell me, Seymour, what contribution did you make toward the advancement of sea transportation?
Without me, Fulton never could have invented the steamboat.
And your invention was?
Ничего не понимаешь по-русски.
Just what does that mean in English?
I invented the poop deck.
But the most popular form of travel is still the automobile.
Hey, Corky, waiting for the bus?
Yes, I am.
Well, hop in.
Well, my mother told me never to accept rides from strangers. This could lead to something awful.
What?
Pismo Beach if you're going that way.
Just to show Pismo Beach that I have no animosity toward clams, I'd like to dedicate this song to them. First the tide rushes in,
their kiss on the shore, then rolls out to sea, and the sea is very still once more. So I rush to your side like the oncoming tide, with one burning thought. Will your arms open wide? At last we're face to face, and as we kiss, through an embrace, I can feel you are love, you are really mine. In the rain, in the dark, in the sun, like the tide at its head, I'm at peace in the web of your
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I guess that's it for now. Don't forget to tune in next week when our guests will be Patty Andrews and Mel Blanc, the man of a million voices. Join us then, won't you?
This is Corky, Hale,
And Ken. Murray.
And Denis Day saying, every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two. So long, everyone, and God bless you.
The Dennis Day Show is written by Irving Taylor and Alan Wood, produced and directed by Fred Leonard. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, inviting you to join us next week for The Dennis Day Show. Good night.
Allow me to introduce the hero of the hour, Michelangelo Caravaggio.
Ranocchio! Achille, you're blind. I did it for you. Blood brothers.
You're in love with him.
With his money.
You're in love with him.
Princess. What more do you want?
Much more than you can imagine.
And, Michele, I must advise you that
These slanders against my personal life must stop.
That, of course, is heresy. And the knife is illegal.
Casso!
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The heading of a newspaper article caught my eye the other day. It read as follows: "Boxes dropped overboard carry fighters' supplies." It told how overseas shipments of vital spare parts for planes, tanks, and jeeps are protected with wax so that they can be thrown overboard and carried in by wind and tide to waiting United States detachments in far places. Each spare part is first wrapped in wax cloth or wax paper. This is then dipped in molten wax and packed with other wax-dipped packages into wooden boxes lined with more waterproof material. Such a package can actually be thrown into the salt water with its contents, spare parts, surgical instruments, food, safe against corrosion or spoilage. And that's just one of many interesting uses that have been found for wax. The makers of Johnson's Wax supply large quantities of special waterproofing waxes for cartons and packages. They've developed other Johnson's Wax finishes for surface protection of important war equipment, for protecting metal, rubber, paper, and leather. And industry has you women to thank for this lesson in wax protection, because it's from your use of Johnson's Wax in your homes that these industrial waxes have been developed. Take a bow, ladies. Ordinarily, to get the squire of 79 Wistful Vista out of his easy chair would take a block and tackle. But when the fishing season rolls around, he's up and away with more tackle than anybody in the block. And here it all is in the living room as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Magee, sweetheart, must you have all that fishing stuff here in the living room? Can't you take it out on the porch or someplace?
Why should I take it out on the porch?
Oh, just for aesthetic reasons. That basket and those rod cases and boots and stuff, it's all faintly reminiscent of last year's trout.
You mean it?
It certainly does.
Well, I just wanted to give it the once-over. Be sure it's in shape for the new season. I'm going to land Old Muley this year if I have to dynamite Lake Dugan and sift the mud through a mustache cup.
Well, maybe I spend too much time polishing my diamonds and going to the opera to be up on the things that really count, but who's Old Muley?
Who's Old Muley? My gosh, woman, Old Muley's the biggest, sassiest, toughest, smartest, rod-breakingest bass in Lake Dugan. And I'm out to get him this year.
I hope you do it, dearie. That sardine you brought home last year was...
What do you mean, sardine? That was a perch.
Well, it never should have been taken out from under the canary.
I just had bad luck last year's all. That's fisherman's luck. Good one year and bad the next.
You must have about 14 good years coming then. I don't remember you ever bringing back much but wet feet and sunburn and excellent reasons why they weren't biting.
Oh, I do all right, baby. If I was a dub at it, the fish would come right up to me. But they know they got an experienced angler to deal with, so they keep away, see?
Is that it?
You bet that's it. And if Old Muley don't...
What's the matter?
My new fly rod. It isn't here. Where's my new fly rod? Somebody stole my new fly rod. It's missing. Call the police! My fly rod's gone. My new one. My new fly rod.
Now, calm yourself. It's perfectly safe.
Huh? Well, where is it? Where is it?
Up over the front windows.
Oh.
The curtain rod broke last week, and your fishpole was just the right size.
Oh, my gosh. And don't call that $12 fly rod a fishpole. Gee whiz, that's like accusing Einstein of counting on his fingers. It isn't respectful.
Well, don't get excited about it. It's no good as a curtain pole anyway. It's probably no good as a fly rod either. Look how it droops in the middle.
It's supposed to do that. It's flexible. That's genuine split bamboo.
Well, then why don't you take it back and get one that isn't split? My goodness, any store that'd sell damaged merchandise to
It's supposed to be split. They're made that way. Don't you know anything about fishing, Molly?
I only know two things.
Huh?
One, a fish hook is very painful when stuck through a thumb, and two, I'd rather go to the movies.
Well, that's a woman for you. No sportsmanship. Women wouldn't understand the challenge of a fish, like old Muley to a fisherman like me. It's a battle of wits, that's what it is.
Oh, dear. Isn't it a little degrading to be outwitted by a fish year after year?
No, old Muley knows I'll get him eventually. The sport is in the fishing, not in the catching. You know what that clever old wiggler done to me last year?
Yes, you've told me so many times.
Well, sir, there I was, fishing the south end of Dugan's Lake, the place a few of us guys call Gimlet Inlet.
Because it's so boring, I suppose.
I tossed out a fly, skimming the surface with a delicate flicking movement, just a snap of the wrist and a clean sweep back, see? And whammo, old Muley.
Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Muley. Hi, Alice.
Sit down, Alice, and listen with bated breath to a fish story.
Ever do much fishing, Alice?
Well, when I was a little girl, I used to go out with my father. But it's kind of hard to see what's going on from up in a tree.
Up in a tree?
Yes. He took me along to climb trees and unfasten his hook when it got caught in a branch. All I ever saw of my father in those days was the top of his hat.
Oh, dear.
Well, he just didn't know how to cast, Alice. I practice all summer in the backyard myself. I lay a newspaper down and cast at it from the back porch. Why, I got so's I could snag a want ad from 30 feet.
Yes, you really made history, McGee.
What do you mean?
I think you're the first man who ever swat a newspaper with a fly. Shall I do that again?
You ought to go out with Doc Gamble and me and take a slug at old Muley, Alice.
Thank you, Mr. McGee, but I never drink anything but soft drinks.
Old Muley is a bass, Alice. He lives at the bottom of Lake Dugan.
Yeah.
Until he gets laughing so hard at the fishermen, he has to come up for a breath of air.
I nearly got him last year, though, by George. As I was saying, I flicked the water gently with a brown hackle, and whammo, a strike.
How many do you get before you're out?
Look, Alice, in fishing, when a fish snaps at the bait, it's a strike, see?
Oh. Fishing is like golf that way, Alice. You see, if you talk about it so ordinary people can understand it, you're thrown out of the club.
Look, you want to hear this story or don't you? Of course you do. Well, sir, I finally had old Muley on the hook. Boy, what a moment. Slowly I reeled him in.
Oh, wait a minute. How did you know it was old Muley on your hook, Mr. McGee?
Only an amateur would inquire an interrogation like that question, sis. Why, I'd had old Muley on my hook so often I knew him like a brother.
Oh, dear.
And he knew me, too. Well, sir, I reeled him in, slowly. Suddenly he turned and dived to the bottom. I let the line out even and easy. Then I pulled in again. Up, up, up. Then like a flash, I dipped with the net. And there it was, an old rubber tire. Old Muley had gone to the bottom, took off the hook, and snagged the casing with it.
Was the tire any good?
It was in perfect shape. It was in such perfect shape, I was scared to take it home. So I heaved it back in the lake.
Oh, gee. I'm going to tell my boyfriend all about it when he calls up, Mr. McGee. I'll bet he'd like to go fishing with you sometime.
Glad to have him along, Alice, anytime.
Will you let me know if he calls, Mrs. McGee?
Well, we won't be here very long, Alice. McGee is going to the city hall to get a fishing license, and I'm going with him.
Well, maybe I'll hear the phone myself. You're sure you don't mind if he goes with you sometime, Mr. McGee?
Of course not, kid. Be a pleasure to have him along.
McGee's always glad to meet another fisherman, Alice.
Oh, he's never done any fishing.
Huh?
But creepers, how he can use that spare tire.
Oh, sure.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play Holiday for Strings.
license, Magee?
Right down the hall here at the License Bureau. Boy, I get more of a bang wandering around the city hall here than anybody put together. First time I ever came here, I didn't come to squawk about something.
That's why they call this the seat of government.
Huh?
Everybody comes down here to kick.
Remember when I was on the grand jury, Molly, and I didn't get home for 3 weeks?
Yes, and I'll never forget how worried I was.
Because I was locked up in a hotel room every night?
No, somebody told me it was a hung jury, and I didn't know what they were hanging you for.
Oh, well, we didn't...
Oh, Magee, isn't that Mr. Wellington coming up the hall?
That ain't his brother. And look at that strut. You'd think he owned this building and was just coming in to foreclose the mortgage on it.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Hello there, Mr. Wellington.
Good day, Mrs. Magee. It's so nice to see you. And Magee, it's so.
Hi, Wellington. What are you doing around here? Going to throw your collar in the ring and run for dog catcher?
You appear to be sadly deficient in your knowledge of city politics, my friend. The office of dog catcher is not elective. It is appointive. My nephew has been the incumbent for many years. Perhaps you know him, Harry Barkwell?
Harry Barkwell, the dog catcher. How interesting.
Yes, anytime you lose a dog, just wire Harry.
I had a cousin who used to be sewer commissioner. Name was Manuel Holstein Coverly. Better known as Old Manhole Cover.
That's very amusing. I'm afraid I didn't have the pleasure of his acquaintance, although I knew him very well. But what brings you into this sink of official iniquity and public indifference, Magee?
He's going to get a fishing license, Mr. Wellington.
Indeed. Are you by any chance a dry fly fisherman?
Well, I'm a fly fisherman, but I always keep a couple of bottles of root beer hanging in the water. You an angler, Wellington?
Oh, I've been accused of it, Magee, though I don't fish.
Here in the city hall on business, Mr. Wellington?
Yes, I dropped in to pull a few strings on behalf of my brother. He's in the trucking business.
What can he get out of the city hall?
The city hauling. Well, good day, both. Drop in and see me in the near future.
Sure?
Sure.
Wise guy. Did it ever occur to you, Molly, what a wonderful stranger he'd make?
Oh, I rather like him, Magee. He's so well-read and all.
Well, he ought to be well-read. His old man was a bookmaker. Well, come on, Molly. Here's the license bureau right here.
Oh. Heavenly days, what a mob.
Why, look at the people in front of the window I want to get to.
That's the longest fish line I ever saw.
Come on, Molly. Let's get out of here. Wow.
Now, what's the matter? Aren't you going to get a fishing license?
Sure I am, but I'm not standing in that line all day. I'm no peasant. I got some influence in this joint, and there was never any better time for me to swing it.
Who do you know in the city hall?
Who do I know? I know Ross Dixon himself. That's who I know. Play rummy with him at the Elks all the time.
Who on earth is Ross Dixon?
Just the man behind the mayor, that's all. Ross Dixon is the real power in this town. He's the guy who collected $40,000 from the Barbers' Union, telling them it was the poll tax.
Sounds like a fascinating personality. What's his official title?
I don't know, but you just mention Ross Dixon to any ward heeler in town, and he'll start shaking so hard you could mix a double malted in his pocket.
Yeah, but where's his office?
3rd floor, Department of Weights and Measures.
What does he do there? Just weights and measures, I suppose.
I don't know. I think he...
Well, hello there, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Say, do you know Ross Dixon?
Never heard of him. Who is he?
Who is he? Why, he's the man behind the mayor.
Oh, I see. Well, what do you want to see him for?
Well, himself here wants a fishing license, and there's too long a line in front of the license window, Mr. Wilcox.
And I don't stand in line for anything, Waxy. That's for the peasants. I'll be home cleaning my fish before those lindheads get up to that window.
Oh, I think you're being very silly, Fibber. You ever hear of Johnson's car new?
Ain't saying I have and I ain't saying I haven't.
And he ain't talking loud enough to be heard in Racine, either.
Besides, what's Johnson's car new got to do with the subject?
Well, it's simply a case of doing the best job the simplest way, that's all. You hate to stand in line, so you start making things complicated for yourself.
Oh?
Some people put off polishing their cars, not realizing how simple and easy it is with Johnson's Car New.
Yes?
They don't realize it cleans and polishes in one easy application. Just spread it on, let it dry, wipe it off, and there you are, shining like new. Why, these days, even an automobile has to keep up its morale. And with cars, morale is spelled C-A-R-N-U. Well, happy fishing, pal.
Well, thanks, Junior. Glad to have you come along sometime. You know, we haven't been fishing together since Dewey took Manila.
Did Dewey take Manila?
Huh?
Gee, that won't hurt his campaign a bit, will it? So long, now.
Shall we go back and stand in line, Magee?
No, sir. I'm going to get this fishing license the easy way. All I got to do is find Ross Dixon, and he'll be with the mayor.
So where do we find the mayor?
Well, the logical place might be the mayor's office. And by a peculiar coincidence, and also to save time, here it is, right here.
Yes, sir?
Is the mayor in, sis?
No, sir. He's officiating at the opening of the new shirt factory on 14th Street, sir.
How? By breaking a bottle of bluing over the cornerstone?
No, he's going to hide the first pin in the first shirt.
Well, where can we find Ross Dixon, sis?
Oh, he's with the mayor, sir. He was afraid His Honor wouldn't know which end of the pin was sharp.
Oh. Will they be back soon?
Almost any minute, madam. The mayor is addressing a political meeting in half an hour. I'm just fixing his speech now.
Fixing it how?
Well, he made several definite statements, which, of course, is a terrible mistake, politically.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, that guy has carried water on both shoulders so long he gurgles when he walks. Can I help you with the speech, sis?
Oh, no, thank you. It's so vague now, I don't know what he's talking about, so it must be nearly right.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll stick around the hall and wait for him, sis.
Politics must be a lot of fun, Magee.
Yeah, I guess so. The whole thing is just a matter of pace.
What do you mean, pace?
Well, if you start to run, you can't stop till Gallup says you'll win in a walk.
How about your fishing license? Shall we go get in the line now?
No, sir, not me. I'm going to wait right here and intercede the mayor when he makes for his office.
Good idea, but you don't mean intercede, you mean intercept.
Oh, no, I don't. Intercept means clumsy, awkward, butterfingers.
No, dearie, that's inept.
Oh, yeah. You must think I'm completely illiterary. I guess I know what inept means. It means somebody isn't likely to do something. Like if I wanted to borrow $50 from Wellington, he inept to let me have it.
Well, I don't like to argue with you, dearie, but in that case it would be isn't apt. He isn't apt to let you have it.
No, I'll say he isn't. Last time I tried to borrow... Hey, then what does interseed mean?
Well, let's break it down now. Inter means between.
And seed is something you plant. So interseed means between plantings, which means wintertime. My gosh, if we got to wait here all summer and fall for the mayor, we never...
Look, Magee, here comes Beulah. Oh, Beulah. Beulah.
Well, for goodness sake, my people.
Just as a throwaway line, Beulah, what are you doing in the city hall?
I come down here, sir, to rectify a misdemeanor in my personal property tax.
Oh.
It seemed like they make a small mistake of $1,000.
Heavenly days, $1,000. What an error.
What's the total amount of the tax, Beulah?
$1,004, sir. See?
Oh, yeah.
Looks like you've been carrying this notice around for some time, Beulah.
Yeah, sir. Everybody I knew was stealing mail. And socially, I was moved up several brackets.
Well, the whole mistake is they got the decimal in the wrong place, Beulah.
Say they got the which?
He said the decimal, Beulah. Don't you know what decimal means?
Yes, ma'am. That's what the chances is of tapping Beulah for $1,000. Pretty decimal.
Not dismal, Beulah. Decimal. That's a numerical system that has a... Well, it's based on tenths, and a decimal is a kind of a period that denotes a... Well, take $1.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
He means just for instance, Beulah.
Yes, sir.
Take $1. You write 1.00.
What's the matter? You make a mistake?
No, Beulah. O is 0.
0?
Yes.
That means you deal in cocaine?
No.
Ma'am?
Look, Beulah. The decimal system is based on tenths. Therefore, fractions are reduced decimally and indicated by the placement of the decimal point. Now, what would 0.40 mean?
Oh, that's real simple. 40 below 0.
Oh, no, Beulah. The decimal system has nothing to do with temperature.
No, ma'am, I don't think it's so hot either. I guess I just stick to the old-fashioned gazinta system. 2 gazinta 4 and stuff like that.
Yeah, it might be simpler at that, Beulah. That's why Arabic numerals are more practical than Roman.
Why, Magee?
Easier to handle. The Romans did their figuring with chisels. We do our chiseling with figures.
They do the chiseling. Let me go with the mail. Love that man.
Well, now, look, Beulah, maybe next year when you get the form to make out your personal property tax, you better get Mr. Magee to help you with it.
Sure, be glad to, Beulah.
Oh, you're very kind, Miss Magee, but that's how this got all undecimal.
Hmm?
You helped me this year, remember?
Oh.
The King's men sing 27 times around the block.
Spring has came and nearly gone. Love has cast its spell. Cupid's little dart made a bullseye in my heart, and even my arches fell. She was so pretty and aesthetic. How was I to know she was so darned athletic? It was tramp, 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 tramp.
We started walking round the block. 'Twas just an ordinary block.
But she kept talking and she had me walking 27 times around the block. Tramp, tramp, tramp.
Now it was after 3 o'clock. And still we walked around the block.
Well, I just counted while the total mounted 27 times around the block. I tried to speak a little word of love. I never got the ghost of a chance, for I was certainly the victim of a walkie-talkie romance.
I didn't know she liked to hike. Or I'd have brought along a bike.
Though she could take it, I could hardly make it 27 times around the block. Now, once around the block was 880 steps. That's picking them up and putting them down aplenty. I figured out the footage we had traveled that night was 47,520. She discussed the crooners and the weather and the styles while my dogs barked for 9 miles.
Each time I brought her to her door. She said, let's walk around once more.
So I just counted while the total mounted to 4, 6, 8, 10 feet, marching round and round again 27 times around the block. But then she kissed me, and it was worth it.
Well, we've been in almost every office in the building, Molly, but the mayor's got to be here someplace.
Not necessarily. Anyway, if you have to find the mayor to locate this Ross Dixon, why don't you ask the mayor himself to get you a fishing license?
Because Ross Dixon is the guy that tells the mayor what to do, see?
Oh.
The mayor is just a figurehead. Except that he's got no head for figures.
I still think it'd be simpler to go back to the license bureau and get in line with the common people.
No, sir. Dad dreaded I'm going to get that fishing license the easy way if it turns out to be twice as hard as the hard way. I never... Oh, hi, Doc.
Hello, Magee. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
What are you two taxpayers loafing around the municipal building for? Trying to sell your vote?
Why, Doctor, you know we wouldn't sell our votes, would we, Magee?
The very suggestion is insulting and preposterable. And the price is too low anyway. What are you doing down here, Doc? City revoking your license?
Oh, why should they, Magee? Dr. Gamble knows more than any doctor in town.
Horse feathers. You could take everything he knows and write it on the head of a pin with a dull hatchet. What are you doing here, Doc?
I am a member of the Board of Health, Snoopy.
Oh.
You know what health is, I suppose. That's what people are always drinking to just before they fall down. Now, may I ask, just what are you doing here?
He's getting a fishing license, Doctor.
I swore I was going to get Old Muley this year, Doc. Remember Old Muley out at Dugan's Lake?
What? You get Old Muley? Why, that bass has got more brains in his dorsal fin than you've got in your entire carcass.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Just because you couldn't keep him on a hook long enough to get your line wet? Don't hand me those sour grapes, you big rum-dum.
Now, Magee.
I could catch more fish with an umbrella handle and a bent pin than you could snag by draining Lake Erie.
Now, look here.
Why, you insufferable little braggart. The only successful fishing you ever did was for nickels with chewing gum on a stick through a sidewalk grating.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
What repartee?
Why, you egotistical, egocentric egghead, you couldn't trap a 12-pound salmon in a 2-gallon keg with a tennis net. You're a fake on a lake with a wet smack with a dry fly.
Oh, look who's talking. Why, I've caught more fish with a piece of red flannel underwear than you ever bought and sneaked home from the corner market. You got as much chance of catching Old Muley as I have of winning the Pulitzer Prize for the longest chain of paper clips.
Why, you... Hey, Doc.
Yeah?
You know Ross Dixon?
Yeah, very well. Why?
We've been looking all over for him, Doctor. Magee wants to see him on business.
Well, you don't have to look far, Magee. He's right across the hall here. I was just talking to him.
Oh, my gosh. Well, thanks, Doc. You're a pal.
Anything for a friend, my boy? Mm-hmm. Come on, I'll show you where I left him.
Oh, fine.
Oh, well, it almost looks like mission accomplished, doesn't it, McGee?
It's in the bag, baby. I'll show you how it pays to know people in the right places. In here, Doc?
That's right in here.
Fine.
Heavenly days. This is the license bureau. This is where we started.
Well, that makes it all the handier. Now, where's Dixon, Doc?
You see that line of people waiting for fishing licenses?
Yes.
See the man second from the end of the line?
Yes.
Well, that's the mayor. Ross Dixon's the man behind the mayor.
Oh, yeah, I see him. Hey, Ross, what are you doing?
Trying to get a fishing license, McGee.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, peasant, get in line.
We hear a lot these days about morale. I think one of the reasons so many of you ladies use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat for your linoleum floors is that it does a lot for the morale of your kitchens and for your own morale, too. It's a pleasure to work in a colorful kitchen, one that's bright and cheerful. When you consider the importance of the floor area in such a room, you know mighty well that it pays in good spirits alone to keep linoleum sparkling and clean. It's good for your morale also to save unnecessary work, and glow coat certainly does that. It takes practically no work to apply, needs no rubbing or buffing. Add to these morale builders the fact that you make linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer by protecting it regularly with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, and you certainly have a picture of why glow coat is so satisfactory for linoleum and other floors.
I told you we should have taken a streetcar home, McGee. That cab was horribly crowded.
Well, I was all wore out from tramping around that city hall. And they shouldn't put that many people in a cab. Did you hear me give that taxidermist a piece of my mind?
That what?
That guy in the red cap that lines up taxis for people.
What did you call him?
Taxidermist. He stuffs taxi cabs.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Mr. Wellington heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Are you P.S. by any chance? Give Aunt Vanessa a nice kiss.
Is she going to take you away forever? No, she's just going to borrow me.
I loved you.
You'll never get P.S.
I despise you. I despise you!
I won't go away on that boat.
They look after you because I can't.
I won't go back.
Sit in that chair! You're our little boy just as much as if we were your real mummy and daddy, and this is your real home. You're at a nice price. Look at me, P.S. Tell my sister he's not going back.
If you do not return the infant, Miss Scott will appeal to the Supreme Court for full guardianship.
He doesn't need two guardians. And if Cinder knew it was Vanessa, she'd die.
Sinden is dead.
Careful, he might hear you.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Miss Marlena Dietrich, the winner of the Texaco College competition, Dr. Regan from Fordham University here in New York City, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, in this week's issue of Look magazine, there's an article about this program. Here comes a man who's been thumbing the magazine all week. That's why he's got a dirty look. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, I'm glad that you mentioned that article in Look magazine this week.
Why, Fred?
Well, the editors were planning to do a piece on Mr. Benny's program, too, but after a quick conference, the idea was hastily abandoned, I understand.
You mean that Look turned Jack down?
Well, in a nice way, in a roundabout way. After listening to his program tonight, the Look people sent Mr. Benny a note and told him that if he wanted his turkey written up, he could try the Poultry Digest. They would be glad to handle it.
Tell me, Fred, how was Jack's show tonight?
Oh, it had feathers on it tonight. You know, tonight Mr. Benny broadcast from Mather Field. That's an air navigation center out in California. And after Benny got through with the air out there, I understand the Army pilots refused to go up in it for 2 days. But the program opened up with Benny telling about the first time that he flew. As a child in Waukegan, he was out with a kite one day and wouldn't let go. A pontoon came up there in Waukegan, and he wouldn't... That's a wet typhoon, a pontoon. But this pontoon came up, and Benny wouldn't let go of the kite, and, of course, he was carried away to St. Joe. It shows, you know, in order to go up in the air, you have to be lighter. So it shows that even as a little boy, Mr. Benny was full of hot air, even in those And incidentally, that's how he got the name of Benny, I understand. He was flying over Philadelphia, and people thought it was Benjamin Franklin, you see, and they said, there goes Benny, and, of course, the name stuck to him with the kite and the key. But after that, there were a couple of Mother's Day jokes. Phil Harris sent his mother a lock of his hair, and Benny sent his mother a lock of skin from his scalp, you know. Kind of thing. And then a postal telegraph boy came in, and Benny sent me a war bond, so he said, by postal telegraph. He said it was a war bond, but it just came, Jimmy, and it's a war stamp, I see, when it gets here. Benny didn't even have enough saliva to paste the stamp in a book. So he sent the war stamp by a messenger boy who drools, in case And then the finish of the program, the sponsor sent for Benny to tell him that he wouldn't be on the Jell-O program next year. He's going to advertise another product for General Foods. The sponsor, I understand, had a choice. Benny has been shaking more than the product lately. And the sponsor either had to step up the Jell-O or take Benny off the program. So the sponsor took the easiest way out, Jimmy, and that's about all there was to it tonight.
Well, you can't pick on Jack much longer. He's through in about 3 more weeks.
Yes, I know that. Benny has to go off the air, you know, at the first sign of summer.
Oh, why, Fred?
Well, in that California heat, his show would hatch, Jimmy. It's just a of self-preservation. Well, so much. Now, please don't applaud too much now. You may tire later on when the script gets thin, you see, and we'll need you, and you'll be all tired out. We won't... Well, Jimmy, that's enough for the drivel. Let us turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. War Ration Book number 1 is issued as millions in New York City, Brooklyn, and Long Island rush to register for their sugar stamps. To check on the consumer reaction to sugar rationing, March of Trivia visits various schools about town to bring you the highlights at registration centers. At PS 99, a man was heard to say,
the idea is to share sugar. We got to make sure the Axis gets their lumps.
Thank you. A little schoolgirl standing in line with her mother was heard reciting,
roses are red, chrysanthemums are round. Sugar's still sweet if it's only half a pound.
At PS 6, a truck driver says,
one question on that sugar form is crazy. It says give children's height. I got a baby 6 months old. How do I know how tall it is? Kid can't stand up.
Well, what What did you fill in for the baby's height?
I measured him in the crib.
And?
And I put down he's 2'6" long-wise.
That would help. And now, a man who isn't any too well pleased about the whole sugar business, he's Heinz Haggerty. How has the sugar rationing affected you, Heinz?
It's only changed me whole design for living, that's all.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, the first day I go out to get some sugar books.
Yeah?
I'm moseying down 46th Street. I see a big line.
Yeah?
I get in the line. I'm waiting there about 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
Finally, the line moves up.
Yes?
I get into a big room. A guy's sitting at a table.
Mm-hmm.
The guy says, sign here.
And you sign?
I sign, and the guy gives me a bus ticket.
A bus ticket instead of a sugar ration book?
Yeah, I says, what do I need with a bus ticket? I ain't going no place.
And he?
He says, that's what you think, brother.
You were in the wrong line?
I was in a draft board.
Well, tell me, did you finally get your sugar book?
Who needs it? I'm leaving for Fort Dix in the morning.
Good luck, and thank you, Mr. Heinz Haggerty. And now a young lady who is helping housewives cope with sugar rationing. She's Miss Prudence Nickel. You are doing some sort of sugar work, Prudence?
Yes, I am the originator of the Victory honey bun.
The Victory honey bun?
Yes. No sugar is used in the recipe.
Oh, no sugar. Well, how do you make a Victory honey bun?
First, an ordinary bun is placed on the table.
Yes.
A petunia is stuck in each end of the bun.
Uh-huh.
A sleeping bee is placed in the petunia nearest the hostess.
I see.
As the hostess is about to serve,
Yes.
she rattles the petunia.
She rattles the petunia.
The bee awakens and flies out.
Yes.
The bee sits on the bun for a fraction of a second and flies buzz, buzz to the opposite petunia.
And the ordinary bun is no longer an ordinary bun.
When the bee stands up, voila, a Victory honey bun.
Well, I must try one of your honey buns tomorrow.
One thing is very important.
The ingredients?
No, the selection of the bee.
Oh, I see.
Before you let the bee sit on your honey bun,
Yes?
be sure the bee is reliable.
I see. Thank you, Prudence Nickel. A man who doesn't seem upset about the sugar rationing is Johanna Duval. That's the small Y, isn't it? What is your business, Johanna?
Well, I'm with the circus.
Oh, are you one of the clowns, are you?
No, I'm a kangaroo feeler.
What is a kangaroo feeler?
Well, with the circus, people is always buying popcorn and Cracker Jack.
I know that.
When they finish, they don't see no cans to throw the paper in.
And?
When they pass a kangaroo, they pull out the kangaroo's pouch and throw in their Cracker Jack boxes and all newspapers.
They throw them in the kangaroo, do they?
Yeah.
And your job?
Well, nights I go around with a flashlight.
Uh-huh.
I feel down in the kangaroo.
Fine.
If I feel anything, I put my head down the pouch and see what it is.
And, Then you remove it?
If I can lift it, I take it up.
If you can't lift it?
I tip the kangaroo upside down, it falls out.
Well, being a kangaroo feeler must be difficult work.
It ain't so hard after you get your hand in.
Getting your hand in is the secret, huh?
Yeah, sometimes a kangaroo is ticklish. It's a job.
Well, I can imagine. Now, what about the sugar rationing?
Well, what sugar ration?
Well, haven't you seen the papers this week?
No, I only read what I find in a kangaroo.
You're getting your news direct from the front, and thank you, Johanna Duval. Well, I guess that concludes...
Hold your horses, Mountebank. Falstaff's here with jibe and prank.
My dear... My dear, you are a riot of mirk tonight, I must say that. My dear Mr. Openshaw, if you're here this evening with more poems...
Have you heard, said the owl to the fowl, one more scowl, and I'll pull your jowl till you howl, foul?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, get back in the hen house, Nellie. You belong with those other clucks.
No, I haven't heard that.
When the sergeant peeked out of the patrol wagon, Mother was carried away.
Now, wait. No. That is the last straw. Tonight we are talking about sugar.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your rondelay called?
The OPM had a word for it.
Well, how does it go?
Our language has a new word. You hear it every day. It's R-A-T-I-O-N. It's a word that's here to stay. I don't dislike this new word. I'd rather not denounce it. I'd prefer not to even use the word till I know how you pronounce it. I hear it on my radio. The announcer says it's ration. He even spells it out for me in true moronic fashion. I hear a college man expound. He insists the word is ration. The college man defines it, says it's simply conservation. Is it ration? Is it ration? I wish I knew, alas, because they're doing it to sugar, and they're doing it to gas. How it's pronounced don't matter. Call it ration, call it ration. By either name, I'm for it if this word will help our nation.
Thank you, Foster. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Mother's Day. It has long been Kenny Baker's custom to dedicate a song to mothers on this day. Now, Kenny observes his custom at this time, and the song he has chosen is For My Mother, Al Goodman conducting.
Of heaven in your eyes, Mother dear, the brightness of the sun in your smile, Mother dear. I feel the magic of God's hand in all you do for me. His masterpiece of mystery. I'm thankful for the tenderness and care I have known. I'm thankful, too, that God and you chose me for your own. Each night I say a prayer for you. I know He will hear. May God bless and keep you always. My mother. My mother dear.
For My Mother, sung by Kenny. And here's Jimmy Wallington to tell us about Fire Chief gasoline.
Oh, not tonight, Fred. Tonight I'm talking about Fire Chief Power. Yes, power, ladies and gentlemen. Power that...
Jimmy, put a little life in it, if you don't mind.
What?
I said when you say power, put some power in it.
How do you mean?
Well, let me see the announcement there. I'll show you how to
There
read
it
it.
is.
Oh, thank you. Yes, now, watch me, Jimmy. You may learn something, but I doubt it. Yes, power, ladies and gentlemen. Texaco Fire Chief Power. That's what you buy when you stop at the Fire Chief pump. Now, that's what I mean, Jimmy. Now, you try it.
All right. Power. Power. Power.
Well, you're trying, Jimmy. That's all I can say for you. But it's a little better, though. Let me hear you read the rest of it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you want power that goes into action when you step on the starter. Power that holds steady and sure as you get underway. Power that covers a lot of miles per gallon on the highway. Now that every mile counts, use a high-quality gasoline, such as Texaco Fire Chief or Sky Chief. The Texaco dealer's premium gasoline.
That was Happy in Love, played to the hilt by Al Goodman and his rippling relatives. And now, Now we come to the highlight of the evening. It is with pleasure that we bring you...
Mr. Allen!
Portland. Well, what's cooking tonight, or hasn't your mother paid the gas bill?
Mama wants to know if you'll sign this slip.
Don't tell me your mother's now in the rackets number around here.
No, this is for carpooling.
Carpooling? You mean where people take turns riding each other to work to save gas and tires?
Yes, Mama's making up all kinds of carpooling.
Carpooling? Well, make up your mind while your mother's making up her mind, too. I know the hyphen threw you, didn't it, there? We have actors here who can't read hyphens. It has to be up and down, or they don't know what it means. But your mother's making up all kinds of carpooling clubs. You say, how do you mean?
Well, there's the Get Sick in Groups Club.
Get Sick in Groups Club? What's that?
If you're sick, you wait till 4 other people on your street get sick before you send for the doctor.
You do? What does that do?
Well, instead of making 5 trips to your neighborhood, the doctor only has to come once. It saves the doctor's tires.
Well, that ought to help. That's... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi,
I could
Effie.
see you come in.
Hello, Kenny.
Hi, Porty.
You're just in time, Kenny.
Would you sign my slip for carpooling, Kenny?
What's that?
You share your car, Kenny. It cuts down your gas and oil bills and the wear and tear on your tires.
Yes, Kenny. You ought to go in for carpooling.
I don't know. That's pretty risky.
Risky? How?
Well, my uncle pooled with 5 other guys where he works.
Yeah?
Each day a different fella drove the whole gang to work.
Yeah, I see.
My uncle's day was Saturday.
Your uncle's day was Saturday.
Yeah.
What happened?
Friday night, the finance company grabbed my uncle's car.
And?
Saturday morning, the 5 guys showed up at my uncle's house to get driven to work.
And when he told them his car was gone?
They not only beat his brains out, he had to carry the 5 guys to work piggyback.
Well, you're... There's no pool like an old pool. Your uncle's, in spite of all the piggybacking to and fro, your uncle still saved rubber, Kenny.
The heck he did. He ruined his suspenders.
Well, all right, kids. It's about time for our guest. And tonight, we have a scoop, one of Hollywood's greatest stars.
Oh, shucks.
Oh, what's wrong, Kenny?
Every time we have a movie star, Porty gets silly.
I do not.
What happened when we had Tyrone Power? Every time Mr. Allen said Tyrone Power, you screamed.
Tyrone Power.
That's what I mean.
Yes, I said... it was in E-flat the last time, though. She went down a tone this time. But you don't have to worry tonight, Kenny. Our guest is a lady star, Miss Marlena Dietrich.
Marlena Dietrich?
You took the words out of my mouth, Kenny. Now go away, both of you. This is a moment I want to share with me. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the distinguished screen favorite, the glamour girl of all glamour girls, Miss Marlena Dietrich. Good evening, Miss Dietrich.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Well, Miss Dietrich, I don't know what to say.
You're one of those strong, silent men, huh?
No, but this is the first time I've ever seen you off the screen. It's quite a shock.
Are you disappointed?
No, I am agreeably surprised. You look just as lovely as you do in pictures.
Thank you. So do you.
Oh, you have seen me in pictures?
Yes. On the screen, you don't look as tall, though.
Well, I'm not as tall on the screen. Marlena, I am a much bigger man in radio than I am in pictures, you see. I don't know what it is, but in pictures, I shrink, if you know what I mean.
And I know what you mean.
The tea shortage. Well, Marlena, let's get down to business here.
Fine, I'm ready. Where are the troops?
Troops? What troops?
Your note asked me to come here tonight and give a show for the soldiers.
Oh, yes. Well, I've heard that you've been touring the country for the Hollywood Victory Committee, giving shows at the various army camps and naval training stations.
That's right. Where are the troops tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, Marlena. I registered in the draft 2 weeks ago.
You mean you brought me here to do a show just for you?
Well, I may have to go to some camp soon, and if you do a show for me here tonight, you can save yourself a trip later, you see?
Now, Fred, I've looked into the faces of thousands of soldier boys in the last few months.
Yes?
Yours is the first face I've seen with a 4F written all over it.
Well, I wish you'd do your act for me. They tell me that whenever you appear, the boys tear down the auditorium.
You know how soldiers are, Fred. They love good music.
I know. Every time I pass Carnegie Hall, the soldiers are breaking the doors down again. But, Marlena, I certainly appreciate this visit, and in return, there's something I would like to do for you.
Really?
Yes, I'd like to give you some fatherly advice about your movie career.
But I'm very happy out in Hollywood, Fred.
Oh, but how long can it last with those rough and tumble pictures you've been making? You're always getting beaten up.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Why, the way that Jimmy Stewart slapped you around in Destry Rides Again, he ought to be ashamed of himself.
Say, with Jimmy Stewart, it was a pleasure.
That beating Broderick Crawford gave you in Seven Sinners?
What could I do? He outweighed me. I gave away 30 pounds.
30 pounds you gave away in that pit. Well, in Manpower, George Raft and Edward G. Robinson cuffed you around.
It was 2 against 1. They ganged up on me.
Well, how long can you go on taking these beatings? You know what's going to happen in a few more years? You'll be punchy. Now, you don't want to spend your old age hanging around outside of the Brown Derby with cauliflower ears and Maxie Rosenblum, do you?
What can I do, Fred? In pictures, a dramatic actress has to play violent roles.
Oh, give up pictures in Hollywood, Marlena. Come into radio.
In radio, it's different?
Oh, in radio, Marlena, there is no violence, no rough stuff.
Have you ever worked on Eddie Cantor's program?
No, fate has been kind to me, Marlena. But I was talking about radio drama. You know, you can get beaten up and kicked around in radio and not even feel it. Sam does everything.
Who is Sam?
Well, Sam is the sound effects man. Now, I'll show you how it works. Sam, will you bring some of your sound effects over here, please? Now, Sam's coming over, Marlena. He didn't make a sound for himself coming over. I'll do it for him. Now, Marlena, what are some of the things that have bruised you or banged you up in pictures?
Well, in one picture, I was hit on the head by a gangster. I had a lump on my head for 2 months.
You were hit on the head and got a lump. All right, now Sam is ready. We'll show you what happens when an actor gets hit on the head in radio. Sam, I'm going to get hit over the head. Now, I'll read the lines for you. See, Sam is ready here. He's got all his equipment here. I'll read the lines for you, Sam. No, Joe. Don't hit me with that blackjack, Joe. No. Oh. Now, you see, Marlena, I'm getting my skull fractured, and Sam is beating a honeydew melon here, which I am going to eat later on. Well, look, my hair isn't even mud.
Radio is wonderful,
Well,
Fred.
I told you. Now, what else has hurt you in pictures?
Well, once I had to break down a door. I almost fractured my shoulder.
All right, I'll show you how we break down a door in radio. Sam, I'm going to break down a door. I'll give you the lines again. You got the door ready? Open that door. You won't, eh? All right, I'll bust the door down. You see, Marlena, that's radio. I have just broken down a door.
And all Sam did is smash a peach basket.
That's all. Now tell me, what other scenes have left their marks on you?
And once I had to ride a runaway horse. I was black and blue for weeks.
All right, now I'll show you how a horse runs away with you in radio. Now, Sam, you see what Sam is holding here? You see what Sam's props are?
What are those? Two rubber finger bowls?
Beg your pardon?
2 rubber finger bowls?
No, this is a plumber's mashie that... These are plungers, Marlena. Those are the horse's hoofs in radio. Sam, I'm going to ride a horse. Now, the horse is running away, Marlena. Try to stop it.
Whoa, nice horsey. Whoa. Oh, help me, Fred. It won't stop.
Whoa, Sam. All right, back up, Sam. That's radio, Marlena. A horse ran away with you, and look, your hair isn't even out of curl.
And it doesn't hurt me to sit down either.
I know, I told you. Well, you've seen all the abuse you can avoid. Now, how about going into radio?
But what could I do, Fred?
Say, I found a script of one of those serial programs on the floor of the studio when I came in this morning. You might have a go at that.
What is the show like, Fred?
It's called Brave Betty Birnbaum. Your part starts on page 28.
But the whole script is only 30 pages.
Well, I know. The first 27 pages are a commercial. You've heard those programs, 2 sobs and a commercial.
Yeah.
Well, let's run through this little scene at the end here. You play Betty Birnbaum, and I'll play the boy's part. I shall be Sean Shapiro.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't play this scene, Fred.
You can't play the scene? Why not?
Says he at the end of the scene, Betty kisses Sean.
Yes, that's the finish of the episode. You kiss me.
I'm sorry, Fred.
Marlena, you don't want to kiss me?
Oh, it isn't that, Fred.
Well, you don't think that I brought this whole thing up just to get you to kiss me?
Oh, Fred, I know your intentions are good.
Well, I realize there's been a lot of loose talk going around since Benny kissed Ann Sheridan on his program last week. People are saying that no glamour girl would kiss me.
Oh, why, that's ridiculous.
You think a glamour girl would, Marlena?
Why not? A girl in pictures kisses all sorts of people. It's part of her job.
Part of her job. It's purely a professional gesture.
And that's all, Fred.
But Miss Sheridan was on Benny's program last week, and she kissed him. Now, how do you account for that?
If the kiss was on the script, it was part of Ann's job. To Ann, it was another head. That's all.
Just another head, huh? Well, tonight you are working on my program, Marlena.
Yes, Fred.
And this kiss here in the script is just another head to you?
Just another head.
Just another head. Marlena.
Yes, Fred.
Will you?
Fred?
Yes?
This is radio, isn't it?
Yes, Marlena.
Sam? Sam, I'm about to kiss Mr. Allen.
Now, wait a minute. What has Sam got to do with it?
Never mind. Let's play the scene.
All right.
Oh, Fred.
Kiss me, Marlena.
Now, Sam. There you are, Fred.
A fine thing. You kiss me and Sam gets wet knuckles.
That's radio, Fred. See you later.
I certainly shall, and thank you, Miss Marlena Deacon. Thank you very much, Miss Deacon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word from Jimmy Wallington.
I'm not talking, Fred.
Not talking, Jimmy?
No, Fred. Tonight we're saying it with music. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a new song with an important message for every American motorist. It's called Care for Your Car, for Your Country.
Care for your car, for your country. It's your duty to beware of every squeak. Let your nearest filling station make frequent lubrication so your moving parts are always at a peak. Driving often for car-saving service. Let them keep your valves and carburetor clean. They'll advise elimination of undue acceleration as the way to get more mileage from your gasoline. Though your tires are now on ration, if you use them in rotation and check on their inflation, they'll go twice as far. You have an asset for old Uncle Sammy. Make it last for the duration of the war. Almost every occupation needs this vital transportation. Keep it up to par. Care for your car, for your country. Though your tires are now on on ration if you use them in rotation. And check on their inflation, they'll go twice as far. You have an asset for old Uncle Sammy. Make it last for the duration of the war. Almost every occupation needs this vital transportation. Keep it up to par. Care for your car, for your country.
After a brief pause for station identification, Fred Allen returns to present Marlene Dietrich with the Texaco Players and the most talented undergraduate of Fordham University. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute Fordham University in New York City by presenting its most talented student. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner is here tonight as Fred Allen's guest and will receive a cash award of $200. Are you ready to introduce our guest, Fred?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Fordham University's most talented undergraduate, Donald Regan. Well, congratulations. That's not a relative by any chance, is it? Congratulations, Donald, and welcome to our bespattered Texaco frat house.
Thank
here.
you, Mr. Allen.
Say, Donald sounds a little formal, Donald. I think I'll just freeze your name at Don for tonight, if you don't mind. You go to school here in New York. Is this your home?
No, I live in Youngstown, Ohio.
Youngstown? The Youngstown, that's the mayor. Very happy to have you in Youngstown. Youngstown is a great coal and iron center, isn't it?
That's right.
You know, when I was in vaudeville, Don, I could always tell a city's industries. When I finished my act, all I had to do was look down on the stage and see what was lying there. When I played the Hippodrome at Youngstown, the audience threw so much coal at me, before they let me back on the stage to take a bow, I had to join the United Mine Workers Union. But I came back with a lamp on my hat and took 4 bows, as I remember. But tell me, Don, what are you studying up there at Fordham?
I'm majoring in Latin and Greek.
In Latin and Greek? And what do you want to do when you leave college?
Later on, I'd like to take up music seriously or practice law.
You say later on?
Yes. When I first came to Fordham, I joined the Coast Artillery Unit of the Reserve Officers Training Corps.
Well, you're not majoring in that, are you?
Not quite. When I graduate, I'll be a second lieutenant.
Well, that's fine. Tell me, do you go in for any of these sports at school?
I'm not much of an athlete, but I have played baseball and basketball a little.
Well, Fordham has a great baseball team this year, hasn't it?
Yes, we've won 10 straight games so far.
I know. I hear that Connie Mack has tried to talk Fordham into swapping its baseball team for his Philadelphia Athletics. Connie Mack, they say, was even willing to throw in a catcher's mitt to clinch the deal the last time I heard.
Sounds like a good bet for Philadelphia.
For Philadelphia, huh? Well, Fordham always seems to turn out good baseball players, Don. Frankie Frisch, the Pittsburgh manager, John Murphy and Hank Borrowy of the Yankees, they're all Fordham men.
Yes, and Babe Young of the Giants is also a Fordham graduate.
Well, isn't John... That's the infield from the... But isn't John Kieran a Fordham boy? Boy, I say. Formerly a boy, I mean.
Yes, Mr. Kieran graduated in 1912.
Well, you know, he was quite a baseball player years ago. Mr. Kieran might have made the big leagues if he'd been a little taller. John was so short, when he came to bat, the pitcher had to kneel down to throw the ball to him. Have you ever seen Mr. Kieran on Information, please?
No, I haven't.
Well, he's so short, his little white head just comes up over the top of the table, Don. Mr. Kieran went down to the Adler shoe people to see if they'd make him a pair of elevator pants, but it fell through for some reason. But apart from sports, what other campus activities do you engage in?
I sing with the Glee Club occasionally and also play the piano accompaniments.
Fine.
Last March, I helped direct the course in a Greek play we put on in school.
What play was that, Don?
Eumenides by Aeschylus.
I had to open my big mouth. All right with prepositions, but now I'm out on the keel here. Well, tell me, did the students produce this Greek play, Eumenides by Aeschylus themselves? Not bad for the first time, I mean.
Mr. William F. Lynch directed it for us. It was really a tremendous hit.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't see it, Don. Still, it probably would have been all Greek to me, even if I had seen it. Well, I guess that brings us to your piano solo, Don.
Before I play, Mr. Allen, I have a surprise for you.
You have really? What?
Recently, we had a poll at Fordham, and the undergraduates voted you their favorite radio comedian.
Well, that is quite an honor, Don. Now, if I'm polled, I will certainly select Fordham as my favorite university. Well, how about your solo?
Can you wait another minute?
Well, sure, Don. Why?
I have several gifts to present you on behalf of the student body.
Gifts again? I feel like an old Fagin, Don. All you boys bringing me things every week here. But disregard my feelings. Go right ahead.
Well, first, the boy sent Portland this bouquet of roses from Rose Hill.
Well, thank you, Don. Will you take the roses, Portland? I'm always happy when Portland gets roses, Don. She gives me the thorns, you see. And with the pin shortage, thorns come in mighty handy sometimes. All right, Don.
Next, the stuffed ram's head.
Say, that looks better than I do, Tom. What is this card here? The Ram send his regards?
No, Mr. Allen, this certificate awards you your F and makes you an honorary member of the Fordham football team.
Don, the way I feel right now, I'm apt to kick off before the football season gets here. But I want to thank the student body at Fordham University and you, Don, for your kindness tonight. And now, what about your piano solo?
I'd like to play an excerpt from the Grieg Concerto in A minor.
Well, that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Fordham University's most talented undergraduate, Donald Regan, plays for you an excerpt from the Grieg Concerto in A minor. All right, Don? Thank you, Donald Regan. Your fellow students, the faculty, and the Fordham University alumni may well be proud of your appearance tonight. And all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success for the future. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present the most talented undergraduate of Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. After hearing the three finalists over station WLAC in Nashville, the student body voted, the ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Viston Taylor. Congratulations, Viston. We'll be looking for you next Sunday night. And while Viston recovers from the shock, Kenny Baker returns to sing Somebody Else Is Taking My Place.
Somebody else is taking my place. Somebody else now shares your embrace. While I am trying to keep from crying, you go around with a smile on your face. Little you care for vows that you made. Little you care how much I have paid. My heart is aching, my heart is breaking, for somebody's taking my place. Sweet was the start of the story of love with an unhappy end. We had a moment of glory, and now you aren't even a friend. Oh, little you care for vows that you made. Little you care how much I have paid. My heart is aching, my heart is breaking, for somebody's taking my place.
Thank you, Kenny. And here's Larry Elliott. Gosh, Larry, you came up so quietly I didn't even hear you.
Yes, Fred, I'm walking on tiptoe these days to save my rubber heels.
Yes, I know a man who does that. He says that every step he takes with his heels off the ground is a step toward getting those other heels off the earth.
Well, he's got something there, Fred, but if he really wants to save rubber, he should start with his tires.
But you can't teach your car to go around on tiptoe, Larry.
No, Fred, but you can teach yourself to drive slowly, stay under 40. Tires last twice as long at 40 as at 60 miles an hour. And have your Texaco dealer check your tire pressure regularly. He'll watch for cuts, leaks, and breaks, too, so they can be fixed before the tire's ruined. And he'll plan how and when to cross-switch your tires for longer, more even service. Your Texaco dealer's regular attention will give you many more miles from your tires, just as his regular lubrication and maintenance will give you longer wear from your entire car. So drive into your Texaco dealers tomorrow and ask for your free copy of his new booklet, Care for Your Car for Your Country. It contains 16 pages of facts on saving your tires, your car, and your money. It's yours for the asking at Texaco dealers, and it will be a big help to you in caring for your car for your country.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players, starring Marlena Dietrich. Miss Dietrich has just completed the 1942 version of Rex Beach's greatest story, The Spoilers, for Universal Pictures. And so tonight, for Universal, we audition a thundering epic of the frozen North. It is the dramatization of another poem found in the pocket of the man who drew the face on the barroom floor after he had toppled over dead. Now, this poem is called The Courtin' of Nasty and Nell. Music, Professor.
There's a story told up Yukon way It's been going the rounds a spell about the Yukon's greatest love affair, the courting of Nasty and Nell. The scene is a Yukon barroom. Well, evening. Evening, Levant.
Hiya, boss.
Got your piano tuned and ready?
Yep, boss. Man from the phone gang pulled up the wires for me.
Good. You're a-playing for Nutley Nell singing tonight, Levant, and I don't want nothing to go wrong.
Expecting big business, boss?
Today was payday in the mines. Every prospector in Yukon will be in tonight, tightening his hide with chucking bills. Now, you better start practicing.
Okay, boss.
I'll step over and see if my bar's stocked up. Nasty and Nelly was that way ain't no way to be. Well, how are you coming, Pete? Still polishing?
Yep, Nasty, look at this bar. She's as shiny as a seal's hip.
Sure is. That bar's shinier than the back of George Raff's head, Pete.
Things have sure changed since Nutley Nell started singing here, Nasty.
Yeah, Nutley Nell.
Yes, sir. You buying cuspidors and putting lavender sawdust on the floor?
Yeah.
Changing the name of the saloon from the Buzzard's Nest to the Golden Wedgie?
Well, Nutley Nell's won my heart, Pete. If a Nell'll say the word, me and her'll get hitched tonight.
She'll never say the word while Handsome Jaime...
Why, you...
Hey! Nasty, let go of my neck. You're choking.
Handsome Jaime. Don't mention that varmint's name again. Now, don't forget.
I won't.
There's only one galoot to marry a Nutley Nell, and that galoot's Nasty Allen.
Quiet, Nasty.
What's up, Pete?
Nutley Nell's a-coming down the stairs.
Creepers. Nell's a purty a-coming down them stairs, Pete.
She sure is.
And Nell's a purty a-going up them stairs, too.
She sure is.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Nell, my little fawn.
Quit pawing me, Nasty. I ain't in no mood to wrestle.
Nell, my little albatross. I didn't know you at first, Mel. I thought you was Mel Nell. Nell, I got something to say to you.
Lay off that jive talk, big boy. You bore me.
Marry me, Nell. I'll build a little shack. We'll be happy. I'll put up 4 walls.
How can we live in just 4 walls?
If and I can get the 4 walls up, the government will put on a ceiling, Nell. Marry me. I'm the roughest, toughest hombre in the Yukon.
Handsome Jaime's as tough as you are. And Handsome Jaime is handsome.
And Handsome Jaime's a pauper. Nell, you've been brought up to luxury. Flannel underwear and soap. What can Handsome Jaime give you?
Someday Jaime will own that good humor wagon.
I ain't got no good humor wagon, Nell, but I got the biggest saloon here in the Yukon. I can give you anything Jaime can give you, except in Tutti Frutti.
Now, look, Nasty. I'll make you a sporting proposition.
Yep, Nell.
I'm a gold digger. Up here in the Yukon, men are a dime a dozen.
Them are the little ones, Nell.
You and Jaime both say you want me. To me, it's immaterial.
Say on, Nell.
I'll marry the one who has the most money.
Nell, with the business I'm going to do here tonight, you're as good as mine.
Get ready, Nasty. Here comes the Greyhound in from the mine.
That's the Greyhound, all right. Now, remember, boys, tonight I got to clean up. If I make enough money, I'm marrying Nutley Nell.
Gangway, here they come.
Open up, Pete. Well, welcome, boys. The golden wedgie is yours. The drinks is on you. Hold on, boys. Now, before you all get wall-eyed, how about a little song sung by the sweetheart of the Yukon, Nutley Nell? Come on, Nell. Give the boys a ditty.
Okay, Nasty. Go see what the boys in the back room will have, and tell them I'm having the same. Go see what the boys in the back room will have, and give them the poison they name. And when I die, don't spend my money on flowers and my picture in a frame. Just see what the boys in the back room will have, and tell them I sighed, and tell them I cried, and tell them I died of the same. And when I die, don't pay the preacher for speaking of my glory and my fame. Just see what the boys in the background will laugh and tell them I sigh and tell them I cry and tell them I died of the same.
Nell, honey, that was as pretty as a she-coyote a-baying up a canyon.
Thanks, Nasty.
I'm sending for the jesters. We'll get hitched tonight.
I told you my proposition, tall, dark, and pesty.
Hie me again, eh?
You or hie me. Either way, I'm a dead pigeon. The one with the most money wins my hand.
I'll win it, Nell. Don't shy away, gal.
I've got to go up. I've got to go up and get dressed for my can number.
Well, I'll get round and see how the money's rolling in. I wonder how the roulette wheels are doing.
Race your bet.
How's the
Race
wheel
your bet.
going, Slim?
Took in 2,000 worth of nuggets, Nasty.
Good.
All right, man, get your dust up.
I'll take 64.
Every number's covered except 27. Here she spins. 27. Nobody wins.
That wheel stopped kind of sudden, didn't she?
Boys, old Nasty can't afford to lose tonight. You boys understand, don't you?
Oh, sure we do. Put down your gun, Nasty.
Okay. I've got to win tonight for Nutley Nell. Well, I'll step over and see how the bars are doing.
Hold on, men, one at a time.
Well, how's the bar going, Pete?
I ain't even got time to pour this stuff into the glasses, Nasty.
No?
I'm just spilling it on the bar and they're lapping it up.
How much you take in?
Close to 4,000, Nasty.
Creepers, the dough's sure rolling in, ain't it?
Man, listen, man.
What's the matter?
I've got news, man.
What is it?
Sugar's been discovered in Louisiana.
Wait. Where did everybody go? What happened, Pete?
The place is empty, Nasty.
There's something foul afoot, Pete. Somebody's trying to stop me from getting the money to marry Nutley Nell. Now, who's behind this sabotage?
Yonder's the cuss that started the rumor, Nasty. Look, over by the door.
Handsome Jaime.
Yes, it's Handsome Jaime. How's business, Nasty?
Why, you lily-livered good humor scum. I ought to shake the maple walnut out of your wagon.
Thought you was a stealing Nutley Nell away from Handsome Jaime, eh?
Nell.
Yeah, Nasty.
Come here, Blossom.
Hello, Nell.
Hello, good looking. You're sure sharp tonight with that bear grease on your sideburns.
Now watch that sweet-looking Jaime or I'll plug you.
Oh, yeah? Careful, Nasty. He's got a yo-yo. And it looks like it's loaded, too. I got my poke now. Let you and me mosey.
Now hold on, Handsome Jaime. Nutley Nell's made you and me a proposition.
Nell, you ain't...
Yeah, Jaime. It's up to you and Nasty. The one with the most Morgenthau letters wins me for keeps.
That's far and squaw. Money talks, Handsome Jaime. How much of that treasury cabbage you got?
I got 2,000.
I got 4,000.
I got 8,000.
I got 10,000.
I got 11.
I got 12.
I got 13.
I got 13,000, too. Speak on, Jaime.
Jaime, honey, you ain't run out of voice.
No, Nell. I run out of money.
Well, looks like a photo finish, Nell. We each got $13,000.
There's only one thing to do, boys.
Yes, Nell.
Both of you put up your money.
Yes, Nell.
Cut the cards.
Yes, Nell.
High man takes the money, and I take the high man.
Suits me.
Suits me, too.
I've got the cards right here in my stocking. Where's your money, boys?
Here's my poke.
Here's my poke, too.
I'll riffle the cards. There we are. Pick your card, Nasty.
Okay, I got mine.
Handsome Jaime?
I got mine.
All right. Cards, gentlemen.
King of spades.
Ace of spades.
Jaime, baby. Come to Mama.
13,000 and 13,000. Kiss me, Nutley Nell, you're mine.
Oh, yeah? Take this, Handsome Jaime.
Oh, you got me. Goodbye, Nell. You're a widow. Oh.
Nasty, you killed him in cold blood.
Yeah, Nasty. Jaime didn't cheat. Why'd you bump him off?
I had to, folks. It was my duty as a law-enforcing citizen.
You call murder law enforcement?
Here in the Yukon, Nell, we take the law in our own hands. Handsome Jaime broke the law. I brung him to justice.
But what law did he break?
It's them two bags on the table now. There's $13,000 in each bag. With both them bags, Jaime would have had $26,000. The law says this year no man can take more than $25,000. Miss me, Nutley Nell.
This is why I came in, Fred. Good night.
Thank you. And now, Larry Elliott with a word on waste.
It's sheer waste these war days to drive alone when others may be making the same trip. So here's an easy, neighborly way to cooperate with our government in conserving tires, cars, and gasoline. Arrange with your neighbors to pool your car, where several make the same trip each day to work or shops. Work out a schedule by which all can take turns riding in one car. Pooling your transportation is patriotic, neighborly, and thrifty, too.
Thank you.
Remember, if you have room to spare, it's your duty to share.
Now, it's a little early there, but thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that when you burn up the road, you burn up your tires. Stay under 40. Your tires will last almost twice as long. And remember to have them checked regularly by your Texaco dealer. Drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
"10 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time, WABC New York, 880 on your dial.
Target's over here, dummy.
What do you do?
I'm a waitress.
I bet you get a lot of tips.
Put one in my mouth. I tell you, if I had the money for a bus ticket, I'd leave right now.
Well, it sounds to me like you ought to be traveling with us.
You're gonna talk about this girl the rest of your life. Baby Madonna. Come on, get out here.
Are you finished with her yet?
What do you mean?
Are you finished with her yet?
Don't you care what happens to me? I care about you.
Let's just get her out of here by the time we open.
Hey, look, I didn't leave some hick town just to be dropped off in the middle of nowhere.
What is this, girlfriend time or something?
What do you mean, girlfriend?
Is this your girlfriend out here?
It's not my girlfriend, it's our girlfriend.
Pull a string, win a prize. All right, you want to play again?
What's the hustle on this one?
How do you think he'd feel if he knew?
Well, what makes you think he doesn't know?
You know what's wrong with you? You're hung up on the chick.
What are you talking about, chick?
What am I talking about? I'm talking about Donna.
There ain't no room in the middle with those guys. Gary Busey, Jodie Foster, Robbie Robertson, Carney.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester, do you have to do that? You're just stirring up a lot of dust.
Well, cleanliness is next to godliness, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know, Chester, but all you're doing is getting it off the floor into the air. Man can hardly breathe in here.
All right, Mr. Dillon. I'll do my sweeping later.
Yeah, good.
My mother taught me that, Mr. Dillon.
Taught you what, Chester?
That cleanliness is next to godliness. She was a fine woman, too.
Oh, look, Chester, it's a good saying, and it's probably true, and I got nothing against your mother, except that she also should have taught you how to sweep.
Well, maybe she just didn't have the time, Mr. Dillon. You see, there was an awful lot of us, and what with chores and...
Oh, hello, Doc.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
What?
Doc said he'd buy you a drink, Mr. Dillon.
He really said that?
You coming?
Doc, you got to quit throwing your money around the way you do.
Maybe you don't need a drink.
Wait a minute, Doc. I'm with you. I'll tell you all about it when I get back, Chester.
I'd be mighty interested, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, sure be glad when it gets winter again.
Why, Doc? You'll just complain about the cold, then?
I suppose. You go sit with Kitty, Matt. I'll bring a bottle of Irish over.
Okay, Doc. Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. What are you and Doc up to?
Yeah, he wants someone to talk to, so he picked me. And you.
Fine. I'm a good listener. Lots of practice.
I say, you like Jameson's, don't you, Kitty?
Sure, Doc. What are we celebrating?
Let's see here. We'll drink to a fellow that you don't know.
Uh-huh.
Cain Vestal.
Well, here's to him.
Yeah?
Here's to him. Yes, he'll be dead in a couple of months.
What?
That's what I told him.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, I'm not the only one who's told him that. I'm just the last.
Well, who is this Cain Vestal, Doc?
Oh, he's just a fella. Came in on the train last night, leaving for Arizona tomorrow.
Huh?
That's where he's going to die, in Arizona. He's a musician. He plays the guitar, he tells me.
Well, how's he going to die?
Consumption. He's got it bad. I'm the last doctor who's going to ask about it, he says.
Poor fella.
Yes, the climate out there, keep him going for a little while longer. I don't know. He's such a sad man for some reason.
Well, who wouldn't be, Doc?
No, Kitty. I think Cain's been sad for a long, long time. He's a very nice fellow, too.
Nothing can help him, huh?
No, nothing.
You know, it's a funny thing, Doc. I'm just sitting here thinking. Sometimes you have to tell men they're going to die. Sometimes I have to.
Yeah, that's all right. Oh, let's see. There he is. See that fellow with the car there? He just came in.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think he knows anyone around here. You mind if I ask him over?
Sure. Your party, Doc.
Oh, good. Cain? Cain? Over here? Sit down. Sit down. Cain, this is Kitty.
Hello, Cain.
Kitty. This is Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Marshal.
Pleasure to meet you.
He's doing it, yeah. There we are. Have a drink.
Oh, thank you, Doc.
This your first trip west, Cain?
Yes, Marshal, it is.
Oh, but where are you from?
Why, no place in particular, Miss Kitty. I seem to spend most of my life on the Mississippi River.
I thought you were a musician.
I am. I was hired to ride the river boats and play my guitar for the passengers.
Oh.
Well, at least you've had a constant change of scenery.
Yeah.
After 20 years of going up and down that river, it got pretty familiar, Marshal.
Well, Kane, I know a young fella back in St. Louis before the war, and he was learning to be a river pilot. Say, I wonder if you ever ran into him. Name of Clemens, Sam Clemens?
No, Doc, I don't believe I did.
Oh, he was a very amusing fella. He was just chock full of stories.
You leaving Dodge tomorrow, Kane?
I'm headed for Arizona, Miss Kitty. No reflection on Dodge, though.
If you hit a place out there called Tombstone, I wish you'd look up Virgil Earp for me. Tell him I sent you, huh?
Well, thanks, Marshal. I'll do that.
Say, Kane, I wonder, could I ask you a favor?
Why, certainly, Miss Kitty. Anything at all.
Or would you play something for us?
I had an idea that's what it'd be. Anything in particular?
Oh, play something you like, Kane.
Another girl I knew used to like this one. Thank you, Miss Kitty.
I wish you were going to stay here a while. Maybe you could teach me to play like that, huh?
It'd be a pleasure, Miss Kitty. But I'm afraid I won't be around for long.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
It's, noon, Chester.
Yes, sir, I know, but you went off with Doc yesterday, so I figured I had a little time coming today.
Well, that depends on how you spent it. Now, if you've been gambling,
Now, Mr. Dillon, you know I never gamble. No, sir. I was out helping a fellow learn to shoot a 6-gun, that's all.
No? You mean there's a man in Dodge who doesn't know how?
This fellow don't. Never had one in his hand before. He's a musician.
What?
Plays the guitar, he told me.
You mean Kane? Kane Vestal?
Yes, sir, that's his name. Nice a fellow as you'd ever want to meet.
Yeah. But he was supposed to leave on the stage this morning. And what's he done with a 6-gun anyway?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. He just come by here early this morning and asked me if I'd teach him.
Where'd he get the gun?
Said he'd just bought it. Anything wrong, Mr. Dillon?
No. It just doesn't add up somehow, that's all.
Oh, well, he won't cause any trouble. He's not the sort.
You never know, Chester.
No, sir. And my Kitty looks pretty this morning. She's got a yellow parasol, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty? I think I'll go see her for a minute. I'll be right back, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty?
Hello, Matt.
Kitty, I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Oh, sure. What is it?
I'm curious about something, Kitty. Maybe you can help me.
Maybe.
How long was Kane Vestal with you yesterday?
Kane? Oh, well, he didn't leave till the evening. Why?
Well, he didn't go out on the stage this morning, and he's bought himself a 6-gun. You any idea why?
Gun.
Huh?
Doesn't sound like Kane.
Anything happened yesterday, Kitty, or did he tell you anything?
Oh, yeah. There was one thing, Matt. Joel Adams and a couple of his men came in.
Yeah?
Kane got pretty upset when he saw him had a bad coughing spell.
Oh?
Later, he asked a lot of questions about Adams.
Well, what'd you tell him?
Just that Adams is a big landowner around here, that nobody who isn't working for him likes him very much. That's all I know, anyway.
Yeah. They didn't talk, Adams and Kane.
No. I don't think they even know each other.
Well, anyway, he sure isn't the sort to be packing a gun.
Now, you'll just get into trouble, Matt.
Yeah. Where's he staying, did he say?
Dodge House, I think.
Thanks, Kitty. I'll see you later.
Come in.
Hello, Kane.
Why, Marshal Dillon. Come in, come in.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
I thought you were leaving Dodge on the stage this morning.
Well, I was, Marshal, but I changed my mind. You know how it is.
Sure, Kane, sure. Now, we're glad to have you around. Yes, though. Your stay-in have anything to do with that gun you bought this morning?
Oh, Chester told you. I thought he would. He's a good teacher, Marshal.
Yeah. But that doesn't answer my question.
Do I have to answer it?
I'm just trying to help you, that's all.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Marshal, but I'm afraid there's nothing you can do.
Look, Kane, you're new in this country. A man like you just can't pick up a 6-gun and call himself a fighting man. Not and expect to live through it.
I certainly lay no claim to be a fighting man.
Then why did you buy that gun?
There's no law out here against a man having a gun, is there, Marshal?
No. But any man who carries one is expected to use it when the time comes. You'd be a lot safer without one.
Being safe doesn't mean a whole lot to me, Marshal. Not now.
Yeah, I know. Doc told me. What's it all about?
It's a long story. And an old one, I suppose. I'd really rather not talk about it.
Well, I can't force you to. But tell me this. Does it have anything to do with Joel Adams?
Yes, it does, Marshal. I'm going to kill him.
When?
I don't know. Anytime.
Well, why?
That's the long story I mentioned.
All right, Kane. But if you try to face him, he'll kill you before you got that gun halfway out of your belt. And if you shoot him any other way, you'll hang for it.
You've forgotten something, Marshal.
What?
No matter what I do, I'm going to die soon anyway. A month or two isn't going to make any difference.
You hate Adams that much?
I wouldn't kill a man I didn't hate, would I?
I didn't think you were the sort of man who'd kill anyone.
Only...
Anything happened yesterday, Kitty, or did he tell you anything?
Oh, yeah. There was one thing, Matt. Joel Adams.
He doesn't know me anyway. Never even saw me before.
But you want to kill him?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll take your gun away from you, but you just find another one. And I can't arrest you unless I catch you trying to bushwhack him.
I'm sorry for the trouble I'm causing you, Marshal.
You know, I've never had to deal with a man like you before, King. Maybe I ought to just tie you up and throw you on that stage.
You could. But I'd just come right back.
Yeah, I guess you would.
I'm sorry this has to happen here in Dodge, Marshal.
Then why don't you leave?
I guess I hate Joel Adams too much.
All right, Kane. I'm through trying to convince you. So long.
Goodbye, Marshal.
Kane Vestal, Marshal. I never saw him before last night. You must have known him somewhere, Adams. You're trying to make me out a liar, Marshal. I'm trying to save Kane's life and yours, maybe. Oh, he ain't going to shoot me. I'll kill him first time he looks sidewise. Maybe you won't see him. Oh? Shoot me in the back, eh? Well, in that case... In that case, what? Why, nothing, Dillon, nothing. Forget it. If Kane's shot in the back, you'll be the first man I take in, Adams. I don't even know him. Why should I shoot him? I'm only warning you. Well, just leave me be, Marshal. I can take care of myself. See that you do, Adams, and only yourself. Why, sure, Marshal. Only I don't much like the idea of some stranger gunning for me. Makes me sort of uneasy. There must be some reason for it. Don't start it again, Marshal. Ain't no reason. I know. You've led a blameless life. You never hurt anyone. I told you twice. There are men around here.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Marshal, but...
I'm forever any good, Adams, so don't tell me Kane's got no reason. I don't believe it. You're pushing me now, Marshal. I'm tired of your talk, that's all. Maybe it's true you don't know him, but he sure knows something about you. Well, then he'll wish he didn't. That's all I got to say. Well, just keep out of his way. Give it a little time, and maybe there won't be any killing at all. Why, sure. All the time in the world. All right, Adams. I've done all I can. Just don't worry about me. I'm not. Then goodbye, Marshal. Goodbye.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first... back tomorrow night. Pull up your chair, or better still, roll back your rug. It's the Vaughn Monroe Show returning to the Star's Address. Listen for Vaughn, the Moon Maids, the Moon Men, in their wonderful way with popular music and songs. Once again at their old familiar Saturday night time on CBS Radio. Remember, they're coming back tomorrow night. You and the whole family are invited to this season's scintillating premiere of the Vaughn Monroe Show on most of these same stations. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Sure is quiet around town tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. There's a trail herd due in a couple of days. I suppose business will pick up then.
You'd think those cowboys be too tuckered out after a ride like that to have any juice left in them at all, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, they're too poor to cut loose any other time.
Well, that don't stop them down in Texas, Mr. Dillon.
No?
No. It's just like an uncle of mine back in Waco. He was poor, oh, he was mean poor. But he always said the only good money was to have fun with.
Oh, did he have fun?
But no, sir. He was too poor, like I said.
All right, Chester, all right. All I ask is that you don't try to explain it to me.
Well, but there's nothing to explain, Mr. Dillon. It's just that he was the one poorest man you'd ever...
Marshal, say, you want to talk to Kane Vestal?
What?
Kane is upstairs in my office.
He been shot?
No, not shot. Beat up.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Well, he's not too bad. A couple of cowboys found him just outside of town. They heard a shot and said 2 men rode off before they could stop them.
Yeah?
And I guess whoever it was, they didn't have time to finish the job. They just got started working on him.
So Adams made the first move, huh? I'll be back soon, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
They hit him on the head with a gun butt. scratched him up some. Outside of that, he's fine.
That's still assault, even if they didn't kill him, Doc.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Anyway, they took a shot at him when they heard those riders coming along. Went right through his coat.
Yeah. They probably think he's dead.
So that's where you went, Doc. I might have known.
Didn't even give you a chance to use that gun, did he, Kane?
I didn't have a gun on me, Marshal, but it wasn't he. It was they.
Huh? Did you recognize them?
Well, I don't know many people around here.
You know Joel Adams, or so you told me.
It wasn't Adam.
Could you pick him out if you saw him again?
No, Marshal, I don't believe I could.
Where were you when they grabbed you, Kane?
End of Front Street. I was taking a walk after supper. They rode up behind me, one on each side, lifted me up, and carried me out of town a ways.
You must have got a good look at them, at least when they got off their horses.
It was too dark, Marshal.
Yeah. Doc, how long has he been here?
Oh, about half an hour, Marshal. Why?
Those cowboys who saw you, Kane, they brought you right in here, didn't they?
Yes.
So it was maybe an hour ago when those two men hauled you out of town? It was plenty light enough then.
Was it, Marshal?
You're going to fight it yourself, aren't you?
Yes, Marshal. It's my affair.
It was, Kane, but you've been assaulted and shot at, so it's the law's business now.
I won't prefer any charges, Marshal.
You don't have to. I've seen you, and I know who did it, or who hired it done, as well as you do.
Please, Marshal. I got to handle this my own way.
There's a law that says you can't murder a man, Kane, and the same law says he can't murder you. Are you so full of hate you can't get that through your head?
I guess that's it, Marshal.
All right, Kane. You do what you have to do. So will I. Hello, Adams. I've been looking for you.
That's late, Dillon. Can't you see me tomorrow?
It's not even midnight. That's early for you.
You see how this marshal's always trying to get me on the prod, boys?
That's right. These boys of yours play pretty rough themselves, Adams.
Meaning?
Didn't they tell you?
Tell me what?
What they did to Kane Vestal?
They did not kill Kane Vestal, and you can't prove it.
No, Adams, I can't. Kane isn't even dead.
What?
You know, I'm curious, Adams. Why'd you think he might be?
Why, somebody said he got himself hurt.
Joel Adams.
You arranged this, Marshal?
You know I didn't.
Who is he? What does he want?
Hello, Joel Adams. Don't strain yourself so you don't know me.
Who are you?
Kane Vestal. But my name doesn't matter.
What are you haunting me for? I never saw you before in my life.
That's true. You didn't. But we had a friend in common once.
A friend? Who?
Julie Travis.
What about Julie?
You were a riverboat gambler then, Adams, and you had money and fine clothes and a way with women, especially young girls. Julie was only 16 at the time.
Never mind all that.
So she went away with you to be married, you told her.
Oh. I think I guessed the rest. You wanted to marry her, but I got her instead. Is that it?
That's it, Adams. That's exactly it.
Oh, now I thought you really had something on your mind, Vestal. Well, all right, why don't you get out of here and quit bothering people while you can still walk?
Julie killed herself, Adams. She committed suicide.
What?
You didn't know that, did you?
Well, it's got nothing to do with me.
Because you never married her after all. It was just a year after you abandoned her in New Orleans. I think it has a lot to do with you, Joel Adams.
What are your plans, mister? I see you got a gun in your belt.
Gonna kill you.
Oh, so? When?
Now. Right now.
All right, Vestal, draw.
Leave the gun where it is, Kane.
One thing I always promised myself, Adams. Someday I'd spit in your face.
Why, you... Give me the gun, Adams. There. He's dead.
Well, he was going to kill me. You heard him.
He wanted you dead, Adams, any way he could manage.
I know it. That's what I say.
You're under arrest for murder.
For... What? It was a gunfight.
Kane never even moved for his gun.
Well, then I'll hang for this. He couldn't have got me any other way.
No, don't suppose he could have.
I remember the river gamblers used to say, don't matter how you win so long as you win. That Kane should have been a gambler.
Maybe he was. Come on, let's go.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell with Georgia Ellis and Larry Dobkin. Parley Bayer is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc. Clancy Cassell speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Both back this Sunday night. Edgar Bergen and Company, and Eve Arden is our Miss Brooks. Yes, it's the Bergen and McCarthy Show with Mortimer Snerd, Podine Puffington, Effie Clinker, Ray Noble's Orchestra, and guest stars. Back Sunday nights at the Star's Address starting this weekend. Returning the same night is our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden as an English teacher ever seeking her special degree in romance. For comedy galore, enjoy Bergen and McCarthy and our Miss Brooks on most of these same stations. Back this Sunday night, presented by CBS Radio.
This is Amos, but my real name is Freeman Gosden. I urge you to vote. And as Amos would say, follow the election returns on the CBS Radio Network.
It's the night of the senior prom. The Bates High School gym is alive with excitement. Everybody is there, even Carrie White. The girl no one likes.
We're all sorry about this incident, Cassie.
It's Carrie!
And everyone makes fun of her. The girl who lives in that creepy house with her crazy mother.
Help the sinning woman see the sin of her days and ways. Show her
that if she had remained sinless, the curse of blood would never have come on her.
The girl with the strange power.
If I concentrate hard enough, I can move things.
But tonight, no one will laugh at Carrie.
If you don't have a date for the prom next Friday, would you like to go with me?
She's with the best-looking boy in the senior class.
You're just trying to trick me again.
She'll be voted queen of the prom.
You know, I can make sure that you don't hurt Carrie White anymore.
For Carrie, it will be a dream come true. For everyone else, it will be a nightmare. Carrie. A new film by Brian De Palma. Based on the chilling bestseller. Starring Sissy Spacek, Piper Laurie, and introducing John Travolta in his first motion picture role. If you have a taste for terror, you have a date with Carrie.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Denis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with There's Yes, Yes in Your Eyes. Snowy white Easter rabbits, gaily colored Easter eggs, flower-bedecked Easter bonnets, red, blue, white, green, yellow. Everywhere you turn on Easter, the keynote is color. In fact, that's one reason why so many thousands of families today choose a beautiful Jell-O dessert for dinner. Jell-O is as bright and colorful as an Easter parade, a perfect picture of tempting goodness, the center of attention at every table. And believe me, it's every bit as appetizing as it is attractive. Jell-O, you know, comes in 6 brilliant, shimmering colors. And whichever you choose, you get a world of swell, delicious flavor, rich, tangy flavor, and a refreshment that rivals the ripe, juicy fruit itself. So enjoy this grand dessert often. Ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O tomorrow. And when you buy, look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was There's Yes, Yes in Your Eyes, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who last Sunday gave us his interpretation of The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Now, I will not say that his performance surpassed Charles Laughton's.
Well, no.
I will not even say that his performance equaled Charles Laughton's.
Well,
In fact, let's forget about Laughton and bring you Jack Benny.
Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, when you criticize my performance last Sunday, well, that's just silly. That's like trying to run down the Gettysburg Address. It can't be done.
In other words, Jack, you feel that you made history last Sunday night.
Definitely. Now, I'll concede I can't become a great dramatic actor in 1 week. But you'll have to admit that when I played Quasimodo the Hunchback, I got off to a flying start.
Well, Jack, to tell you the truth, I was only kidding, because I thought you gave a swell performance, and I thought Orson Welles was excellent as the King of France.
Oh, he was. And he's a very fine teacher, too.
He certainly is. Oh, by the way, Jack, what are you paying him for lessons?
I don't know, Don. I'll just wait till he sends me a bill, and then we'll get down to business. At that time, we'll see who's the better actor. But you know, Don, a lot of people stop me during the week and mention how much they enjoyed our program. I wonder if the newspapers had any comment on it.
I didn't run across anything, Jack.
Did you happen to see anything, Denis?
No, I didn't, Mr. Benny.
Well, you'd think that... Say, Phil, You didn't see anything in the papers about our last Sunday's broadcast, did you?
There was nothing in the racing form about it.
Well, of course there wasn't. But you know, fellas, with Orson Welles on the show, you'd think that some newspaper would have
Oh,
picked
say,
it-
Jack, come to think of it, I did hear that some columnist covered it last Monday. I think it was Ed Sullivan.
Ed Sullivan? Well, what did he have to say?
I didn't read it myself, but they tell me it was quite favorable.
Quite favorable? Don, listen to this. I got a copy of it right here. Get this.
Well, for heaven's sake, if you got a copy of it with you, why did you ask everybody if they'd seen anything in the paper?
Because I didn't want to be a ham unless it was absolutely necessary. Now, get a load of this. Here's what Ed Sullivan says. It says, the Jello program last night was highlighted by the appearance of Mr. Orson Welles, whose performance as the king in The Hunchback of Notre Dame was, while Jack Benny gave a vivid characterization as Quasimodo the Hunchback. Mr. Benny's groans and grunts were the greatest thing since Strangler Lewis retired. How's that?
Gee, that's swell, Mr. Benny.
You darn tootin', that Strangler Lewis was no slouch. There's a lot more here, fellas, but that gives you an idea.
It's very nice, Jack. I'd like to have a copy of that review.
Here, Don, take this. I happen to have another one in my pocket. Here.
May I have a look at it, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Dennis, you can have this other one.
Hey, Dennis, let me have that clipping when you get through with it. I want to pass it around to the boys in my band.
Okay.
Here, Phil, I happen to have 7 or 8 more copies with me. Pass these around.
Oh, boy, what a guy. He gets his name in a column and buys every newspaper in town.
I didn't do it to be egotistical. I just bought those papers because I believe in buying things. You know, I'm trying to bring back prosperity.
Well, if you ever loosen up, you're just the guy that can do it.
Oh, stop, Phil. You're just jealous because I got a little publicity. Now, let me tell you something, Phil. You'd get good notices, too, if you try to improve yourself like I do. I mean, instead of giving us those hot swing tunes all the time, why don't you play something more elevating?
You mean them classics?
Them or those. That's what I mean. Would add a little dignity to the program.
Well, I can give you that kind of stuff. Just name it. You want something from William Tell or Rigoletto or Fawcett?
That's Faust. Fawcett. Something from Fawcett, Phil, is a glass of water. You wouldn't recognize that either. What a band. You know, Phil, you've got 3 violin players who sit there week after week, play piece after piece, and no one can hear them.
Well, that's because my brass section is too loud.
Well, for heaven's sake, why don't you make them quiet down?
They got something on me.
Well, as long as you're on a spot, I forgive you. But it just seems a shame that you have... Well, look who's here. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, fellas.
Well, hello, Mary.
Hello. Glad to have you back,
Mary. Well, you hear that applause, Mary? Everybody missed you last Sunday.
How you feeling, Mary?
Oh, I'm much better, Don, but I was a pretty sick girl, believe me. Oh, boy, did I have a cold.
Pretty bad, huh?
I'll say. Sugar Plum said I had a temperature of 103.
Sugar Plum?
That's my doctor.
Oh. Pet names already, huh? What is this, a romance?
Not yet, but if I have a relapse, I'll get 'em.
I see.
So you're kind of stuck on your doctor, eh, Mary?
Gee. Right now, I wouldn't eat an apple for $1,000.
Well, let me tell you something, Mary, and this is for your own protection. Don't have a doctor around just because he's good looking. Does this fellow know anything about medicine?
Does he? He graduated from Warner Brothers.
Oh. Well, that studio is practically the Johns Hopkins of the West. But I'll tell you one thing, Mary. You better take care of yourself from now on.
Yes, sir. We need you on this program.
That's right.
Yeah, you should have been here last Sunday, Mary, and watched Jackson make a monkey out of himself.
Make a monkey out of myself?
That's right.
Dennis, you don't have to agree with everybody. Say, Mary, you heard the show last week. I did all right with that Charles Lawton part, didn't I?
Sugar Plum didn't like it.
Who cares about Sugar Plum? I asked you what you thought of it.
I thought it was all right, but gee, Jack, ever since you got this acting bug, you've gone haywire.
What do you mean?
You should see the way he walks around Beverly Hills, fellas, all dressed up and carrying a cane.
A cane?
Why, certainly I was carrying a cane because I hurt my leg in Yosemite.
What were the spats for, bandages?
Mary, I went in the store to buy a cane, and there was a special on. Cane spats and a pound of peanut brittle, $4.50. Anyway, I wasn't trying to show off. A lot of actors wear spats.
Wait a minute. Nobody wears spats in Southern California. It's too hot here.
Without socks? What are you talking about? Besides, this had nothing to do with my performance last Sunday.
Say, Mary, did you see one of those clippings about Jack from Ed Sullivan's column?
Did I? Jack pasted them on Easter eggs and hid them all over my house.
Mary, I just did that to take your mind off your sickness, that's all. Now, Denis.
Yes, please?
Let's have a song and put an end to all this heckling.
Gee, I meant to tell you, Mr. Benny, I got a pretty sore throat today, and I don't think I'll be able to sing.
Oh, that's too bad. But why didn't you tell me sooner? Fine time to tell me. Now I can't bring in another tenor.
Yeah. I'm not so dumb, am I?
No, yet not so deep as a well. But you put me in a spot here.
Oh, no, he hasn't, Jackson. Mary and I can sing a song, can't we, Mary?
Yeah, Harris and Livingston. Anything from Dardanella to Fawcett.
Well, we're stuck, but we'll have to make the best of it. Hit it, boys.
Well, it looks like I'm in the doghouse.
Yes, Phil, you pulled the bloomer.
Well, I'll say this thing of being crowded behind that 8-ball...
is more than just a rumor.
Oh, now look, honey, look. All I can say is...
I know, I haven't any sense of humor.
Well, what if I did stay out kind of late?
Yeah, but you were coming from another date.
Well, holy smoke, can't you take a joke?
Okay, Phil, look. How about that lipstick on your tie?
Honey, don't say lipstick. You know I'm crazy about cherry pie.
Holy smoke.
Well, can't you take a joke? Look, if you don't believe me, why don't you sit down and write to Beatrice Fairfax?
That's what I'm gonna do.
Be sure while you're writing, honey, that you only give her the bare facts.
She'll say I'm cuckoo.
Now, wait. Now, you know I didn't mean to tell those lies.
I know. It must have been 2 other guys.
Well, holy smoke, can't you take a joke? I don't know why you're always squawking. After all, I saw you out with another man.
Oh, Phil, don't be silly. That was just my Uncle Dan.
Oh, holy smoke.
Can't you take a joke?
Well, then tell me something. Where did you get that great, big, beautiful limousine?
Oh, I won that out of one of those claw machines.
Oh, holy smoke.
Can't you take a joke?
You know, Mary, the reason I check up is because I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I'm awfully jealous of everything you do.
Oh, Phil, look, I don't want those handsome fellas. All I want is you.
Gee, you kids are cute. Well, now look, let's let all this silly talk cease.
Well, gee, can't an uncle just kiss his knee?
There you go. Holy smoke. Can't you take a joke?
That was Holy Smoke, played by the orchestra, with a vocal refrain by Harris and Livingston. This sterling team will appear tomorrow night at Barney's Beanery on the Dollar Dinner. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, Miss Livingston, you sang that number swell.
Thank you, Denis.
You too, Mr. Harris. You're great.
Thanks.
Gosh, you've got a voice like a lark.
Yes, lark meaning the train that runs between here and San Francisco. Toot, toot. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a surprise announcement. Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American playwright, has written another of his famous one-act dramas entitled Love's Young Dream. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The time is spring, and the scene is a honeymoon cottage all covered with ivy. It is the new home of Mr. and Mrs. Oliver J. Snodgrass, who have just eloped and been married. As we pick them up, the happy couple is arriving at their little love nest for the first time. Curtain, music.
Well, here we are, darling. 33 Maple Street. Our own little home.
Oh, it's beautiful, sweetheart. We'll be so happy here.
Yeah. Gee, just think. 20 minutes ago, your name was Myrtle Moonfinkel. And now...
I'm a snot in the grass.
That's Snodgrass.
Oh.
Gee, our own little home. Well, let's go inside, honey. You go first.
No, you go first, Oliver.
No, I don't want to. You go first.
No, you go first.
3 hours later.
Ah, honey, you go first.
Oh, let's go in together.
All right. Oh, Myrtle, stop. Gee, Myrtle, isn't it romantic eloping? Nobody knows we're married except us. Gosh, we're all alone.
Oh, Oliver, I love you so much.
And I love you too, darling.
But what will your mother say when she finds out we're married?
I don't care what she says. You're mine, Myrtle Moonfinkel, and nothing can part us. Come, darling, I will show you all the rooms in the house.
Oh, Oliver.
Myrtle, stop acting like a darn fool.
But, Oliver, I'm worried about your mother. Please call her and tell her we're married.
All right, dear. If it'll make you any happier, I will. Oh, Myrtle, darling, you've made me the happiest man in the world.
And we'll never be separated, will we?
Never. Kiss me, honey bunch.
My dream man.
Hello? Pardon me, Myrtle. Hello, Ma. This is Oliver. I got a surprise for you, Ma. What's that? No, I can't be home for dinner. Now, look, Ma, I got a surprise for you. You're having what?
Oh, tell her about us, Oliver.
I will. You're having what for dinner? You are? Oh, boy, I'll be right home. Goodbye, Myrtle. I got to go home to dinner.
But, Oliver, we're just married.
I can't help it. Ma's having Jell-O for dessert. Goodbye, darling. I'll see you in the morning.
Oliver!
So you see, ladies, the moral of the story is never start your honeymoon without Jell-O. What happened to Myrtle Moonfinkel may happen to you or you or you. So always insist on genuine Jell-O and live happily ever after. I thank you.
Very good, Don. That was one of the best plays you've ever written.
Yeah, that was swell, Don. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Oh, Andy. Hello, Andy. I didn't see you.
Well, hello, Andy. Good to see you.
Gee, I'm glad you dropped in, Andy. You don't get around as often as you used to.
Well, I got a brand new suit for Easter, so I thought I'd come up and model it for you.
Oh.
Not bad for $22.50, eh?
$22.50?
Yep, suit, cane, spats, and a pound of peanut brittle.
I believe I know where you got it. Say, Mary, what do you think of Andy's new suit?
He looks like he fell off the cover of a Rube joke book.
He does not. He looks very smart. Although the pants seem to be a little tight. Aren't the pants too tight for you, Andy?
Tight? I went out for some fresh air this morning, and when I bent over to tie my shoelace, I got it.
Well, the audience didn't, but let it go. Well, go on a diet, Andy. You'll be all set.
Say, Andy, the next time you want to get a new suit, let me take you to my tailor. He's a little extreme, but he's terrific.
A little extreme? Phil, the lapels on your coat have a bigger wing spread than the China Clipper.
Well, that's the way I like them. Anyway, it's the latest style. I saw it in Esquire.
Oh, you did? Listen, Phil, you never saw anything in Esquire that didn't say, "Oh, I thought my husband was in Philadelphia," under it. Now, Andy. Hey, Andy, where are you?
Here I am, Buck.
Oh. Now, Andy, the next time you want to get a suit of clothes, let me take you to my tailor. He'll not only do a great job, but he's one of the sweetest and most lovable guys in the world.
Why didn't you say that for Father's Day?
Mary, I'm not referring to my father. He never made a suit in his life.
Then what was he doing in the store in Waukegan with his legs crossed? Playing Indian?
Oh, don't be smart just because you had a cold. He wasn't playing Indian.
I knew an Indian once that wore a blanket with a belt in the back.
That's very interesting, Denis. Now go sit down. So much for your dialogue. Now, Andy, stick around. Phil's going to play in a minute, and then we'll have some fun.
Sorry, Buck, I can't stay. I'm taking Ma and Pa to the Trocadero.
Why, Andy, the Trocadero is temporarily closed.
The Trocadero bowling alleys? We were there last night.
Oh, that's different. I didn't know your Ma and Pa bowled.
Oh, Ma's all right, but Pa can't stay out of the gutters. Come on, Buck.
So long, Andy. So long. Well, there's one family that has a good time. Say, Phil, as long as you're standing there with a baton in your hand, you might as well direct a number.
This ain't a baton, it's a toothpick for a rhinoceros. Wow, there's a Lulu.
Oh, quiet with those scumbags. Just play something.
Oh, Jack, this is terrible. I just happened to think of something.
What is it, Mary?
You let Andy go home without giving him a copy of Ed Sullivan's column.
Gee, I sure did. Oh, keep still. Play, Phil. Everybody thinks they got my goat. That was Do I Love You, played by Phil Harris and his independent orchestra. Independent meaning it's every man for himself, and the last one in is a rotten egg. Blues. I guess that'll take care of you, Mr. Harris.
Well, it's just like they say in the East. Benny tries to be funny, but he's nothing but a straight man for Orson Welles.
What? Who says that in the East?
You know who said it. He's on the air every Wednesday night.
Oh, you mean the voice of Salapatica? Well, I happened to hear Mr. Allen's program last Wednesday, and I'd much rather be a straight man for Orson Welles than a perch for an eagle. Did you hear his program, Mary?
Yeah, and what do you think of Fordham University giving him a bronze plaque for being their favorite comedian?
It was very nice. But let me tell you something, Mary. If that plaque is worth over $3, I'll bet 45 it's in the hock shop right now. He hasn't got any more sentiment than a mackerel.
What do you mean, Jack?
Well, listen to this. About 5 years ago, when we were good friends, I gave Alan a gold watch for his birthday, and I inscribed on it, "To Fred from Jack, with deep affection."
Yes?
And after one little argument, he runs to the jeweler's and has it changed from deep to cheap. How do you like that? That was after our first fight.
What was the fight about, Jack?
What was it about? Alan refused to pay for a suit that Dad made for him.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought you said your father didn't make suits.
I didn't say my father made that suit. I said Dad. J. Dad and Company. Fifth Avenue.
Well, if it wasn't your father, why fight with a guy over a strange tailor?
Because I worry about everything and shut up. Now, Denis, how about a song?
I told you I had a sore throat.
Oh, yes, I'm all mixed up. Now, where was I? Oh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important announcement to... It burns me up. That suit fitted him like a glove. I have a very important announcement to make regarding next week's attraction. Oh, Phil, give me a fanfare, will you?
A fanfare? What's that?
You know, make with the bugle.
Oh, okay. Take it, Butch.
The best suit he ever had. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce our feature attraction for next week. Next Sunday night, the Benny applauses our food, so do not starve us, players. will present their version of the greatest children's classic of all time. None other than Walt Disney's superb Technicolor production, that immortal fairy tale, that pen and ink masterpiece, Pinocchio. Now, inasmuch as Pinocchio will be one of the most important efforts in our current season, we would at this time like to give you a few of the highlights from this great production. First, pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times not to call me up in the middle of a broadcast.
Well, this is important, boss. I was just leaving the house, so I thought I'd better tell you I put the key under the mat.
Now, wait a minute. Who told you you could have the night off?
Well, this is a holiday, and I thought I'd take Carmichael to see Grapes of Wrath.
That's silly. Why would Carmichael go to Grapes of Wrath?
He wants to see if it's anything like the book.
Now, don't give me that stuff. If you want to go out with your girl tonight, you should come right out and say so.
Okay, can I go out with my girl tonight?
No.
Can I go out for just an hour?
No.
Well, can I invite her over to the house?
No.
We're in a rut, boss. Let's start over.
Now, Rochester, I don't want to seem harsh or cruel or anything, but you know you were supposed to stay home tonight and mail out those letters.
Oh, boss, do you have to send Mr. Sullivan's column to everybody you know?
My friends are interested, believe me. I want those letters mailed out tonight, every one of them. And as soon as you're through, you can go out with your girl.
That may be too late. She ain't the truest thing in town.
Well, that's your worry. Now, mail out all those letters and be sure to send the out-of-town ones airmail.
I ain't got any stamps.
No stamps? What did you do with that $10 I gave you this morning to buy 'em with?
Well, I'll tell you, boss, I was on my way to the drugstore this afternoon to get 'em, and all the way over I kept saying stamps, stamps, stamps.
Uh-huh.
And just before I got there, I stopped in the garage where a friend of mine works.
Uh-huh.
And next thing I knew, I was on my knees saying 777.
I see. So you lost that $10 shooting craps, eh?
We prefer to call it Mississippi Bridge.
I don't care what you prefer. My $10 you lost is coming out of your next week's salary.
The whole $10?
Yes, all of it.
That's a neat trick if you can do it.
I can, so don't worry. I'll take $10 out of your salary next week if I have to give you a raise to do it. Now get busy on those letters, and I'll bring some stamps home with me. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Mr. Orson Welles called up about our dramatic lessons tomorrow morning.
Our dramatic lesson?
Yeah, you're doing Anthony and I'm Cleopatra.
Get out of here! Lesson for me exclusively, and goodbye. Always has to horn in on everything. Let me see, where were we?
You were about to give us some of the highlights from Pinocchio, but there isn't much time left.
Oh, well, anyway, folks, be sure and tune in next Sunday night for our supreme novelty of the season, Pinocchio. Take it, Don.
See the wooden puppet who becomes human.
Gee, I can walk. And I can talk, too.
See Stromboli, the wicked gypsy who kidnaps little Pinocchio.
Ah, you cannot escape, Pinocchio. You will make lots of money for me. You're a wicked man. Help, help.
See Monstro, the largest whale in all the 7 seas.
Ooh.
Are you back to the hunchback?
That's an imitation of a whale.
See Jiminy Cricket, the tiny insect who becomes Pinocchio's conscience.
Chirp, chirp.
These are only a few of the many fascinating characters who will entertain you next week in Pinocchio. Play, Phil. And now, ladies, here's your good deed for tomorrow. Delight the family with a new, exciting treat, something really original. A novel and delicious Jell-O dessert made with bright, tangy Jell-O and your favorite cereal. It's a perfect dessert for any time at all, for lunch or dinner or for those late evening snacks, or for a grand one-dish Sunday supper. And it's wonderfully easy to make. Simply dissolve 1 package of cherry Jell-O or any of the other red flavors in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Then cut into tiny, glistening cubes and place in cereal dishes, and on top, pile generous quantities of any cold cereal, such as Post Toasties or Grape Nuts Flakes. And there's enjoyment aplenty. A delightfully different dessert, shining cubes of rich crimson Jell-O, topped off with your favorite cereal. So try this new Jell-O dessert tomorrow. It's really swell.
This is the last number of the 25th program in the current Yellow series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Say, Mary, where did Jack go?
He had to rush over to Orson Welles' program. They're putting on a play, June Moon.
Oh, that's a legitimate play, isn't it?
Well, it's supposed to be, but Jack will take care of that. Good night, folks.
Jell. And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment, The Famous Aldrich Family. See your local paper or movie and radio guide for time and station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
They still do it by hand at Mr. B's.
Morning, Mr. B.
Morning, Snapper. Only determination.
Got the big three.
Dedication. And a tough crew of men can get the job done.
Stand and deliver, honey.
They've got a sharp boss who always has control of the situation. They've got teamwork.
I'm Clyde. Ho! And I'm Lloyd. And we're the Futuristics.
And most of all, they've got the will to work.
I don't want you to leave here without realizing what I can do for your car. Like what? Take over the payments for me?
This is the wet and wild world of the car wash, a business a man can be proud of.
I want to work with the men, Dad.
Where the only rule is, do it with style. It's hard work, because sooner or later, everyone comes through here.
Yeah, did you happen to see a big, tall, black, blonde chick here with big, black, blonde red boots?
Listen, I'd like to talk to someone and get some information about a social disease.
Hey, brothers, I'm here to unite with you.
Hey, baby, how you doing? Good, I'm glad to hear that.
Between the washing and the cleaning, there's always room for dreaming that the next car through might be the answer to your prayers.
Praise the Lord, praise the Lord.
Well, praise this car, honey.
Thank you, miss.
But one thing is certain. When it comes to serving the public, these men will stop at nothing. George Carlin, Professor Irwin Corey, Ivan Dixon, Lorraine Gary, Jack Kehoe, the Pointer Sisters, Richard Pryor. They all come together at the fabulous, freewheeling Soap Suds and Emporium where everything goes.
Boy, there's been some weird people in here today.
Car Wash.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Francho Tone, Miriam Hopkins, Ann Baxter, and Chester Morris in The Hard Way. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Ambition can be a wonderful thing and a terrifying thing. It drives men and women to magnificent achievement and to frightful destruction. That's the stuff good drama is made of. And tonight we have it in the Warner Brothers picture, The Hard Way. This week, the names of 4 artists blaze brilliantly on the marquee of the Lux Radio Theater. Reading from left to right, those names are Francho Tone, Miriam Hopkins, Ann Baxter, and Chester Morris. The Hard Way is a drama of tempestuous emotion. We'll go backstage into the life of the theater, behind the scenes of glamour, to discover what one woman's ambition can do to those she loves. There's always a fascination for me in the story of the theater. All my life has been spent there, from the time I was 6 or 7 years old and hung around backstage, watching my father and David Belasco at the business of staging plays, until these latter days when Lux Toilet Soap has made it possible for fine radio drama to reach an audience Father and Belasco never even dreamed of. There's no greater thrill than watching young people climb the heights than the thrill that comes when a new actress makes the dark, cold theater vibrate with life. or when a screen test reveals some radiant new personality. Even the novice seems to know how much of that radiance depends on a lovely complexion. And, like millions of you, finds the solution in 3 little words: Lux Toilet Soap. And 3 other words, curtain going up, launches the first act of The Hard Way, starring Miriam Hopkins as Helen, Francho Tone as Paul Collins, Ann Baxter as Catherine, and Chester Morris as Albert Runkle.
What do you say, Doctor? She going to live?
Can't tell yet. Are you sure she jumped in the river?
Sure, we got a couple of witnesses.
Why should a good-looking, well-dressed woman jump off a bridge?
If I knew how to figure dames, Doc, I wouldn't be a cop.
Did you get anything on her?
Only that her name is Helen Chernin, and she's from Green Hill, Pennsylvania.
Well, stop in a little later, and I'll let you know what happens. Why should she do a thing like this? Why?
Why? Why did Helen Chernin leap from a bridge into the black waters of a New York City river? Well, the answer starts 10 long years back in a coal mining town called Green Hill, Pennsylvania. It was the time of the Great Depression, but girls were still graduating from high school, and graduation meant a new dress, something very special, lovely, and white.
Don't you understand, Sam? A kid can't sit in the middle of 100 of her friends, and she's the only one without a white dress.
I do understand, but I just haven't got the money.
Look, I know Catherine's my sister. I know she shouldn't be your worry, but I'm the only one the kid's got.
We ain't even got $8 for the things we really need.
Oh, look, Sam, she's beautiful. She's alive. And when something is that beautiful, Sam, you've got to take care of it.
I tell you, I just can't do it.
Ah, the tired man. Dirty and dumb, and you want everything you touch to be dirty and dumb.
Yeah? Well, I'm not personally responsible for the Depression, and it ain't so easy to change things. You ought to know that.
Sam.
You walked out on me once, didn't you? But you came back. Now, all I want is...
Shut up. Don't throw it up to me again. At least I tried.
Okay. Go on. Try it again.
All right. Maybe I will. I wish I was dead. I hate them, all of them in their white dresses. So you didn't have a white dress, but you graduated just the same, didn't you? Now, look, baby, I'm going to get you away from all this. In a few years, you're going to be riding high. I'll live and die in Green Hill, just like you. If it's the last thing I do, I'll get you out of here. Yeah? How? Well, maybe I don't know just now, but the chance will come. Katie, you've got to promise me one thing, that you'll handle yourself right. Oh, don't get taken in like I was. I'd promise anything to get out of here. That's it, honey. Say, you got a date tonight, haven't you?
Yeah, Johnny Gilpin.
Where you going?
The Orpheum. Helen, if you couldn't fix things for yourself, what makes you think you can for me?
Well, baby, you've got something I never had.
What?
You've got me to guide you. And you've got natural resources. That's better. Cheer up. You'll have a swell time tonight.
Well, what's yours, Katie?
Oh, banana split.
Banana split?
Why not, Johnny?
Oh, give me a cherry coke.
Oh, getting reckless.
Hey, there's Katie. Hiya, Katie.
Hi.
Hey, Katie, come on back here and join us.
Come on, Johnny.
Oh, okay.
We were just talking about what we're going to do now that we're through with that Duffy High School.
Yeah, what about you, Katie? What are you going to be?
I don't exactly know. I may go on the stage.
On the stage?
Hey, get her, Garbo.
We just come from the Orpheum, so now she's got to go on the stage.
Well, it just happens I think the stage is wonderful. And it just happens that I can act as good as they do. Just listen.
Ta-da!
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Runkle and Collins, a pair of sophisticates.
Who's a pair of sophisticates? A couple of ham actors we saw tonight. Runkle and Collins.
Am I blue? Am I blue?
Hey, Paul, I think I'll have a chocolate ball with a piece of apple. Well, will you listen to that?
Yeah.
Say, she's kind of cute, ain't she?
Kind of fresh, too.
She sure seems to know our number.
How do you like that?
Oh, a lot of personality there, Paul. I think that kid's got something.
Well, let her keep it.
Say, she must have seen us at the Orpheum, huh?
Yeah, the lucky little lady. Want a menu?
Huh? No, I kind of lost my appetite.
Get 'em malted. You're going to need your strength.
Till today. Now he's gone and we're through. Am I blue?
Hey, that was swell.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and...
Oh, these are the guys, Katie. The guys from the Orpheum.
I know it. Oh, gee.
Well, go right ahead, kid. You're doing fine.
Well, thanks, but I think I've done enough.
No, go on. Do the second chorus.
Oh, you're very nice, but I...
Well, now, wait a minute. Why not sit down over at our table?
Well, I'd like
we
to,
just
but...
ain't got the time, Katie. I got to catch that last trolley.
Well, goodbye then, Johnny.
Oh, now. Oh, gee, Katie. Well, doggone it, goodbye.
Goodbye. He's very young and foolish.
Yeah, you know, I was saying to Paul, my partner here, that you're the nicest girl I've met since I left Nebraska.
Gee, that's very nice of you.
And besides, you got real talent. It hits you just like a sledgehammer. Am I right, Paul?
Like a sledgehammer.
Tell me, Miss...
Blaine, Catherine Blaine.
Yeah, do you dance too, Miss Blaine?
Oh, sure.
Say, I bet you do imitation.
How'd you know?
W.C. Fields, Yazoo Pitts, Mae West.
Why, yes.
No limit to this girl's talent.
Say, I'll tell you what, let's go back to the theater.
What?
Sure, you can have the whole stage to show us what you can do.
Hey, Runk, I think it might be better if you just stayed here and had your malted milk.
Now, boys, what'll you have?
Well, what do you say, Miss Blaine? Do we stay here or go to the theater?
Let's go, quick, before I change my mind.
What about you, mister?
Me? Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing tonight?
Oh, now listen.
You're the nicest girl I've met since I left Nebraska.
He's just kidding, Miss Blaine.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
Well, shall we go?
Sure. Come on, Paul. That's Paul for you, Miss Blaine. Always kidding, but what is...
Oh, what care I? Say I'll get by as long as I have you.
Oh, gee, that was wonderful, Miss Blaine. It was swell.
Do you really think so?
Oh, sensational. Now, I'll tell you a little secret. You say you saw me tonight. And what did I do? I sold them, see? Now, look. Hiya, folks. Hello, folks. And I give them the teeth, you see. I'll tell you, hiya, folks. How are you, see?
Oh.
Sure. Selling all the time. That's me. Now, suppose you take the entrance over again, and just remember you got to sell them.
Well, the working girl arrives on schedule, Mr. Collins.
Okay, let's go.
Hey, don't you ever get tired?
Miss Blaine, we're not going to wait around to find out. Say, what's your name, baby?
Say, that was swell, Katie. Just a little more training, and you're really going to go places.
I know, it's 3 o'clock, but if you just let me explain... Explain what? You let some fella pick you up, didn't you? A guy whistles at you and you come running. That's not so. Something wonderful happens and everybody tries to spoil
You don't know
it.
what you're talking about. Nothing nice has happened to you. You're only making a lot of trouble for yourself.
Tonight's been the best night I've had in my whole life. I danced on a real stage. I sang. He said I was wonderful.
Who? Who said that? The guy I just told off?
Yes, and his partner, too. Runkle and Collins. They're real professionals. The one who brought me home was Albert Runkle.
He looks like a farmer.
Well, he's a very important man. He says I got more talent and stuff than any of them.
Katie.
What?
You think he really likes you?
Well, he said he's been missing something for the last 10 years. And tonight he found out what it was. It was me.
And you? What about you? Do you like him?
What do you think?
I see. How long is he going to be here?
3 days. He said he couldn't bear the thought of leaving me. He wants to see me tomorrow night, too,
If what?
If I can get out. But after the way you spoke to him, he probably hates me.
I don't think so, honey. And don't worry. You'll get out.
Oh, Helen.
Yeah, don't worry. Good night, Katie. So, you see, I just didn't know who you were last night, Mr. Uncle. And naturally, the impression I got wasn't very favorable.
Oh, yeah, naturally, yeah.
Well, go ahead, sister. What do you want?
Well, can I speak to you alone, Mr. Uncle, somewhere where it's quiet?
Yeah, sure. Look, Paul, would you mind
Okay, I'll beat it. But remember, Farmer, I warned you. Stay away from the natives.
Go on, beat it. He's always kidding. Great guy.
Now, about last night, Mr. Uncle, do you think you were quite fair?
Fair?
A man like you filling Catherine's head with the theater in New York, telling her she's talented and beautiful, that you like her.
But I do, Mrs. Chernin. I meant every word of it.
Mr. Uncle, do you know what she did last night? She cried.
Oh, no. Imagine that. Crying because of me. Look, Mrs. Chernin, can I see her again? Can I see her tonight?
You're asking something very difficult. Frankly, I don't think you're very serious.
Oh, listen, Mrs. Chernin, every word I said, I meant it. I'm going to tell you something. This may sound kind of funny after seeing Catherine only once, but it's the truth. Mrs. Chernin, I'd lay down on the railroad tracks for her. Do you believe me?
Yes. Yes, I believe you.
Oh, thanks. And tonight after the show?
Well, all right. After the show, then.
Oh, gosh. Thanks, Mrs. Chernin. Thanks. Well, the train's ready to leave. Where's that dumb partner of mine?
Oh, Paul, let's talk about us, honey.
Boy, will I be glad to get Runkle out of this town. Love has smitten him like a 10-ton truck.
Paul, where'll I write you?
Huh? Oh, Detroit.
But last night I thought you said Louisville.
Did I? Well, I leap from town to town like a trained flea.
And from girl to girl, I suppose.
Hey, Paul, we're here. Paul, wait.
What do you mean, we? Step on it.
Yeah, well, we'll kiss her, Paul. Go ahead, kiss the bride.
Hello, Paul.
Bride?
Sure, it just happened. I convinced her at the last moment.
Well, congratulations.
What? Aren't you going to congratulate me too, Mr. Collins? After all, I gave the bride away.
Oh, excuse me. Congratulations, Mrs. Chernin.
Well, come on, honey. Let's go, Paul. Tell you all about it on the train.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Chernin. Nice work.
Not goodbye. I'm going with you.
But of course, how stupid of me. I should have known.
Oh, goodbye, Paul. Goodbye.
So long, honey. Write me in Louisville.
Yeah, I will. What? You told me Detroit.
All alone, Albert?
Yeah, Katie and Paul went out for a sandwich.
Yes. Albert, I've been doing a lot of thinking. You and I have just got to do something for Katie.
Yeah, what's the matter with her?
I'm talking about the act. She's been with you and Paul now for 6 months, and, well, nothing's happened for her.
Well, gee, Helen, she's out of Green Hill, she's married, and she's in the act. Seems to me that's a lot for 6 months' time.
I'm trying to tell you, Albert, that the act just isn't any good. You've got to put in something that attracts people.
Oh, now, please, Helen.
Albert, you've got to have more Catherine in the act.
No, it would mean practically all brand new routines, and I'm against it, and I don't think Paul would like it either.
Well, why are you worrying about Paul?
Well, I just don't think he'd like it, that's all. Talking this way behind his back.
Well, who's more important to you, your own wife or Paul Collins?
Now, Helen, that's no basis, and you know it. After all, he's my partner. We've worked together for 5 years. I got to take his feelings into consideration.
Listen to me. Do you think he gives a hoot about the act? I know him better than you do. The act's beneath Mr. Collins. He keeps talking about wanting to lead an orchestra.
Oh, he's said that for years. And as for the rest, I just don't believe it.
Someday he'll pat you on the shoulder and say, "So long, pal. It was fun." You'll see.
That's not true.
Oh, Albert, why don't you be smart? If you had any sense, you'd get rid of him first. After all, you don't need him.
Hello, I just dropped in to borrow a couple of bucks, Albert. Hey, what's up? I distinctly smell something. Come on, Helen. Who's getting it now, my dear?
What the devil do you mean by a crack like that?
Doggone it, Paul. That's no way to talk, and you know it. Every time you see Helen, you start those wisecracks. Gee, you're no privileged character around here, you know.
Well, what's got into you?
Well, it's not because she's my sister-in-law. It's just that I'm sick and tired of all this friction, all the cheap, nasty remarks.
Well, let's change the subject then.
Okay. Where's Katie?
Well, she's shopping. She thinks she needs a new dress.
Now, you see, that's just what I mean. Now, cut it out. I'm just too easy going. I let people walk all over me. Well, I've stood enough. Now, doggone it, what does everybody want of me anyway?
Well, all I want's a couple of bucks. I got a date with a lady tonight, a genuine lady.
That's a novelty.
Well, here.
Thanks, Run. You drink your milk, Helen, and grow up to be a nice young girl, and I'll take you out one night, too.
Now, what do you want to do a thing like that for? What does it mean, huh? Well, all right, don't talk then. I'm going to go for a walk.
Well, Helen, what started it this time?
Oh, I'm trying to get some life into the act. If you and Albert would only give Catherine a chance, like giving her a song to do.
Solo?
Sure. All she does is walk through. That's not enough, Paul.
Well, I'd like to see the kid get a break, too, but where's the time coming from? You know the act only runs 12 minutes.
Well, if there's no other way, we could cut out on Albert's stuff.
Huh?
Well, it's for the good of the act, isn't it, Paul? We're not really doing him any harm.
No, I suppose not.
You've got to think of the men in the audience. They want to see a pretty face, a young girl. That's what the act needs, a little... you know, Paul.
Yeah. Say, I got an idea.
Yes?
Maybe we can work it out tonight.
Well, that's wonderful.
You know where Albert finishes his first routine and goes to the wings for his quick change?
Yes.
Well, you be waiting in the wings for him, and just as he takes his coat off...
Well?
Take a knife and stick it right in his back. So long, Helen. Let me know when you get some more good ideas.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Miriam Hopkins, Franchot Tone, Ann Baxter, and Chester Morris in Act Two of The Hard Way. And now, two young men in blue are discussing something important.
Hey, Joe, do you realize this is the last port before we get home where we can do some shopping? I want to get a present for my girl.
Got anything in mind?
Well, I don't know yet, but it's got to be something pretty special for Mary. Come on, let's go. Joe, I see it. Say, let me look at those pearl things there, will you? Ear clips, aren't they?
Gee, those are swell, Bill. Nice color.
You bet, just right. They make me think of peaches and cream. Just like Mary's complexion. Boy, they'll look wonderful on her.
Lovely Lux complexions do get compliments like that. There's something about creamy, smooth, luminous skin that always makes heart beat faster. Screen stars know this, and they're extra careful to give their delicate complexions the right kind of daily care. Here's what Loretta Young, famous for her exquisite skin, said.
A Lux girl? Yes, indeed I am. I depend on active lather facials. They really make skin lovelier. Here's what I do. Cover my face generously with a rich Lux soap lather and work it in thoroughly. I rinse with warm water, splash with cold, and then pat with a soft towel to dry. Simple, but it works.
Yes, recent tests proved that regular beauty facials with Lux toilet soap improved actually 3 out of 4 complexions. Why not ask for this gentle white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use tomorrow? If you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, Hollywood's beauty soap is worth waiting for. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Hard Way, starring Miriam Hopkins as Helen, Francho Tone as Paul, Ann Baxter as Catherine, and Chester Morris as Albert. It's a long time now since there was a vaudeville team called Runkle and Collins. It ceased to exist one day when Paul Collins simply left town and disappeared. Vaudeville disappeared, too, but Helen Chernin was prepared. She fights all the harder to bring stardom to her sister, and out of her struggle comes an engagement for Katie and Albert in a New York nightclub. In the dressing room, after their first appearance, they find an old friend waiting for them.
Paul, golly, it's good to see
Oh,
you.
Paul, gosh, I'm so happy I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it's been a long time, kid.
We kept looking through Variety and Billboard, Paul, but we just couldn't seem to locate you.
Strictly small time, baby, that's me.
Say, how do you like this dressing room, huh?
Swell, Runk. Well, Katie, you sure killed up people tonight.
Thanks.
You know, Paul, I got a feeling we were kind of cold tonight. You know, the first time in a nightclub.
Well, sure, it takes time, Runk. How's Helen, Katie?
Oh, fine, Paul. She's fine.
Oh, you got to hand it to her, Paul. She's worked her head off for us. And just wait till tomorrow night, baby. I'm going to tear the place apart.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wade.
Uncle, I happened to hear what you just said. Well, there won't be any tomorrow. Sorry I haven't got time to be settled, but I can't use you.
Hey, what is this? You can't fire us. We got a 3-week guarantee.
You got a... Who told you that?
I did. I told him. Oh, Paul, hello.
Hello, Helen.
Hey, Helen, what's this guy talking about?
He's right. Tonight was just a tryout. A tryout?
I'm leaving. Sorry.
Well, boy, you fixed us great.
Please, Helen, at least explain it to Albert.
Katie, you mean you knew about this?
Of course not, honest. I did it to help you, Albert. You'd be satisfied to hang around smelly little theaters all your life. Well, I'd tell a lie, any lie, to pull you out of that.
Huh. 11 years in show business, and I got to audition.
Yours not the reason why, yours but the do and
John
die.
Chagru was out in front tonight. Did you hear that? Chagru.
What, the Broadway producer? You mean he caught us?
That's right.
Well, for crying out loud, why didn't you say so?
He wants you for a part, Katie.
Did you hear that, baby? Chagru liked the act.
Albert, Mr. Chagru wants Katie.
Katie?
Yes.
Well, what about me?
There's no part for you, Albert. But I couldn't do anything without Albert. I just couldn't.
Oh, well, sure you could, baby. It's got nothing to do with what's between you and me. This is strictly business, you see. There's no hard feelings. No hard feelings at all.
I'm not going to let you go. I'm not.
Oh, now you're worrying about me, and I ain't going to let you. Well, I can always go back with Paul if I want to. Huh, Paul?
Why not? For 5 years, we were a sensation.
Albert, look as if you hate me.
Oh, Katie, I'm glad for you. I think it's great. I wish you all the luck in the world. I'll see you later.
Hey, wait a minute, Runk. Now, look, that grandstand stuff is silly, Runk.
You keep out of this.
You leave that kid with Helen, you'll never see her again.
Nothing doing. I've still got my pride.
Don't be a sap. She needs you.
I know she needs me. She'll come back. You'll see. And now, will you let me alone, Paul? Will you please let me alone?
Well, Helen, where's Katie?
She's dressing.
Having a good cry, too, maybe.
She'll get over it.
You know, in a queer, crazy way, I have to admire you. Like watching the maneuvers of the Atlantic Fleet. And after you've done something particularly nasty, I'd like to take you in my arms and kiss you.
Is this the line you feed all those girls of yours?
You're marvelous. A regular machine. No heart, no blood, no feelings. Still, you did have a husband once, didn't you? No, I bet you never were in love in all your life.
You're smart. You're very smart. But you're wrong, Paul. You don't know. Oh, Paul.
Where'd you learn to kiss like that?
Paul.
I do know, darling. I've known all along.
You can't. I know what you think of me. There's so many things there's so many things I've wanted to try to explain to you.
I'll tell you what, sweetheart.
What, Paul?
Write me, honey. Write me in Louisville.
Okay, kids, we break. Be back at 8:30. What do you want now, Mr. Shapiro? Miss Emery's number. Miss Lily Emery on stage.
The number's beginning to look good, Katie. Yeah. I'm never on the stage with less than a dozen people. I might as well be carrying a spear.
Never mind, baby. Your time will come.
Yeah. Well, let's go. I'm hungry.
Why don't you run on ahead? I want to hear Emery.
Okay.
Ready, Miss Emery?
Anytime.
Okay, Joe.
I must find somebody who knows how.
Hold it, Joe.
What's the matter?
Lily, will you please sing a little louder?
Whatever you say. Let's take it again.
I must find somebody who knows how to love me.
How do you expect me to sing with those men deliberately hammering?
Hold the hammers, boys.
I'm tired, John. I've been hanging around this theater now for 7 hours. You've got to have a little consideration.
Sorry, Lily. If you don't mind now, just once more, eh?
I must find somebody.
It's a shame, Miss Emery. An artist like you having to put up with such disrespect. Charlie, Miss Emery will have another martini.
Hey, I gotta get back to rehearsal.
But not even Mr. Chagru seems to have any consideration.
They pound the hammers when I try to rehearse one smelly little number.
It's like using a racehorse to pull a plow.
Hey, that's beautiful. Beautiful. That's what I am. A beautiful thoroughbred racehorse pulling a stinking plow.
Oh. It's just so terrible to see it happen to a woman with your reputation, your talent.
My talent? What have they done to it? I was a pure blazing light. That's what they called me, the critics. And now they say... Tell me the truth, Helen. What are they saying now?
Oh, well, Lily, it isn't anything you should take seriously.
Go on, tell me. 10 years ago, the men were lined up waiting for me at the stage door like it was feeding time at the zoo. Just 10 years ago. Hey, where is it?
What, dear?
The clipping. I was a pure blazing light. Had it right here in my purse. Even my clippings is stolen from me. Everybody's stealing things from me.
Oh, well, I'm sure you'll find it, Lily, and then you must show it to me. But now I think we'd better get back to rehearsal, huh?
Yeah. It was in the Sunday theater section, and 3 pictures of me.
I'm looking for someone.
Lily, I think we've had enough for tonight.
I saw you shaking your head. Why don't you say it? You're sorry for me.
Nobody said anything of the kind, Lily.
Don't tell me. I know what happens in this dirty racket. I do just one job like this, and I wind up in burlesque. And stop that hammering.
Nobody's hammering now, Miss Emery. I think she's drunk, Mrs. Chagru.
I'm not drunk. I'm not. 10 years ago, the managers filled my dressing room with flowers every day. This is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Well, I'm through, John. Do you understand? I'm through.
All right, Katie, go on up there. Ask Mr. Chagru to give you a chance. You know the song backwards.
Gee, Helen, don't you think I should wait just a little bit?
No, now's the time. Hurry, Katie.
Helen, I can't. It just doesn't seem right.
Then I'll see him myself, but you get ready.
Ready for what?
To take Emery's place in the show.
Wonderful, Katie. 10 times better than Lily ever dreamed of being. Thanks. Thanks.
Telephone for you, Miss Blaine. It's long distance.
Oh, I'll be right there. Hello?
Katie, darling. Well, how did it go?
Albert, you never heard so much applause in your life.
Oh, sure. Everybody has to love my Katie.
I would have called you, Albert, except we're still backstage and everything's so crazy. Gee.
Now, look, honey, I'm coming down to see you. I'm at Philadelphia. I can make it in 2 hours.
Oh, gee, Albert, that'll be swell.
Who's that?
Albert, he's in Philadelphia. Just a second, Albert.
Oh, forget it, will you? You have to get dressed. Chagru's giving a party especially for you. You don't want to miss a minute of it.
Oh. Albert? Oh, gee, I'd like to see you, but I don't even know where I'm going to be in 2 hours. Gosh, there's so much excitement.
Sure, I know how it is. And I'll bet you were great. But I was just thinking, honey, that...
Yeah. Sure, well, I'll be seeing you, Albert. I sure wish you were here. Oh, well, goodbye.
Katie. Katie. Yeah. Well, goodbye, honey.
What she had to say, Ron?
Oh, great. They're still applauding. Isn't that marvelous?
Yeah, marvelous.
Hey, Albert, I just looked up the cast of her show on Variety, and there ain't a Catherine Runkle in it nowhere.
Well, of course not. Catherine Blaine. You can't expect her to use a comedy name like Runkle, can you?
Look, if you're going to New York, you better get moving.
I ain't going.
Now, look, Runk, you go up there tonight. Now, get your wife.
I said I'm not going.
Can't you see what they're doing to you? Runk, please, wake up.
Cut it out, Paul.
You leave that girl with Helen another 2 weeks, she's going to end up a first-rate bum.
Hey, what's the big idea, Albert? Slugging your best friend.
The poor sap. He never should have left the farm.
I'm looking for Catherine Runkle or Catherine Blaine. They told me at the theater I'd find her here.
Well, yes, sir. If you'll just wait, I'll tell her you're here.
Albert, what are you doing here?
Where's Katie?
Now, why don't you go to a hotel, Albert, and you can see her in the morning.
My wife's here, and I'm going to talk to her.
She can't talk to you now. Be sensible.
You stop trying to tell us what to do. I'm going in there and find my wife.
Well, you think it over, Catherine. I'm sure, my dear, you'll
Think
find...
what over?
Albert.
Who's this guy? What's he talking about?
Oh, nothing, Albert.
Swell bunch of liquor carriers you're running around with.
Who is this big bully?
Oh, he's just an old friend, Mr. Winston. He's...
I'm not anybody's old friend. I'm her husband.
Won't you please stop shouting?
Oh, please do be quiet.
Katie, I got to talk to you.
Then go in another room. Get him out of here, Catherine.
Maybe we better go inside, Albert.
All I want to do is to talk to you alone.
Please let me apologize, Mr. Winston. I simply can't understand it.
I'm sorry, baby. I guess I just lost my head.
Well, what is it? What do you want?
Well, I thought up a lot of things to say on the way down here, but when I look at you, you're just so beautiful I can't say any of them. All I know is that I love you.
Of course you love me, Albert. Is that what you wanted to say?
Katie, I just can't go on like this anymore. I'm not ashamed to say so. I can't work. I can't do anything. I'm so lonesome I cry in my sleep like a 6-year-old.
Albert, I'm in a show. They tell me I'm a big hit. What can I do?
Well, you could quit, Katie. Oh, please. Let's try and make some sort of life for ourselves.
How can I give up everything now? It's not even right.
I'm not asking you because it's right. I'm asking because I need you.
Everything's so wonderful for me now. I'm living in like a bath of champagne. We'll be together, Albert, later on. There's plenty of time.
Katie, I got a feeling if you don't come back to me now, tonight, you never will.
Why do you say a thing like that? That's terrible.
Because Helen won't let you.
Don't you dare say anything against Helen.
Day by day, she's making a different person out of you. She's just no good.
Everything she ever did, she did for me. Everything.
Yeah? Well, I just can't think straight.
Then come to New York. I'm making enough money to take care of us both.
Now, what kind of a heel do you think I am?
And what more can I do? Go back to those one-night stands holding your hand in some dirty little theater. If you think I'm going to do that, you're crazy.
Katie.
Well, Albert, forgive me. I didn't mean that.
It's all right, baby. I'm sorry. Well, I'll get along. Good night. All those speeches I rehearsed.
Say, Mr. Runkle, is your partner back yet?
Something on your mind?
Well, it's like this. Personally, I think you boys are great, but the customers...
Yes, it's okay. So we're through.
Aye. I got a great idea, Mr. Runkle. I just found out that your wife is Catherine Blaine, see?
She's a great artist, Mr. Flores.
Sure. And if we advertise it right, that you're Catherine Blaine's husband, well, you'll go over great.
Oh. Well, I couldn't do that, Mr. Flores.
Why not? That's no disgrace. It's good business.
Thanks, but I guess we'd better call it quits after Saturday night. I'll tell Paul.
First, talk it over with him, huh? Will you do that?
I'd appreciate it if you'd leave me alone.
Okay, Mr. Runkle. Sensitive. Everybody can be sensitive but me.
Well, boss, what did he say?
Nothing doing.
Can you beat that? He could be living in the lap of luxury, and all he does is sit around like a dope, playing his wife's records.
Frenchie.
Boss. Oh, no. He wouldn't do a thing like that. Runkle, Mr. Runkle.
Quick, find his partner. Get Mr. Collins here, quick.
Oh, please. Please, darling, you've got to stop crying.
Yeah, that's only his grave. What a place to be buried. Gatlin, Kansas. Funny about Runk. He was the kind of guy who should have lived in a big house and had 10 kids to eat Thanksgiving dinner with him. He invented something sweet and loving. Called it his Catherine, his Katie. At night, we used to walk around the dreary little towns we were in. He'd read your letters under the street lamps. The nicest girl he met since he left Nebraska.
Let her alone, Paul. People get hurt. It's nobody's fault. They just live and get hurt, that's all.
Sure. The world's full of murderers.
Come on, darling.
Well, be careful, Katie. For Albert's sake. He wouldn't want you to get hurt.
It's my fault. Just like I killed him.
It's nobody's fault, Katie. Albert was weak. The only thing you ever did to hurt Albert was to become a success. And you can never blame yourself for that. Never.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Franchot Tone, Miriam Hopkins, Ann Baxter, and Chester Morris in Act 3 of The Hard Way. And now, we have a gentleman here of a romantic turn of mind, and he has a question for us. As a matter of fact, he insists on singing it to us. Right, Bob?
Well, I've got a reason for putting it musically, John. Here goes. Isn't it true Lux girls win hearts?
Isn't it true Lux girls win hearts? Well, there's only one answer to that question, of course.
Well, that's just the point, John. You can make a whole song out of that question. And the answer is always yes.
Now, Bob, that takes a little explaining.
Well, each time you sing it, you drop off a word at the end of the question. Here's what I mean. Isn't it true Lux girls win hearts? Isn't it true Lux girls win? Isn't it true Lux girls? Isn't it true Lux? Isn't it true? Isn't it?
You've got something there. The answer is yes every time. Isn't it true? A girl with a lovely soft complexion, a Lux complexion, can't help but win admiration and hearts wherever she goes. So doesn't it make sense for a girl to give her skin the best of care every single day? Well, here's what a famous Hollywood star, Rosalind Russell, says.
I never neglect my daily Lux Soap beauty facials. They really make skin lovelier.
Yes, recent tests proved that actually 3 out of 4 complexions grew softer, smoother, more appealing with this regular Lux toilet soap care. Why don't you see what this gentle soap can do for your skin?
Every cake of Lux toilet soap is so white and satiny smooth, you can tell right away it's a real beauty soap.
Lux toilet soap is hard-milled to last, too. That makes it thrifty as well as luxurious. It's patriotic not to waste soap these days, you know. So always be sure to put your beauty soap in a dry soap dish. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
We'll have a few personal questions for our stars after the play. But now here's the third act of The Hard Way, starring Franchot Tone, Miriam Hopkins, Ann Baxter, and Chester Morris. The years that followed Albert's death have been kind. Paul Collins has an orchestra now, one of the country's finest. But Helen Chernon's conquest in managing her sister have been far more sensational, for Katie is the brightest star on Broadway. Though badly shaken by Albert's passing, she has done her utmost to forget him, sometimes by working to exhaustion, and sometimes by drifting home in the middle of the morning after a night bubbling with gaiety and alcohol.
Hello, Helen. It's a lovely day.
I've been at the telephone for hours trying to find you.
Ooh, I've got a head full of red-hot rivets.
You fool, you little fool.
I've got a right to have a little fun, haven't I?
Oh, get inside. Anderson's been here since 8 o'clock.
I hate her. I want her to touch
a massage and a cold shower, and you'll look like a human being again. John Shagrew and Laura Britton will be here any minute.
Today?
Yes, darling, today, now.
Ooh, Helen, I forgot.
You told me you'd do anything to become a dramatic actress. I break my neck to get Laura Britton to write a play for you. And now you say you forgot.
I can't help it. I'm sick.
So am I. Sick of batting my brains out for the kind of thanks I'm getting. Anderson.
Yeah?
She's here.
The homes I go into, the things I have to see.
You're well paid. Get to work.
Let me go, you octopus. Oh, you'll be okay, honey. A few showers, hot and cold.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Answer the door, Essie.
Yes.
Anderson, for heaven's sakes, make her look good. Do you hear?
Yeah.
That you, Helen? Oh, good morning. Laura, darling, come in. Hello, John.
Good to see you, Helen. Well, where's our little girl?
Oh, she'll be right out. But to tell the truth, I was thinking we might go ahead without her.
But we have to know what she thinks of the part.
But of course, darling. Well, what difference does it make? I'll tell her about it.
Well, frankly, Helen, I'm worried. The part needs somebody charming, fresh, and alive.
Well, Katie certainly fits that.
Let me go. I'll bring her.
She's crazy. She's going to scold me. I won't take my clothes off. Oh, hello, John. Hello, Miss Britton.
Anderson, get her in the bedroom.
No, I'll die, Anderson. I'll just die.
The average woman lives to be 62.
Well, ladies, I guess we'll have the reading another time.
Oh, but John, that doesn't mean a thing. Katie's just been off on a little tear.
Helen, let's face it. I'm crazy about Katie. But I've got a play to produce, and I just can't do it with her in the lead.
Wait a minute. You promised us that play.
I'm sorry.
You're running out on us just when we need you. You're thinking about yourself and no one else. As far as I'm concerned, you've turned out to be a first-class heel.
Coming, Laura?
Well, really, John, I do think you're being a little harsh, but... Oh, well. I'll call you later, Helen.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Helen.
Goodbye. Well, Katie.
Did I spoil anything?
Oh, no, Shakru just decided he didn't want you in Laura's play, that's all.
Well, now what?
You don't think I'm licked, do you? I want that play, and I want you in it, even if I have to produce it myself.
But Laura's selling it to John.
Is she? Maybe she doesn't know it, but Laura's selling it to me. Anderson?
Yeah?
Keep working on her. She and I are going to have an appointment this afternoon at the Embassy Club with Miss Laura Britton.
Oh, there you are. My, but don't you look nice.
Thank you.
But you were certainly stinko this morning.
Laura, darling, I'm going to tell you frankly why we're here.
You just must give me Anderson's number. She's terrific.
Yes. Now, what I was about
Well, the two famous ladies.
Paul Collins.
Hello, Paul.
Hello, Katie. Oh, Miss Laura Britton, I believe.
How do you do?
Well, here we are again after all these years.
Yes, here we are. You're doing rather well for yourself, aren't you?
We hear your band all the time on the radio.
Toscanini's resting easy. He's still got a big lead. You know, you still fascinate me, you two. Helen and Katie. Katie and Helen.
Well, that's fine, Paul.
You make every other woman seem terribly dull and uninteresting.
Really? I wonder why.
Well, I'm sure Miss Britton understands. You know that feeling when you're on a tall building, that desire for self-destruction? Well, these two lovely ladies represent my deepest desire to cut my own throat.
Goodness. Oh, Paul, do you mind? Miss Britton and I want to discuss business.
Oh.
Katie, take him away. Have a drink at the bar.
Come on, Paul, let's go.
Goodbye, Miss Britton.
Farewell, Lady Macbeth.
A very attractive guy.
A little eccentric.
Helen, that man means something to you, doesn't he?
Don't be silly, Laura. Now, darling, about the play.
Why, I believe you're in love with him.
Why haven't we seen you before, Paul? You could have phoned.
I don't know. I think about you every day. Tell me, you having a good time?
I guess so. I just don't seem to care about anything. What I do, where I go.
Yeah, I know. Same old story. The big star, but so sad, so lonely.
Paul, be nice to me, please.
I'm sorry. Would you like to know the truth, Katie?
If it's a nice truth.
Remember the first time I saw you? In the ice cream parlor at Green Hill?
Yes.
I thought you were wonderful then.
I'd like to go off somewhere and try to get back to that girl in the ice cream parlor.
Ah, you're with Helen and Broadway for keeps. You can't break away. Forget it. We met, we had a few sentimental words, and that's that. Well, I gotta catch a train.
Where are you going?
Saratoga Springs, booked at a resort near there for a month.
I can't tell you how much I enjoyed seeing you, Paul.
Thanks. Well, Katie, I better take you back to Helen.
No.
What?
Oh, nothing. Yes, I guess they'll want to talk to me. Hello? Hello, Paul, is that you?
Yes? Is this Katie?
Guess where I am.
Well, where?
In your hotel. I just had to come, Paul. I'm calling from my room.
Is Helen with you?
She's in New York.
What'd you do, chloroform her? What about the new play?
I'm trying to tell you, Paul. I want to see you, be with you.
I don't want to talk about theaters or plays or anything. Paul, you're not angry.
Crazy kid. Oh, Katie, hang up and come on down. This is wonderful. Perfect. Katie?
Well, that's the first word you've spoken for 10 whole minutes. You're a deep thinker.
I'm a minor league deep thinker. You've been here 2 weeks, Katie. Has it occurred to you yet
What?
to marry me?
Yes. But I didn't think it would ever occur to you.
Katie, let's take a chance.
Paul, do you really think it could be? The way we'd want it to be.
Well, if we don't try, we'll never know.
I'll take a chance.
Thanks, Katie. Come on, let's go for a swim.
Hey, wait a minute. You haven't even told me you love me.
There are a lot of things I haven't told you.
A fine thing, and you haven't kissed me either.
Oh, excuse me. Are you Miss Blaine?
Yes?
There are 2 ladies looking for you, Miss Blaine, and Miss Britton and your sister.
Oh, thank you.
Surprise, Katie? We decided to come very suddenly.
I'm glad you're here, Helen. Where's Laura?
Unpacking.
I have so much to tell you.
A good start would be to tell me about Paul. Why didn't you say he was playing here? You wrote as if you didn't know a soul. That's the same as lying, Katie.
Well, I guess I wanted something just for myself.
Meaning I'd be in the way.
That's not so.
Oh, I wouldn't care if it was somebody else. But Paul, oh, you make yourself so cheap.
Please, Helen.
It's the truth. A different girl every week. That's the way he's always been. This just happens to be your week.
I wish you hadn't said that, Helen. We're going to get married.
Married?
Doesn't it mean anything to you that I'm happy for the first time in years?
Of course it does, only I don't want you to make a mistake.
I'm not making a mistake.
Katie, don't you think you ought to wait? Even if it's only...
Katie, I just had a wonderful idea. Oh, hello, Helen.
Hello.
Paul, I just told her about us.
Yeah, I can see how delighted she is.
If she wants to marry you, Paul, there's no way I can prevent it.
That's clever of you.
Only I just think she should wait for a little while, just to be sure.
And that's still more clever of you.
Besides, there's the play. This is the crucial point of her career, and nothing should interfere.
Katie, we may as well get it straight. You won't be able to do the play.
You don't seem to realize every cent we have is tied up in the play. Why don't you want us to do it? What have you against the theater?
Nothing. It's great for people who care for it. To you, it's just a cheap game.
Katie, listen to me. You've sweated and slaved for years to get ahead, to be somebody. And now he's asking you to throw it all away for a lot of sentimental promises. You don't believe them, do you? All of a sudden, Paul Collins is full of ideals. House in the country, kids.
That's right. That's what I think Katie wants.
Of course that's what I want.
Then you got to break away from Helen. Now.
At last you admit it. You want to take her away from me. Katie, he'll do anything to hurt me. He hates me.
No, but I'm not going to let you destroy Katie.
You don't believe that, do you? You can't leave me now, Katie. I'll lose everything. All I'm asking is that you and Paul wait till the play closes. Is that so much?
Paul, you see how much it means to her. We can wait a little while, can't we?
There'll be nothing to wait for, Katie.
I just can't walk out on her now, Paul. She's counting on me.
Sure. Well, I'm sorry about those kids, Katie. Every one of them.
Curtain in 10 minutes. Curtain in 10 minutes.
How are you feeling, darling?
Oh, all right.
Oh, you're going to be wonderful. The house is sold out.
Is it?
Katie, are you still worrying about Paul?
I can only see him for 1 minute, just to talk to him.
But, darling, he hasn't even written.
I can't blame him. He gave me a chance, and I threw it away.
Stop worrying, baby. Now, you have a performance to give.
Miss Tiernan, you're wanted on stage.
I'll be right there.
I can't even think. I don't even know my lines.
That's nonsense. Just remember the change in your first entrance. You come down the stairs.
I know.
And be careful of the steps. They're steep.
But I'm sure Miss Blaine will see me. Won't you tell her it's Paul Collins?
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I can't let anyone in the stage door. Oh, there's her sister. Miss Tiernan?
Yes? Oh. What are you doing here, Paul?
I'd like to see Katie.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible. The curtain's about to go up, and anything might throw her off. She's very nervous.
Oh. Well, tell her I'll be in there cheering, will you?
Paul, we settled this once, didn't we? Let's leave it that way.
Yeah, this is your night, Helen. I don't want to do anything to interfere.
It isn't my night. It's Katie's.
Don't kid me. I hope you enjoy it. But remember, one of these days, it's all going to catch up.
Thanks for the warning.
I told Miss Blaine that Mr. Collins was here, and she said...
Mr. Collins has left.
Where is he? Where's Paul?
He's gone, Katie. I sent him away.
Helen, how could you do that? Paul!
Katie, get hold of yourself.
Go of me.
Why don't you admit it? Tell the truth for once. You wanted him for yourself.
No, that's not true.
Don't lie to me.
All right, I was in love with him once, but I gave him up because he would have been in the way. Your way, our way, and I won't let anyone do that.
You still love him. You couldn't have him, so you didn't want me to have him.
Are you crazy? Katie, this is the most important night of our lives. This is what we've worked so hard for all these years.
It's what you've worked for, not me. I'm sick and tired of it. Fighting, cheating, lying.
I'm the one who's done the fighting, not you. You've had it easy. I've made it easy for you.
By stepping on everyone who got in your way.
You've got to fight. You've got to scheme and cheat to get ahead in this business.
I'd like to go in and tell that to the audience.
Then tell them everything. Tell them what you had when you left Green Hill and tell them what you've got today. Oh, darling, I don't mean it. Forget what I said, baby. Please, let's not argue anymore. Come on. We've got to go in.
Mr. Chinnan, they finished the overture. What do you want me to do?
Hold the curtain. She'll be right there.
All right.
I can't go through. Baby, you've got to. Let's go out there and show them.
Harold, what on earth's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. Everything's all right.
I don't know what to say. I don't remember my first line.
It'll come to you, Katie. Edward says I'm afraid I'll have to go without seeing Lisa. You come down the stairs.
Oh, stop it, Laura. Katie, darling, you're going to be positively wonderful.
Quiet, please. Curtains up.
We're at the stairs. Right here, darling. Just behind the drop. And good luck. I can't go on.
I'm afraid I'll have to go without seeing Lisa.
She's on, Laura. She's on, yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I'm late, but I had the most...
Gee, Bell. Straight up down the stairs. Bring down the curtain. Hey, about it. Curtain down the
Feeling better, Katie?
Yes. I think I can go home now.
Why not? Everybody else has. How is she?
She's all right, Laura.
Must have been pretty terrible.
I was out in the lobby as the people left. They were laughing. Everybody knows that you two had a fight in the alley. You might as well have had it in the middle of Times Square.
Please, Laura.
Well, Helen, you've broken another record. The shortest drama play ever had. Exactly 20 seconds.
Well, Katie, there isn't much left, is there?
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry, baby. It was my fault. I saw something in you I wanted to make great. I did it the only way I knew how. I guess if I had it to do all over again, I'd do it the same way. But we came so far. We nearly made it. You hate me, don't you?
Helen, I never want to see you again.
May I come in?
Paul. Oh, Paul.
Goodbye, Katie.
Goodbye, Helen.
Oh, Katie, if you have to fall down again, please let me be there to catch you.
You'd better be, darling.
Well, Doc, anything new on that dame we fished out of the river?
Yes. She came to for a minute. She said she had a debt to pay. There's only one way to do it, to stop living. Didn't make much sense to me. Probably irrational. And she died.
Yeah, she couldn't take it. And that's the trouble with them rich dames. They have it too easy all their lives. Well, good night, Doc.
Good night.
That applause is the seal of approval on tonight's play, and the fine performances of the four players who return now to this microphone. Miriam Hopkins, Francho Tone, Ann Baxter, and Chester Morris.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's nice to be back.
Now, you have a distinctive place here, Miriam, because you starred in the very first Lux Radio Theater play, almost 10 years ago.
That's right, Mr. DeMille. When the Lux Radio Theater was only a baby, I helped pin it up.
Well, I think we should bring ourselves up to date on a few offstage activities tonight. For instance, there's Francho Tone's green thumb.
Well, he should see a doctor.
That just means he has a magic touch with growing things, Chester.
Oh.
Did I notice a slight stiffness in your muscles when you came in today, Franco?
It could be, Ann. I spent a pleasant weekend with a spade in the hole. They say it's very good for you.
Yeah, who says?
The ones that never did it.
And then there's the Chester Morris variety of magic.
Yes, CB, you must come with me sometime to one of our little parties. You know, fellas like Orson Welles and Edgar Bergen. They're all interested in magic. Very cozy little affairs. And you can come, too. We'll need a lady.
Why?
We always saw a lady and a half. You'll love it.
I don't think so. But I do know a little magic myself. It's called Lux soap. Does wonderful things for a girl's complexion.
I quite agree with that, Anne. I used Lux soap for years, and I really couldn't get along without it.
You see, Chester? That's all you need to know. The magic word, Lux.
Well, what's the word on next week's play, CB?
Now, the word is suspense, Franco. Because our play is the universal success, Phantom Lady. And our stars will be Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis. It's the story of a man accused of murder, but he has a perfect alibi. A beautiful girl who has vanished completely. What happens during the search for this Phantom Lady is a triumph of the mystery art.
It sounds very exciting, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. This was really a 4-star evening. Ladies and gentlemen, once there was nothing so trivial as a pile of waste paper. But now, the match that lights that pile is the match of sabotage. America needs every scrap of your waste paper. Needs it for 100 things, like shell containers, field ration cotton, parachute flares, and even for the bomb pins that guide destruction down on the heads of the enemy. You can sell the paper to a junk dealer or give it to a charitable organization. But please, if you love the land you live in, stop throwing away or burning those old newspapers. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis in The Phantom Lady. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Rancho Tone is currently starring in the Universal picture Phantom Lady and will soon be seen in the Paramount picture The Hour Before the Dawn. Ann Baxter appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and will soon be seen in that studio's production The Eve of St. Mark's. She is now making the Hunt Stromberg picture Guest in the House. Chester Morris is currently seen in the Paramount picture Gambler's Choice. Heard in tonight's play were Charles Seal, Norman Field, Leo Cleary, Ann Stone, Bob Haynes, Jack Morrison, Peter Rankin, Truda Marson, Griff Barnett, Jay Novello, Eddie Marr, Theodore Van Eltz, Marion Martin, and Ellen Campbell. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis in Phantom Lady.
Mothers, now give your family extra vitamins and minerals free. Get free Vim.
Yes, mothers, get Vims free. For a limited time, your druggist will hand you the regular 50-cent Vims package. Free when you buy the large economy-size Vims, a $2.25 value for $1.69.
Vims give you all the vitamins recognized by doctors as necessary in the diet. Also, essential minerals.
And the free Vims offer bears a 100% money-back guarantee.
Hurry to the drugstore for your free Vims. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Casablanca, city of hope and despair, located in French Morocco in North Africa. The meeting place of adventurers, fugitives, criminals, refugees lured into this danger-swept oasis by the hope of escape to the Americas. But they're all trapped, for there is no escape. Against this fascinating background is woven the story of an imperishable love, and the enthralling saga of 6 desperate people, each in Casablanca, to keep an appointment with destiny.
I was willing to shoot Captain Reno, and I'm willing to shoot you. All right, Major, you asked for it.
You knew how much I loved you. How much I still love you.
I know a good deal more about you than you suspect. I know, for instance, that you're in love with a woman. It's perhaps a strange circumstance that we both should love the same woman.
What do you want for Sam?
Don't buy and sell human beings.
That's too bad. That's Casablanca's leading commodity.
You can ask any price you want, but you must give me those letters. I tried to reason with you. I tried it. Now I want those letters.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Howdy, Jack. Come on in.
Hi, Stumpy. Hello, Ranger Bill.
Glad to see you, Jack. What brings you to Ranger headquarters today?
Just looking around for some excitement. Is Henry around?
Nope, he's not. He's up at Central City at the 4-H convention. Won't be back till next week.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. Well, guess I'll be going then. I'll see you in church Sunday.
There's no need to rush off. If you don't have anything else to do, you're welcome to stick around for a while.
Could I? Hey, that'd be great.
I can't promise you any excitement, though. There's not a thing happening here right now. Wait a minute. See 2 fellas just driving up in a pickup truck. I wonder who they are. Well, you'll soon find out. Yes, sir?
You the ranger here?
Yes, I'm Bill Jefferson. Come on in. These are my friends, Stumpy Jenkins and Jack Harris.
I'm Sam Smith, and this here's my son Danny. We'd like your permission to go rattlesnake hunting in these parts.
Rattlesnake hunting? What on earth do you want to do that for?
Danny and I catch poisonous snakes and sell them to the Florida Springs Reptile Institute. We make a pretty good living at it, too, don't we, Danny?
Yeah, that's right, Dad.
Well, we sure don't have any use for them. You'd be doing us a big favor if you got rid of some of our snake population, especially now that the tourist season is almost here. Yep. Every summer when the woods is full of campers, Bill and me do a lot of worrying about rattlers. I've had so much else to worry about this spring, though, I just ain't had time to start worrying about snakes. I never have known you to lose any sleep over it, old-timer. It's true, though. Every spring we have to go out and try to get rid of the poisonous snakes around the campsites.
Yeah, if it's okay with you, then we'll start hunting in the morning. We'll probably be around these parts about a week. We'd like to get about 50 or 60 rattlers, wouldn't we, Danny?
Yeah, we sure would.
Hey, do you suppose I could go with you tomorrow? We're studying reptiles in zoology now. A snake hunt. Boy, that'd be perfect for the report I have to give in class next week.
It's not child's play, young fella. It can be pretty dangerous.
I know that. But I know these woods pretty well, and I've tangled with rattlers myself a couple times.
Jack really is an experienced woodsman. Most of our kids here in Knotty Pine spend a lot of time hiking and camping out in the woods.
Well, then, young fella, you ask your dad's permission, and if it's all right with him, it's all right with me. We'll be starting out about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, Danny, we'd best be going. We've got to get our hunting equipment in working order. Young fella, you wear some high boots tomorrow. That'll give you some protection in case we meet up with some real lively snakes.
Mr. Smith, you mean you're going to capture live snakes?
Yep, they're no good to me dead.
How are you going to do it?
Oh, there's a couple of ways. Sometimes we just dig them out of their holes with a shovel. I'm going to show you a more interesting way, though. First, we'll have to scout around for a likely-looking hole. Sometimes you find them in an old gopher hole. Poke your flashlight down this hole, Danny. Nope, don't see any marks. Try this hole over here. Yeah, that kind of looks like snake tracks. Sometimes, if we're lucky, we find 4 or 5 of them bunched up in one hole.
Are you going to try to catch them with that pole with a noose on the end?
Yeah, that's my snake pole. I'm the pole man, and Danny's the shovel man. I try to catch the snake in this noose and then put him in a canvas bag. In case we get a real lively snake that I can't catch, or if 2 come out at once and I can't catch them both, Danny's ready with a shovel there to whack their heads off. You got that length of hose and the gasoline can ready, Danny?
Yeah, here they are. I got the canvas bags ready, too.
Well, if everything's ready, then I'll just stick the end of the hose in the hole here. Pour some gasoline through the funnel into the hose, and then we'll blow on it. I hope they come out one at a time, nice and polite.
There's one in there, all right, Dad.
Yeah, he's coming out, too. Get ready. Here he comes. There. There's one snake in the bag. Here comes another one. I got him. Here come 2 at once. You get that one with a shovel, Danny. I can't handle both. There. That's 3 in the bag. 1 dead. Not bad. Danny, you did a real good job chopping off that snake's head with your shovel. Yeah, you'd better get that head buried right away.
Why do you have to bury the head, Mr. Smith?
Well, even a dead snake's fangs can be dangerous, Jack. They could punch a hole right through a thin-soled shoe. I don't think it's too likely that anyone would step on it, but I don't like to take chances.
Say, I've been wondering, what does a reptile institute do with snakes you catch?
Well, mostly they keep them and milk the venom out of their fangs. They use it to make anti-venom. That's what they use to treat snake bite with.
I sure hope I haven't been bothering you too much with all my questions, Mr. Smith. I'm really enjoying watching you catch snakes, and I'm getting lots of material for that zoology report.
You haven't been any bother at all, kid. Now, next hole we try, you can help with. And cut out that Mr. Smith stuff. Sam's the name. Down around home, they call me Rattlesnake Sam.
I can see why.
You're welcome to come out hunting with us tomorrow, too, if you want to.
I'd sure like to, but I can't tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. I'll be going to Sunday school and church. But why don't you come to church with me?
Rattlesnake Sam go to church. That'd be the day. Me and Danny, we don't have time for that kind of stuff, do we, Danny?
I guess that's right, Dad. I would like to go to church, though. I used to go regular.
Now, Danny, you remember what I told you when you first started going snake hunting with me. Well, I'll tell you how it is, Jack. The way I figure things, that religion stuff just makes a man soft. And in the business we're in, there ain't room for no softies. It's a mighty rough and tough game.
I know what you mean. It must take real nerve to stand there with a shovel like you do. Especially Danny, just ready to kill a snake as he looks at him. I sure don't see what you mean, though, about religion being for softies. Bill and Stumpy go to church every Sunday, and there's nothing soft about either one of them.
You say them Rangers are churchgoers?
Sure.
It's kind of surprising to hear a feller talking like that. I wouldn't want to make fun of you either. It's a fine thing, but it's just not for me. I try to do right by everybody, and I think I'm as good as the next guy. That's all the religion I got, and that's all I need.
Well, Jack, did you enjoy the snake hunt yesterday?
I sure did. It was great. I really learned a lot, too.
You don't say. Have some more bacon and eggs, Jack.
Thanks. Sure am hungry.
If there ever comes a day when you're not hungry, young feller, you let me know. That I'd like to see. Don't let Stumpy bother you, Jack. We're glad you stopped by to have breakfast with us. Yep, sure are. Henry gone up to Central City has been mighty quiet around here. Jack, do you think Sam and Danny really know their business?
Wow, do they ever? They must have caught about a dozen live snakes yesterday.
Hey, we'd better hurry up. We should leave for the church in about 15 minutes. And by the way, Jack, what are your snake hunting friends doing today?
Oh, they're going hunting again. Sam has no use for Christianity. But Danny, well, I think he's a Christian. He's so quiet. He never did exactly say so, but that's the impression I got. And I know Sam's wife's a Christian.
So Sam's not a Christian, huh? I'll tell you what, fellows. Let's make Sam a matter of special prayer this morning.
Hey, Jack, the mighty snake hunter, wait for me.
Oh, cut out that snake hunter stuff, will you?
I was just kidding. Hey, you gonna eat in the cafeteria?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure is a nice day, though. Maybe I'll buy a sandwich and a carton of milk, take it outside to eat.
Hey, that sounds like a great idea. No sense wasting the first warm day we've had this spring.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get on down to the cafeteria.
Yeah. Well, that really was a swell report about snake hunting you gave in zoology this morning, Jack. You know, don't you, that you're going to make the rest of us look sick. I mean, just sick.
What do you mean?
Well, your report was full of action. You had all of us sitting on the edges of our chairs. My report's due tomorrow. All I've got stuff I copied out of the encyclopedia. Hey, what's old man Cobb doing down there?
He's putting in a new fence down by the road.
No, that's not what I mean. He just picked up a big sack or something from the side of the road there, see?
A sack? Hey, that looks like one of Sam Smith's sacks. Oh, no. Mr. Cobb! Mr. Cobb! Don't open that bag, Mr. Cobb. Don't open
Help! That... This bag's full of snakes. Help! Ouch! Ooh, he bit me.
Well, Danny boy, we sure had us a nice hunt this week. We must have got 50 or 60 rattlers.
Yeah, it sure is nice country there around Knotty Pine. I wouldn't mind going back there again sometime.
Me neither. Mighty nice people around there. Say, here's a gas station coming up on the right. We better fill up the tank and stretch our legs a bit. It's going to be a long ride home.
What'll it be, Mac?
Fill her up. Regular.
Right.
Dad.
What's the matter?
Well, didn't we have 5 bags of snakes back here?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I know that's how many we had. We started out with half a dozen, and we had 1 empty left over.
Well, there's only 4 back here now.
Huh? Are you sure?
1, 2, 3, 4. That's all there are.
One must have bounced out somewhere along the way. Never had that happen before.
Say, Dad, do you remember back there in Knotty Pine, just at the edge of town when we hit that big bump in the road? It was right by the school.
By the school? I hope not. I sure hope not. Danny, you pay the man, get the truck turned around, headed for Knotty Pine. I got to put in a phone call to Ranger Bill.
Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking.
This is Sam Smith, Ranger Bill.
Hello, Sam. What's on your mind?
Bill, Danny and me just got a ways out of town and stopped for gas. And we noticed that we was missing a bag of rattlers.
What? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. The only thing I can figure out is it bounced right off the back of the truck.
Say, that's bad.
You ain't heard the worst part yet. We came out of town on Route 30. Danny recalls that we hit a big bump in the road out at the edge of town, right by the school.
Uh-oh. Stumpy and I will get down there as fast as we can.
If you find that bag, don't let anyone touch it. Keep everyone away from it till we get there. We're starting back right now.
Mr. Cobb, that snake bit you, didn't he?
Yep, he got me on the hand. All the dirty tricks. Throwing a sack of rattlesnakes right in front of a school. Sure like to know who did it. Watch out there, Jack. That rattler's headed right toward you. He's going to get you, too, if you don't watch out.
Hand me your shovel.
Yeah, here. I don't know what you're going to try to do, but you be careful. I'll be. You cut his head right off, neat as can be.
Well, you'll have to have a shot of anti-venom right away. I'll flag down the first car that comes along and send you in to Doc White. He'll fix you up in no time.
Yeah, it hurts like crazy. I guess I'm lucky you came along, though, Jack. You seem to know a lot about snakes.
Well, to tell you the truth, most of what I know about snakes I learned just last week. I was helping a professional snake hunter named Sam Smith. I'm pretty sure these snakes belong to him, but I can't imagine how they got here unless they fell off his truck.
Say, what are you burying that snake's head for?
So nobody accidentally steps on it. That's another thing I learned from Sam Smith. Oh, you better sit down there, Mr. Cobb. A person who's been bitten by a poisonous snake shouldn't move around or get excited. Hey, here comes a car. It looks like Jim Brownlee. Hey, Jim!
What's going on here?
Mr. Cobb was just bitten by a snake. Can you take him to Doc White?
Oh, sure. Hop in, Mr. Cobb.
You remember what I said, Mr. Cobb. You take it real easy. No excitement, no moving around.
Don't you worry, Jack. I'll have him at Doc White's less than 2 minutes.
I'm pretty sure Mr. Cobb's going to be all right now. But I'd better do something about the rest of these snakes. They're pretty sluggish right now, but with the sun warming them up, they're going to start moving around. That means if I'm going to do anything about them, I better do it right now. I sure wish Sam and Danny Smith were here. They'd know what to do.
Hey, Jack, what are you doing out there? Is you ever going to eat lunch? Wow, look at that. Big heap of rattlesnakes laying on the ground. Hey, Jack, you better get away from those snakes. You're going to get hurt.
I can't just go away and leave them here. They'll be starting to move around, and they'll be all over the schoolyard soon unless somebody does something about them.
Hey, you guys. Look what's down here by the road. A whole bunch of rattlesnakes. Hey, where did the snakes come from, Jack? Is it true that old man Cobb found them in a canvas bag?
Yes, it's true, and one of them bit Mr. Cobb. Hey, you fellas had better get back into school. I'm afraid somebody is going to get hurt.
Yeah, but Jack, who do you suppose put that bag of snakes out here?
No one put it here. I think these rattlers belong to a professional snake hunter named Sam Smith. He left town this morning, and this bag must have fallen off his truck. Now, get back into the school, everybody.
Jack, what's this I hear about snakes on the front lawn? Now, see here, if this is some kind of a joke, then... Say, there really is a pile of snakes here.
This is no joke, Mr. Bailey. You've got to get these kids back into school before someone gets hurt.
Jack's right. Get back into school now, all of you. Jack, shouldn't you go inside, too?
I suppose I should, sir, but I was thinking maybe I should catch these snakes before they go crawling off all over the front lawn.
You have a point there. I'm afraid we can hardly dismiss school today until these rattlers are disposed of. Do you know anything about handling snakes?
Yes, sir, a little.
What can I do to help you?
Well, I'm not sure. I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do. If you would telephone Ranger Bill, that would be a big help.
I'll do that.
Hey, that snake's starting to crawl around. Uh-oh. He's headed right for me. Now, where's that shovel? No chance of getting to it now. If I make a sudden move, he might strike.
What's the matter with you today, Bill? Here I was eating my lunch peaceful as can be, and you come running in yelling something about trouble down to school. Now here you are driving along like a maniac. Still haven't told me what's up.
Well, to tell you the truth, Stumpy, I'm not sure myself what's up. Sam Smith called me and said he lost a canvas bag full of rattlers in the back of his truck. Not sure, but he thinks it might have bounced out right in front of the school.
Great hopping horn toads. I sure hope he's wrong about where he lost it.
I hope so, too, Stumpy. I don't know how Sam Smith fastens those canvas sacks of his. I suppose there's always a chance the sack might come open somehow and the snakes escape.
What could be worse than that, Bill, would be if someone saw that sack lying along the road and took it into his head to open it up, see what's inside.
Yeah, you're right. If the sack did land near the school, it's pretty likely that some curious kids will find it.
Then maybe we're too late. Maybe some of them kids got bit already.
Yeah, maybe. Now, when we started out, the only thought I had in mind was to get to the school as soon as possible. Now, I think maybe it would pay us to stop here at Doc White's office. We'll take him along with us. Doc White and a big supply of anti-venom.
Sure got myself into a mess here. Here's a snake crawling toward me, and now 3 feet away. If I had the shovel, maybe I could kill him. The shovel's at least 10 feet from me. There's not a chance I can get to it. He's only about 2 feet away now. Gotta stand perfectly still. It's my only chance. I don't know if I could do it. What? Oh, the school bell. It's a miracle. Just a miracle I didn't jump on that bell ring. He's going right by me. Now I can breathe again. That sure was a close call. I'm shaking all over. But I still haven't done anything about the rest of those snakes. They're starting to get lively. Lord, you'll have to help me think of something.
Danny, you know I've never had much use for religion, but I've tried to be a good man.
I know that, Dad. You've always been a good dad to us kids.
I've never been a religious man, but I've always tried to do right by the other fella. I tell you, Danny, it scares me to think that some innocent person might get hurt just because I lost a bag of snakes.
That's no fault of yours that there was a bump in the road. Nothing like this ever happened before.
Well, I never had that many snakes pile up in the back of the truck either. I maybe could have tied the bags down with a piece of rope if I'd thought of it.
Dad, maybe God would sort of take care of the people. Protect them from the snakes, I mean. If I asked him to. If you wouldn't mind, that is.
No, I wouldn't mind, Danny. If you want to pray, you go right ahead. In fact, I think it's a good idea.
Now, I gotta catch these snakes. If Sam were here, he could catch them with that pole of his. But I don't have a pole. Maybe I could throw that canvas sack over them. No, they've moved around and spread out. It wouldn't cover all of them. Oh, looks like 4 or 5 of them tangled up together there. Canvas sack. Canvas sack. That gives me an idea.
Hey, Jack, have you ever got an audience? Practically the whole school is watching you from the windows to see what you're going to do next.
You know, in the gym, in the boys' shower room, there's a bunch of old equipment there with a couple of tarpaulins thrown over it. Would one of you fellas get me one of those tarps and throw it out the window to me?
Sure, Jack. Right away.
Now, while he's getting the tarp, I'll just gather up some of these steel fence posts Mr. Cobb was putting in.
Okay, Jack. Here's your tarp.
Thanks. Now, just throw the tarp over the rattlers and weigh it down with these fence posts. Ah, there. They can't get out of that.
Well, Danny, we're almost back to Knotty Pine School. I'll slow down. You start keeping your eyes peeled for that big bag of snakes.
Okay, Dad. Hey, look. There's Jack standing out in front of the school.
Jack, we lost a bag full of rattlers. Have you seen it?
I sure have.
Where is it?
Right here in the front of the school.
Oh.
I didn't find it. Mr. Cobb, the school gardener, did. He was putting in a new fence out here when he noticed it lying along the road. Naturally wondered what it was, so opened it up.
I'm almost afraid to ask. Did he get bit?
Yes, Sam. Afraid he did. We got him to the doctor right away, though, so I'm pretty sure he'll be all right.
Was anyone else hurt?
No, just Mr. Cobb.
Whew. I'm glad it wasn't any worse than that. I sure was worried. Where's the bag of snakes now?
Well, when Mr. Cobb opened the sack and got bit on the hand, he spilled all the snakes out of the bag. I knew that with the sun shining on them, they'd warm up soon and get more active. So I just threw that tarp over there and weighted it down with those fence posts. There they are, right over there.
You did that all by yourself, Jack? Well, weren't you scared?
You bet I was scared. For a while there, I was really shaking in my shoes. Then I asked the Lord to help me, and he sure did. Hey, look. Here come Bill and Stumpy.
Everything all right here?
Everything's under control, thanks to Jack here. Somehow or other, he managed to get the rattlers pinned under that tarp.
Good work, young feller.
Looks as though God answered your prayers after all.
Your prayers?
Yep. I don't mind telling you that I felt mighty bad about losing that sack. I sure didn't want anyone to get hurt because of a stupid mistake I made. So Danny prayed all the way back here that God would protect you folks in Knotty Pine from the snakes. I've been mistaken about some other things, too. I was talking big to Jack the other day, making like I was so tough and so strong that I didn't need religion. I told him that stuff was for women and little kids. But I've been watching all you guys, and I can see that ain't true. It ain't true at all. You fellas all are Christians, and I ain't ever seen a bunch of braver men. I've done a lot of bad things in my life, but I want to have what you fellas have. If you think God would want an old sinner like me...
He sure does want you, Sam. He says in his word, "Him that cometh to me, I will in no wise cast out." You've already taken the first step in coming to him. You've admitted that you're a sinner and you need a Savior. Now, if you'll just ask the Lord Jesus to come into your heart, he'll wash your sins away and make you a Christian.
I'm going to do it, Bill. I'm going to do it right now. Hey, Danny, you think your mom's going to be happy when she finds out what happened?
She sure is, Dad. I think she'll say it's an answer to her prayers.
How about you, boys and girls? If you've never accepted Christ as your Savior, won't you do it today? Stumpy and Jack and I, yes, and Sam and Danny Smith, will all tell you it'll mean the start of a new life, a wonderful new life in Christ. Well, see you again next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill is produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago. This is a Moody Radio Network production.
I knew I had a brother, but I was only 4. I used to fantasize about you when I was in the orphanage.
Yes, I had the same dreams.
See these eyes so green, I can stare.
I didn't think you were ready, but you are. I knew it when I saw you with him. Your whole body burns.
I'm not like you!
You tell yourself that it's love, but it isn't. It's blood. Death.
You've been so long, and I've been putting out fire.
Make love with me.
I'm not like you.
See these eyes so green, I can stare for 1,000 years. Just be still with me. You wouldn't believe what I've been through.
I love you.
Been so long. It's been so long. Putting out the fire. Putting out fire with gasoline. Oh, it's been so long. I've been putting out fire.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castile. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, and their guest, the star of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Madame Curie, Walter Pidgeon, with Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning in the Burns house, and George is upstairs dressing. Gracie is just answering the front door.
Gracie, look out your living room window, quick.
Well, Blanche, what is it?
A new neighbor's moving in next door to you, and wait till I tell you who it is, you'll die.
Who is it?
Walter Pidgeon.
Walter Pidgeon, the actor?
Uh-huh.
You mean Mr. Greg Austin?
Yes, aren't you thrilled to death?
Oh, I should say I am. Oh, I just adore him on the screen. Why, when the bombs are exploding all around him and his house is being blown up, nobody could light a pipe like he can.
I know. He's so romantic.
Oh, yes. Look, here comes his living room furniture. Oh, look. See, there's his bookcase.
Uh-huh. That's a pretty coffee table, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. And I just love that ridge lamp.
Gracie, look.
Oh, and it looks like such a comfortable sofa.
You're telling me.
We used to have one just like that at home before I got married.
Yeah, but you had George on it.
Well, of course I did. And I wouldn't trade one George Burns for 20 Walter Pigeons.
Well, that's what makes horse racing.
I guess it's just a matter of taste. You like one thing and I like George.
Oh, look, Gracie. Here comes his bedroom furniture.
Oh, yeah, and there's his bureau.
And the top drawer is open. Oh, my. Did you see what just fell out?
Oh, yes. He wears cute ones, doesn't he?
Oh, yes, they are cute.
Oh, I've been dying for George to get some like those. He wears the long, droopy kind.
Well, maybe they just look droopy on George.
Oh, Blanche, look. Look, right there. It's him, Walter Pigeon himself, see?
What a man.
Yeah, he is kind of cute looking, isn't he? That brown hair and those white teeth, those blue eyes.
Yeah, same coloring as my husband. Only he has blue eyes, white hair, and brown teeth.
Well, there he goes into the house. Oh, I wouldn't dream of spying on him in his house, would you?
Oh, no, of course not.
It wouldn't be nice.
No.
I'll get my binoculars.
Hey, what are you two doing at the window? Snooping, eh? Shame on you.
Well, George, a glamorous movie star, is moving in next door. I was just going to get the binoculars.
Movie star? Well. I'll get the binoculars. Who is she?
Walter Pigeon.
Snooping, eh? Shame on you.
Well, I think I'll be running along, Gracie. It was wonderful seeing Walter Pigeon so close up.
Well, glad you enjoyed it, Blanche. Give my regards to your husband.
I will, Gracie. If I ever decide to go home again.
Come away from that window, sweetheart.
Ah, jealous, huh?
No. Should I be?
Oh, of course not. Why, you're much better looking than Walter Pigeon.
Oh, now, Gracie.
Oh, I mean it, George. Well, when you smile and your nose wrinkles up, it's just too cute for words.
Really?
Yes. It's even cute when you stop smiling and it just hangs there.
Yeah, pretty.
Walter Pigeon. I'll take George Burns. Life with you is just like a beautiful fairy tale.
Oh, please.
Oh, yes, it is. I often play a game when men whistle at me on the street. I pretend they're wolves and I'm Little Red Riding Hood and I'm hurrying home to you, my dear old grandmother.
Must be fun.
Good morning, folks.
Why, Bill?
Oh, Bill, guess what? We've got a new next-door neighbor, Walter Pigeon.
Really? Say, you know, I think I'll drop in and tell him about Swan, the new white floating soap. That'll kind of establish me as a bird lover.
A bird lover?
Well, George, think of the headline. Bill Goodwin gets pigeons to bathe with Swan.
Oh, Judge. Doesn't Bill say the cute things?
Yes, he's a second Ben Turpin.
Well, of course, I'll tell him that Swan's not only great for his bath and for his hands and face, but it's great for bathing a baby and perfect for dishes and light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Well, I'm glad Mr. Pigeon's a bachelor, Bill. Now you'll have somebody to pal around with.
Say, that's right. Gee, Pigeon and I can have some real fun together. Double dates, you know. I know a couple of sisters. Beautiful apartment, champagne, home-cooked meal, and after dinner...
Yeah?
That is, if we play our cards right...
Mm-hmm.
They let us wash the dishes with Swan.
Oh, joy supreme.
Well, George, it's a real kick to wash the dishes with Swan. A kick to see those loads and loads of suds. And to know that Swan is so mild and gentle, your hands won't get that rough red dish panty look.
Well, it's time for me to get to the office. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Bye, dear.
And while I'm gone, you two let Pigeon alone. Don't annoy him. And Gracie, above all, don't try to get him married to Tootsie Sagwell. Goodbye.
Bill, doesn't George get the best ideas? Hand me the phone.
Oh, okay, here you are.
Hello? Hello, Tootsie? Tootsie, this is Gracie. Now, listen carefully. How would you like to marry Walter Pigeon? Tootsie! Tootsie! Oh, dear.
What happened,
A
Gracie?
short circuit. I guess she drooled on the wires.
Our popular young tenor Jimmy Cash and a new ballad that's rising in popularity, When They Ask About You.
When I go for a walk and meet old friends we knew, we sit around and talk. Then they ask about you. What's the good if I say that you and I are I tell them you're away when they ask about you. They wonder where we've been and why we never call. I take it on the chin until the teardrops fall. They don't mean to be smart, but if they only knew, they're stepping on my heart when they ask about
Let me at him. Oh, Tootsie, for goodness sake, calm down. The way you act, Walter Pigeon wouldn't even speak to you.
Oh, I don't care. I'd be satisfied just to squeeze him and listen to him grunt.
Now, Tootsie, that's just why we've always failed before. You rush men so. Now, this time I have everything planned.
Well, Gracie, how are you going to get him to propose?
Well, I'm going to put him under obligation to me.
How?
Well, neighbors borrow things, don't they?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to lend him an egg, and then he'll have to do me a little favor and marry you.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Thank you, Tootsie. Now, I'll take an egg and be on my way. And don't worry, in no time at all, you'll be Mrs. Tootsie Walter Sagwell Pigeon.
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Pigeon. I'm Mrs. Burns, your next-door neighbor. Would you like to borrow this egg?
No, thank you very much.
Oh, you're making a big mistake. Eggs are very good for you.
Perhaps...
they're full of all sorts of healthy things like vitamins and chickens.
Mrs. Burns, I don't want to borrow an egg.
No eggs?
No egg. If I find I need one, I'll send to the store.
Oh, don't do that. It's dangerous.
Dangerous?
Well, certainly with the shortage of materials, who knows what they're making eggs out of these days?
Mrs.
Now,
Burns...
this is a real egg, pre-Pearl Harbor.
A bit ripe, wouldn't you think?
Well, just mellow. Here, take it.
No, thanks. I appreciate your good neighbor spirit, but really, I don't want to borrow your egg.
No egg.
No egg. Good day, Mrs. Burns.
Good day, Mr. Pigeon. Don't hesitate to call me if you want to borrow an egg.
Gracie, any luck?
Oh, darn it, no. I couldn't lend him a thing. He seems to have everything.
You said it.
And I thought sure I could tempt him.
Well, Tondaleo didn't have any trouble tempting him.
Oh, Tondaleo, that native girl in white cargo.
Yes, the one who wore the sarong.
Oh, so that's what he likes. Oh, aren't men beasts?
Yeah, lovely, lovely beast.
Tondaleo, huh? I'll be right back.
Oh, it's you again.
Big white stranger like 'em egg?
What?
Eggs, good to eat. Come from birds. You want 'em? Me got 'em.
Mrs. Burns, just why are you talking like a travelogue?
Me native girl. Live on island.
What island?
Catalina?
Are you asking me or telling me?
Me telling you. Like 'em egg?
Really, you shouldn't run around like they in the neighborhood acting like this. What will your husband say?
You mean paleface?
Well, you know him better than I do.
He no care. Want 'em egg?
No, I don't want 'em egg.
Egg make white stranger strong. Put hair on chest.
Why don't you give it a pale face?
No got 'em chest.
I see.
Beautiful, gorgeous, stunning native girl give white stranger one more chance to borrow egg. What say, white stranger?
Aloha, Mrs. Burns.
Did it work? Oh, no, Tootsie. I guess he's tired of Tondaleo. Who else has he been running around with?
Well, Mrs. Minifer.
Oh, yes. He borrowed from her. They used to be married.
Sure.
Let me see. She was English, wasn't she?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll be right back, Tootsie.
Oh, no, not you again.
Are you there?
What?
Are you there?
Well, don't you see me?
The Fargo boy. Thick as consomme. Can't see my jolly old digits in front of my jolly old puss.
Are you British now?
Rightfully. Care to borrow a spot of egg?
Oh, that egg again. No, I don't want it.
Delicious with crumpets and a cup of petrol?
No, thanks. I like my petrol without egg.
Amusing chaps, you Americans.
Mrs. Burns, why are you working so hard to get me to borrow that egg?
Because you blimey well need it, old cricket. You look a bit pico today.
Pico?
Yes, tired as an old tea bag. Beastly jolly, eh, what?
More beastly than jolly. But I definitely do not want the egg. Now, if you don't mind...
Cigarette.
What?
Cigarette.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mitch.
Thanks.
Thank you. Egg.
No.
Cad.
Mrs. Burns, once and for all, I don't want to borrow an egg. Now, cheerio.
Are you there?
You don't have to tell me. I can see by your face.
Mrs. Miniver didn't work either.
Gracie, the title of his latest picture is Madame Curie.
Madame Curie. Au revoir, Tootsie.
I left the door open. What is it this time?
French.
French?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Would Yankee like to borrow law egg?
All right, Mrs. Burns, you win. Give me the egg.
There. Well, Now that I've done you a favor, will you do a little favor for me?
What is it?
Drop over to the house and marry my girlfriend.
Marry your girlfriend?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes.
You don't believe in long engagements, do you?
No, will you marry her?
No, thank you.
Well, that's gratitude for you. After pestering me all day to borrow an egg.
Yeah. I did hound you, didn't I? But the answer is still no, even if you throw in a rasher of bacon.
Well, Mr. Pigeon, won't you at least come over and meet Tootsie?
No, thanks. Is this Tootsie between the ages of 20 and 35?
Yes.
Has she had at least 2 years of high school?
Oh, yes, at least 2 years in each class.
I think I would like to meet Tootsie.
Oh, good. Well, come for dinner at 6 o'clock.
Very well, I'll be there.
Oh, dear. With an extra dinner guest now, I'll need another egg. May I borrow one from you?
Oh, yes. I just happen to have one on me.
Oh.
Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra with a special Mills treatment of this lively air, Canadian Capers.
Tootsie Sagwin and Walter Pigeon to dinner. Didn't I tell you not to annoy Pigeon with that broken-down dame? Didn't I tell you that Tootsie should...
George, please, remember your appendix.
My appendix has been taken out for 5 years.
Well, poor Tootsie hasn't been out for 10.
Well, never mind. You're calling this dinner off.
All right, if you don't want to sing in pictures.
Tell Pigeon you... What was that?
Mr. Pigeon is coming over just to hear your voice.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Probably wants me to sing in one of his pictures.
Well, sure. You have a remarkable voice. The kind that puts people right in the mood of your song.
It does?
Yes. Remember at Bill's party you sang Leave Me and Love Me or Leave Me?
Uh-huh.
Well, while you were singing I Loved You and everybody else left you.
So Pigeon wants to hear my voice, huh? Well, okay. He'll have a chance to hear it.
Come in. Oh, good evening, Mr. Pigeon. This is my husband, George Burns.
How do you do, Mr. Burns? How do you do, Mr. Pigeon? How do you do? How do you do, Mr. Pigeon? How are you? An attractive house you have here, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, thanks. It's not very big, but we're crazy about it.
Be it ever so humble, there's no place
Like home.
May I open a window?
Now, see here.
I'd like to light my pipe, but I don't want to get the room all smoky.
Oh, that's it. Where do they go, those smoke rings I blow each night? Oh, those smoke rings.
Happy little fellow, isn't he?
Yes, he sings.
He does?
Oh, yes. I got a special little number worked up. Would you like to hear it?
Swell.
Say, have you ever been away?
Hello, folks.
Oh.
Walter Pigeon.
Oh, yes. Walter, this is Bill Goodwin.
How do you do?
I'm glad to meet you.
Sit down, Bill. I'm going to sing a little song for Walter.
Oh, great, George.
Say,
ever heard George sing before, Walter?
No.
Oh, has a magnificent voice. Go ahead, George.
Say, have you ever been away?
Get that high note, Walter.
Say,
pure as a bar of swan. And swan's pure as fine Castiles.
Now, Bill, don't start with that. Tell him about Swan later.
Oh, well, sure, George. Remind me to tell you later, Walter, about Swan being the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one. The soap for bathing the baby, for your own hands and face, or for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Bill, don't tell him about Swan. Now, wait till I finish my song.
Oh, well, sure, George. Go ahead.
Say, have you ever been away?
Walter, when he finishes this song... Are you going to hear something? I'm going to tell you why so many doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. Because it's so mild, it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. And since Swan is so mild, it must be swell for your hands and face, your complexion.
Look, Walter, do you want to hear Bill talk about Swan soap, or would you rather hear me sing?
Bill, I understand Swan breaks in two.
Oh, no.
You're absolutely right, Walter. Swan does break in two, so you can put half in the bathroom for your hands and face, tub, or shower, and half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry.
Are you through?
Yes.
Now, if you open your yap once more, I'm going to throw you out. Say, have you ever been away?
George.
Say,
George.
Oh.
You hurt my feelings. I'm going home.
Darn that guy anyway. I'm sorry, Walter. Well, now I can do it right. Say, have you ever been away?
No, but it's a wonderful idea. Goodbye, everybody.
Wait a minute. After all, you came over here to hear me sing.
I came over here to hear you sing. Whatever gave you that idea?
Gracie, didn't you tell me that...
My dinner's ready. I can smell the water boiling.
Walter, what did you come over for?
Well, I'm very interested in a girl named Tootsie Sagwell.
Walter, things can't be that bad with you.
You don't understand, George. I'm doing some special recruiting for the Wave.
Oh, you want Tootsie to join the Wave?
Of course. And from what your wife told me of her, she loved the Navy.
She already does.
It's the back door, dear. I'll answer it.
Am I late? Is he still here? And how do I look?
No, yes, and peculiar. What have you done to yourself?
Well, I said to myself, Tootsie, what's weird Carson got that you haven't got? So I bought a red wig.
Oh, it's simply marvelous. Honestly, if Greer Garson didn't look the way she looks, and you didn't look the way you look, nobody could tell you apart.
Oh, how wonderful. Oh, where is Mr. Pigeon? Let me add him.
Right in here. Well, Walter, I guess I don't have to tell you who this is.
Of course not. Hello, Harpo.
Yeah. This is Tootsie Sagwell.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Miss Sagwell.
Oh, Mr. Pigeon, it's really you. I can hardly believe my eyes.
I'm having a little trouble, too.
George, let's you and I go into the next room. Walter probably wants to be alone with Tootsie.
No, don't leave. What I have to say to Tootsie, I want the whole world to hear. May I ask you a few questions, Tootsie?
Oh, sure.
Are you between the ages of 20 and 35?
Uh-huh. Oh, does she have to tell you how far between?
No. That's all right. And you're single, naturally?
Naturally.
Yes, naturally. Although that doesn't matter. If you were married and had no children under 18, you'd still be eligible.
I would?
Sure. Now, Tootsie, I want you to understand the problem. Every day, more and more sailors are leaving their posts to carry men and materials overseas. The situation is really desperate.
You're telling her.
Oh, gee, Mr. Pigeon, imagine you picking me out of all the women in this country.
Oh, I don't want only you, Tootsie. I want thousands of women.
Thousands?
Mr. Pigeon, don't you think you're biting off a little more than you can chew?
I'm not asking anything for myself, Gracie. It's for Uncle Sam.
Oh, well, I like that. Let your uncle get his own women.
Walter, you better explain just what you want Tootsie to be.
Why, a wave, Tootsie, of course.
A wave?
Yes, and every woman who is eligible should join. It's a fine way to share the experiences and adventures of her fighting brothers and friends who are now in the armed forces.
Oh, all right. Tootsie can become a wave and a bride on the same day.
Bride?
Well, yes. Now, let's eat before the ceremony. You don't want to marry Tootsie on an empty stomach.
I certainly don't, or any other way.
Well, you will before I'm through. As long as you live next door to me, I'll be at your house every single day until you decide to be more neighborly.
Well, in that case, Mrs. Burns, I'd better run along. I have to get up very early tomorrow morning.
Oh, really? Why?
It's moving day again. Goodbye.
George and Gracie will be back in just a moment. Friends, we have as our guest next week lovely Loretta Young, and the following week, Charles Boyer. And now, before George and Gracie return, I've time to remind you that you can't be too careful when it comes to choosing the soap for your baby. So better think twice and choose Swan. Lots of doctors and nurses recommend Swan. They know it's pure as fine Castile. And they know, too, that Swan is mild, so gentle, that it will not irritate your baby's skin. And look, it's just good common sense that if Swan is that pure, that mild, well, you just can't get a finer soap for your own complexion now, can you? Think it over. I'm sure straight thinking will lead you to Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, here again are George and Gracie.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Navy has a tremendous job ahead of it, and we women should be proud that we've been given a chance to do our share. The need for wave recruits is urgent. Every girl who is eligible and who is not now working in a war plant should talk about the waves with a Navy recruiting officer, or she can write to Waves, Washington, D.C., and ask for a free illustrated booklet, The Story of You in Navy Blue. Do it now, without delay. Good night.
Good night, all.
Remember George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Now, till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
we know each other?
Why do you think we're going to?
I don't know. How would I know?
Because I already know an awful lot of people, and until one of them dies, I couldn't possibly meet anyone else.
Well, if anyone goes on the critical list, let me know.
As you can see, she was in serious trouble. But she still found time to enjoy herself.
Mrs. Lambert, any morning now you could wake up dead.
Of course, she never had as much fun as her husband. Now, he knew how to relax. You see, it all began when he got off the train. Now, there's a relaxed husband.
Police probably think I killed him.
Instant divorce, you mean?
From then on, her life was one round of enjoyment. Entertainment. Enchantment?
What are you doing in here?
I'm having a nervous breakdown.
But her life wasn't always that gay. There were times when she was in dire jeopardy. Hasn't it occurred to you that I'm having a tough time keeping my hands off you? Oh, you should see your face.
What's the matter with it?
It's lovely.
When we played our charade, we were like children posing, playing a game.
Magee?
Got you.
Waterproof? You're Charles Voss's wife. Now that he's dead, you're their only lead.
Mr. Bartholomew, if you're trying to frighten me, you're doing a first-rate job.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Escape for Revenge. The Green Hornet strikes again. And now, the Green Hornet. A burly guard in the state prison walked along death row from the cell where Jack Ludlow, a hardened and unrelenting killer, had been waiting for the fatal march to the death house. The guard stopped before the door to the warden's office. Come in. Please, guard.
It's about Ludlow, Warden. He's beginning to crack up. Wants to see you right away.
Good. Maybe he's going to confess. I'll go talk to him right now.
Well, that won't do, Warden. Ludlow's got less than half an hour left. Wants to talk to you in private. He's begging to be brought here to see you.
If he confesses, it'll be worth it. Take another guard with you. Bring Ludlow here to me.
Yes, sir.
I'll give him 5 minutes.
Okay, keep your gun handy, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll unlock the cell door. Come on, Ludlow. And remember, you got 2 guns at your back.
I thought I could hold out about this. I just gotta tell him. I can't go without telling him.
Yeah, I know, Ludlow. It's tough. Open the corridor door, Joe.
Sure.
Well, Ludlow, I guess you aren't as tough as you made out to be, are you? Most of them break when the time gets close. Guess you aren't any exception.
Yeah. Guess you're right.
Here's the warden's office. It's been a knock.
Come in.
Here he is, warden.
Well, let's have it. I'll give you 5 minutes, Ludlow. You 2 men can stand guard just outside the door there.
Maybe one of us ought to stay
He's
here.
unarmed. He couldn't get out except through that door. It's all right. Wait outside.
Gee. Thanks, Warden.
Go on, Joe.
Yeah. Now, Ludlow, sit down if you want to. Tell me what's on your mind.
I'm restless, Warden. Being cooped up in that cell.
Yes, I know. What does you want to tell me?
Hey. I understand my old man came in to talk to you tonight, Warden.
Yes. Yes, he did, Ludlow. Felt sorry for him. Seemed such a respectable old chap, and... Well, your trouble broke him up quite a bit. Wanted to ask me about certain arrangements.
Yeah, I know. But getting me buried.
Sure that isn't what you came to speak about, Ludlow.
No. I came to see you about this.
A gun? Where'd you get that?
That nice old man stuck it in this big fern over here, Warden. Just so's it'd be handy.
You won't get away with this, Ludlow.
Get your hands up, quick. Now, walk to that door and stand to one side of it. Get going. I'm keeping this gun right in your back. And once that means it goes off, see? Now open the door a crack and tell those guys to go to the end of the corridor. Tell them you're walking back to the cell with me. Go on.
All right. But I warn you,
Do what
Ludlow.
I say.
Guards,
What else, warden?
go to the end of the corridor and watch from there. I'm walking back with Ludlow.
Okay, warden. Go on, Joe.
All right. Now saunter out beside me. When we get to the corridor leading to the main gate, you'll go that way. If they start a follow, tell them to go back. Now on your way.
You think I'm going to let you get away with
I
this?
gotta die if I don't get out. You'll die too, Warden. I ain't kidding. Turn this way.
Hey, Warden, anything wrong?
This gun is ready to go off, Warden.
It's all right, guard.
That's the stuff, Warden. We're coming to the main gate. Keep it up and you won't be sorry.
Oh! Oh, it's you, Warden.
Tell him to open that gate.
Open the gate, guard. There you are, Warden. I was... Hey, isn't that Ludlow with you? What's... Grab him, it's a break. Holy mackerel.
Now you what?
Oh, so long, Warden. Prison break! Sound the alarm!
Meantime, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Gunnigan, the city editor.
Everything ready to roll, Gunnigan?
Yes, Chief. Ludlow was slated to go to the chair at midnight. It's 5 after now. City room.
Gunnigan, this is Mike Axford.
Say, you, it's about time you phoned in. All the other papers will be on the street
Hold
before...
that, will you? I just gave a story to rewrite. Then I had them connect me with you.
I ain't got the time to listen. I got...
Ludlow ain't dead yet.
Huh? What are they doing? Frying the guy? What do you mean? What happened?
He got away. Made a jailbreak. Busted out of prison. Now do you get it?
What?
That's right. You can get the details from the rewrite desk. See you later. So long.
Hey, wait! That calls for an extra.
What's happened?
That was Axford. He phoned that Ludlow busted out of prison. Come on, Chief. We've got work to do.
The following afternoon, Britt Reed was going over letters with his secretary, Lenore Case, in his office.
Answer this one in your own way, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Well, this is the last batch, so I'll get them all out today.
Good. Mail was beginning to stack
Hi,
up.
Reed, Teddy.
What brought you in, Axford?
I came to tell you about that killer, Ludlow. Reed, maybe you forgot, but when Ludlow was sentenced, he swore he'd get even with the prosecuting attorney and with the guy who was responsible for his capture.
I do remember, Axford.
Who was responsible for his capture?
The Green Hornet, that's who. Ludlow swore to get the lawyer Calvin York and the Green Hornet.
He might get Calvin York, but the Hornet? Oh, no, that could never happen.
Maybe not, but he sure has York upset. Sergeant Burke has a cop posted out there at York's place to protect him.
I think the Hornet can take care of himself. And as for Calvin York, as long as the police are guarding him, he'll be safe from Ludlow.
Sure, that killer wouldn't dare show his face there. If they catch him again, he won't escape the chair, you can bet on that. Well, I'm going out to eat. Then I'll go to cops' headquarters. See you later.
That night, in another part of the city...
Wheezy, they don't come any smarter than Jack Ludlow, if I do say so myself. My little plan worked out to a T.
Yeah, Jack, we should put it over on him at the prison. You know, I should have been an actor the way I played the sad old man. Warden sure fell for it, and I got a good chance to plant the gun for you.
Okay, you did your part, Wheezy. I'll pay you off as soon as I get my mitts on some dough. I got a couple of things to pull, and then I'll have dough and be even with 2 skunks besides.
You ain't thinking of going out tonight, are you, Jack? The whole city's hunting for you.
Stop beefing. I can take care of myself. Did you get that mask for me?
Yeah. It's right there in the table drawer in front of you.
I'm going to need it tonight. There. How do I look, Wheezy?
Well, if I ever seen the Green Hornet, I'd say you look like him. But I never seen the Green Hornet, so...
You never seen the Green Hornet, okay. But I have. This is a mask like his. Enough to pass for him anyway. People don't look too close when that guy comes around.
What are you going to do?
Look. You said there's a cop watching York's place, didn't you?
Yeah. He was right on the porch when I went by. Big guy, too.
Cop's a cop to me. I can handle him.
Me? I don't want to have to try.
I'm taking this mask and calling on York tonight, Wheezy.
What? Oh, you're crazy.
That's what you think.
But what about that cop?
I'll get rid of him. I got something to square with York. If anybody's around when I get to him, he'll swear it was the Hornet who bumped him off. Then the hunt will turn to the Hornet, see?
I don't get how you're going to do it, Jack.
I told you to be sure there was a phone in my hideout, didn't I? Now that there is, I'm going to use it. You just listen, and you'll learn how I'm going to do it.
I'll get it, Calvin. Hello?
Is this Calvin York's place?
Yes. This is Mrs. York speaking. Just a moment, and I...
Wait, you can take a message for him.
All right. What is the message, please?
I'm calling from police headquarters to tell you Ludlow's been caught.
Oh, that's wonderful. That awful murderer.
Hey, who you calling? Oh, yeah, Mrs. York. He sure is awful. By the way, tell the policeman we sent there to come back to headquarters right away, will you?
Yes, of course I'll tell him. Thank you for letting us know about the capture.
It's a pleasure, ma'am. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who was that, Helen?
Police headquarters. They called to say Ludlow's been captured. Oh, Calvin, I'm so relieved.
Yes, I'm slightly relieved myself. Ludlow's a dangerous killer.
Oh, they want the policeman who's out front to come to headquarters. Will you tell him, dear?
Yes, I'll tell him right away. I'm glad we don't need him anymore. Now we'll have nothing to worry about. Oh, why. I'm about ready to turn in, Helen. 15 minutes ago, I was tense and worried. I guess the letdowns made me sleepy.
You'd better go up and turn in then, Calvin. After all, the strain has...
What's the matter?
Look, in the doorway.
The Green Hornet.
Right. I came to settle a score for a friend of mine, York.
Put down that gun.
Scared, huh? I'm using this gun on you, York.
No, I won't let you.
Get away from me, you crazy dame. Helen.
I won't let him hurt you.
Get away, I said. Why, you dirty...
Okay, York, this is what I came to do.
Reed was dining in his apartment, and Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, had just brought in the coffee when Axford entered in a high state of excitement.
Reed, where are you?
Here in the dining room, Axford.
Axford, sound excited.
Reed, things are sort of popping. I just came from the Sentinel, and they've already got extras out in the streets.
Well, calm down and tell us what's happening.
Oh, me poor feet. It's good to sit down. Pour me a cup of coffee, Cato.
Place all ready for you, but you not come.
Come on, Axford. What's the news?
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, Reed, 'twas like this. I was at Cops headquarters a while ago. Sarge and me were having a quiet game of checkers and talking.
Okay, Axford. Don't sit there all day. It's your move, so get busy.
Now, hold your horses, Sarge. I got dough up in this game, and I ain't to be hurried.
Yeah, a whole nickel. Come on.
Okay, I will. There. Caught you snapping that time, Sarge. That I did.
Who's it?
Hey, who do you think? Michael Axford, the chap, that's who.
Don't ever get into a game of checkers with him, Moran. He's a crazy player.
Hey, look, you could have made a move there, Sarge.
Where?
There, you see.
Stop kibitzing, Moran, and go on about what you're doing.
Yeah, Moran, you better... Hey!
Huh? What did I do now?
Moran, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be at York's place.
Well, you phoned for me to come back.
What? Who said I phoned?
Mr. York. That is, he said somebody phoned and said Ludlow was caught and for me to...
Holy crow!
It's a trick. Get a squad car, quick. We got a... Police headquarters. Who? Yes, Mrs. York. What? The Green Hornet, you say? Are you sure? Sure. Try to calm yourself. We'll be right out.
What is it, Sarge?
York, he's been murdered by the Green Hornet. Tell the dispatchers to put out a citywide call. Get some of the boys. Get a squad car around front. Get busy, all of you.
And poor Sarge was fit to be tied at the trick the Hornet pulled, Reed.
What makes them think it was the Green Hornet, actually?
Mrs. York saw him. That low-down spalpeen shot her husband right before her eyes. That he did.
I see. Well, I can't understand what motive they attached to the crime, actually.
Well, 'tis as plain as the nose in your face, Reed. That Hornet was in cahoots with Ludlow.
But Ludlow swore vengeance against the Hornet, as I remember.
Sure, but they're both a couple of killers. And birds of a feather run together, you know. They must have fixed things up between them.
Certain Ludlow's mixed up in that murder somehow.
Sure, that's what I said. Well, I'm getting along now. See you later. So long.
Goodbye for a while, Axford.
It's not good. Hornet get blamed for murder of Mr. York.
I'll say it isn't. That must be Ludlow's way of getting even with the Hornet and York at one and the same time.
Well, what you do?
I've been thinking. Ludlow got his revenge on York. Having just broken out of prison, the next thing he'll want and need is money for a getaway. And it stands to reason he'll use the Hornet disguise when he attempts to get that money.
Well, that sounds reasonable. You throw more blame on Green Hornet.
Yes. Moreover, he had help in making his escape from prison. That means another crook is working with him.
Well, what of that?
Crooks like that have no sense of honor. They'll do anything for money. I'm going to call the Sentinel. Have Gunnigan run a box on the front page featuring the large reward we offer for the capture of the Hornet. It might give somebody an idea.
Will you wait here to see if it brings results?
No. After phoning the Sentinel, we'll take the Black Beauty and the masks and drive into the business section of town. If a Neville comes in, we'll catch it over the shortwave radio and the police broadcast it. Then the Green Hornet will be in on the kill.
Now for some action.
Britt Reed put through his phone call to the Sentinel. Then, stepping through a secret panel in the bedroom, he and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. A short time later, Ludlow was in his hideout talking to Wheezy.
Wheezy, we got a problem to solve.
Yeah? Like what, for instance?
With York put away, this town's too hot for us. Gotta get out of here as far away as possible. We'd need dough to do it.
Oh, now, look, Jack, I like it here in this burg. I ain't got no reason to blow.
I know. Listen, Dope, I'm plenty hot right now, ain't I?
Sure, but that...
And you was the one that sprung me from the pen, right?
Yeah, but nobody knows that
If I get caught, they'll know soon enough, Bud. I ain't taking the rap alone this time.
But you killed a couple of guys. Me, I never did that, Jack.
You're an accessory to the whole thing. That means who I bumped off, you bumped off. It's the way the cops look at it. So when I scram out of this burg, you have to go along. Or else something may happen.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. Why can't I just stay
You
here?
ain't staying, see? We'll get some dough tonight. With me wearing a Hornet mask.
For the love of Mike has some sense. With flat feet all over the place, why do you have
Because
to...
we have to. That enough? Now, look, Wheezy. Got it all figured out. That little movie joint we went to last night. The manager's office is right inside the door off the lobby. I noticed it especially.
But they don't leave any of the dough there after they close up.
We'll grab it before they close up. I saw the manager take a bag of dough in there last night about 11.
But he'll see you. He'll be a witness unless
I ain't gonna bump him off. I want a witness. He'll say the Hornet stole the dough. Look there, Wheezy. See that headline? Calvin York shot by Green Hornet. I sure got away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
What are you staring at? See something else?
No, nothing interesting. You say you're going to pull a hole up at 11 o'clock?
Right. You can sit in the car around the corner. We'll get that dough and then blow the town before morning.
Okay. As you say, Jack. I'm going down for some smokes. Want anything?
No. Hurry it up. We leave in 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Watch yourself, Wheezy.
Yeah, I will. We see you. Hey. Oh, I bump off. You bump off, he says. I gotta get from under on this deal. That reward for the Hornet will do it. I'll call the cops. Tell them about the movie holdup. They catch Jack Ludlow. Me, I get out from under with a lot of dough for doing it.
Not long after Wheezy left the hideout, the long black car of the dreaded Green Hornet slid in among the shadows of a back street not far from a small movie theater.
We have radio set for police calls, Mr. Britt, but there's not anything come over we hoped for.
I'm still hoping, Cato. After all, I don't know
Something
whether...
come on radio now.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Green Hornet holding up neighborhood theater at 10th and Water Streets. Theater hold up by Green Hornet at 10th and Water Streets. That is all.
It worked, Cato. I want a showdown with Ludlow. We've got to get there before the police. Step on it.
Okay, buddy. This is a stick-up.
You're the Green Hornet.
What do you think? Put all that dough back in that bag and hand it over. Hurry.
All right. Only don't shoot.
Get it in the bag now.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Be sure you don't hold any out on me either.
No, sir. It's all there.
Good. Give me it. Now, lie down on the floor with your face to the wall. I hear one peep out of you, I'll let you have it, understand?
Yes.
Now get down like I said. No. So long, punk. Get going, Wheezy, quick.
You're not going anyplace, Ludlow.
But you want Wheezy?
Your funny pals in the back seat sleeping. I've been waiting for this meeting.
That sneaking Hornet, huh? You'll be sorry you mixed up in my affairs, says you. You fool. We'll be caught. The cops will come.
Right, and they'll find you, killer.
I'll blow your brains out, you...
Not yet, you won't. Close, but not close enough. Take this. And this. And this one's for wearing a mask like mine.
Wait. You can have the dough. I'll give you the
I'm
dough.
giving you this.
No.
Have to leave here quick.
Let's hurry. Crowd gather. Police come.
Get going, Cato. We haven't a moment to lose. The police will know what to do with that killer when they find him. Give it the gas, Cato.
Mike Axford, if I ever have to go through another night like this, hurry up there. You, coffee boy, get to the composing room with our coffee. Holy snakes, what would... Look, here comes Reed himself.
Yeah, hi, Reed.
What's this I hear about the capture of the Hornet, actually?
Ask him, Chief. He phoned in here and said that they'd caught the Hornet. I get everything set up, and what happens?
What?
He phones back that it isn't the Hornet at all. It was Ludlow posing as the Hornet.
Well, that's big news in itself, Gunnigan.
Sure it is, Reed. That's what I tried to tell him. But he saw it because he had a wee bit of extra work, that's all.
A wee bit... Oh, I give up.
What's the real news, Axford?
Reed, the cops got a tip that the Hornet was holding up a movie. When they got there, they found Ludlow wearing a mask and laid out flat in the bottom of the front of a car, if you know what I mean.
Well, I guess I
Oh,
follow
it'll take him all night, Chief. They got Ludlow. They got his crony, a little mutt named Wheezy, who squealed to high heavens about everything.
Sure. Wheezy said Ludlow posed as the Hornet to kill York. And then
when the cops got to the scene of the holdup, a crowd of people swore that they saw 2 Green Hornets fighting in a car.
2?
Sure. The real Hornet was fighting Ludlow.
I guess even the Green Hornet couldn't stand that low-down heel Ludlow.
I know I despise that killer.
That settles it then. If you despise him, it stands to reason the Green Hornet does too, Reed.
What? What do you mean?
Look at him, Gunnigan. He takes me serious. He doesn't know a bit of sarcastics when he hears it.
Sarcastics, Axford?
Yeah. Did you ever hear the likes of that before, Chief?
Sarcastics. Can I throw it around, though?
You certainly can.
And how?
Popular radio dramas created by George W. Trendle are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Hunt us down. One after one. You can't fight what you can't see. Come at us!
just letting you know he's out there.
I learned one thing when I was with Tom Jeffords chasing Cochise. You can never know what's in Apache's mind.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever a man was wrongly accused of a crime in the early days of the western United States, his first hope was that the Lone Ranger would hear of it. The masked rider of the plains put justice above the letter of the law, and his courage and resourcefulness saved many innocent men. Return with us now to those thrilling frontier days when adventure lay at the end of every trail. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading east to Marshall! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Two young men stood side by side in a small camp a short distance from the town of Marshall. One, his face lathered, was shaving. His grinning companion held a cracked mirror and...
Don't forget your chin.
You can't say much for this old razor of yours. You getting it off all right?
Fair to middling. You'll do, I reckon.
Hand me that towel.
Yeah. Here you are.
Golly, how I hate to shave. I'd rather wrestle steers any day. Now, let me have that glass, huh? Let me see how we look together.
Sure.
Well, don't that beat all? Look at us. I never seen you before this morning, and you never seen me. I come from Wyoming, and you from Arizona. I never been in this part of the country, and from what you say, you ain't been here since you was knee-high to a tadpole.
That's right.
But to look at us, you'd think we was identical twin brothers.
I knew it the second I laid eyes on you.
Told you you'd see it for yourself once you got that crop of whiskers shaved off.
Maybe I better tie a string around my finger. That way I'll be able to tell us apart. I'm likely to forget and think I'm you.
No harm in that. That's just what I want you to do.
Your folks ain't going to get mad.
Oh, shucks. They'll just think it's a good joke on them once they learn the straight of it.
Yeah. You just got your pa and a sister living, huh?
Uh-huh. Pa's name is Lige. My sister is Jenny. She ought to be quite a girl by now. Pa, he's getting along in years.
And they ain't seen you for how long?
Hey, you ain't let slip all them things I told you, have you?
No, I reckon not. I just wanted to check up and see that I had it all straight.
Yeah, it's been 15 years. I went up the trail with a trail herd, and I never come back. Wrote to him once in a while, but that's all. You'll be able to fool him easy.
I'm willing to give it a trial anyhow. How soon will you be along?
Sometime tomorrow.
You're willing to trust me with all this cash? I think he'd rather you kept it and gave it to him yourself.
No, you give it to him. That'll make him think you're me for sure. I can trust you. If you wasn't straight, you'd be anxious to take the cash, not trying to get out of it.
Shucks, you can trust me all right. The only thing is, I'd feel awful bad if I was held up first or something.
Oh, don't worry. I'll get your horse. I saddled him while you was eating.
You riding a ways with me?
Yeah, a little ways. Far enough so she won't take the wrong fork in the trail. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Well, here's for it.
First, just one thing.
Yeah?
You say your handle is Dave Williams?
Mm-hmm.
Well, from now on, don't even think of yourself by that name. You're Rusty Baylor, savvy? Forget about Dave Williams and keep in mind you're Rusty Baylor. And you won't be so likely to make mistakes.
I'll try.
Good enough. Let's go then.
Get up, boy.
Get along,
Come on.
Get along.
Oh, Silver. Oh, Scout. Oh. You were right, Tonto. I never in my life saw men who looked so much alike. I wouldn't have believed it possible if I hadn't seen it for myself.
It heaps strange.
So they plan to play a joke on Rusty's folks, huh?
That's what them say.
I wonder.
What matter?
I wonder if it is just a joke. Dave Williams, masquerading as Rusty Baylor, made his way to the Baylor ranch house, where he was received as a prodigal son. Large Baylor, old and ailing, was all smiles, his son's long absence forgiven. Jenny, a pretty young woman, could not do enough to make the man she thought her brother comfortable and...
Rusty, do have some more of these dumplings. They turned out special good. Why, you haven't hardly eat a thing.
Gosh, Jenny, my stomach wouldn't hold another bite.
Too glad to be home again for an appetite, huh, son?
Yeah, that's it, I guess, Pa.
Well, if you ain't changed too much since you're a young'un, I allow you'll be eating healthy again afore long. My, how you did stow it away in them days.
Rusty,
Huh?
you haven't told us much yet about what you've been doing all these years.
Oh, nothing very interesting.
Speak up, boy. It don't have to be exciting to interest us.
Well, been punching cows mostly. Just wandering around and working for a spell and then moving on.
And you saved all that money you brought us just out of wages?
Well, it did have me a little spread for a while. Didn't amount to much, though.
I wish you hadn't sold it, Rusty.
You shouldn't have, son. I reckon the banker would have waited a mite longer before asking for his loan. Great day. He's been waiting long enough.
I was glad to be able to help.
Sure. I know it, son. I appreciate it, too. Me and Jenny both. Huh, Jenny?
Of course, Pa.
Only thing is, it always seems hard when old folks have to call on the young'uns. That's all. Ain't fair to a young fella like you, Rusty, that's trying to get a start in the world.
No, it wasn't nothing.
Now tell us more about yourself. You said you were in the Panhandle for a while?
Yeah.
Now just sit still. I'll get it.
I wonder who that can be.
Oh, Sheriff, good evening.
Evening, Jenny. Howdy, Lige.
Come in, Sheriff, come in. Here's Rusty back home. Come in and sit.
I can't, Lige. Ain't got the time. Heard Rusty was here, though. Mind stepping out here for a word, Rusty?
What? I guess not.
Ain't jailing him for stealing them apples from the Sky Pilot back in the days he skipped school, are you?
No, Lige. Reckon any charge 15 years old would be outlawed by now. I won't keep the boy for long, Lige.
See that you don't.
What's the matter, Rusty?
Gosh, I don't know.
Come on outside, Rusty.
Sure. What's this about, Sheriff?
Shucks, Rusty. Ain't no use your pretending with me.
Pretending? Well, what do you mean?
This is far enough. Just didn't want your paw to hear what I had to say. You know, Rusty, your paw and me have been right good friends for near a score of years now. I'd sure hate like blazes to have to do anything that'd hurt him.
Just what are you getting at?
Didn't think they'd send a reward notice clear up here, huh?
Reward notice? You're local.
Look, Rusty, if it had just been a holdup or something like that, why, I reckon we'd never have heard of it. But you should have had sense enough to know a killing is some ways different.
Killing?
You could make it a heap easier if you'd quit playing innocent.
But I don't know what you're talking about. Honest to gosh, I don't.
You can't get out of it. I got the reward notice on my desk right now. Never showed it to anybody because I didn't want your pa to know you'd joined a wild bunch.
Wait, Sheriff.
No, you just listen to me for a second. Rusty, your pa ain't got long to live. He's hoped for a long time that he'd see you again before he died. Well, I'm willing for you to visit for a while. I ain't even going to tell what I know. But you'll be watched every second. And if you try to slip away, why, then no matter where you are, who'll know about it, I'll have to arrest you. Now, think it over. You can't get away, and maybe for your pa's sake, you'll kind of cooperate with me, huh?
Sheriff, this is one of the dirtiest sneaking tricks I ever heard tell.
Now, don't blame me for doing my duty. Blame yourself for turning bad.
Oh, that ain't mean what I mean.
No?
I ain't Rusty Baylor.
You... Come on now, Rusty. You expect to crawl out that way?
No, listen to me. I met up with Rusty this morning. He seen how much alike we looked, and he said they wanted to play a joke on his folks. Gosh, I see it now. What a doggone fool I was. He knew he was wanted and schemed to get me, caught in his place. Why, that dirty...
I ain't got the patience to listen to lies. But recollect what I told you. Steady there. You're being watched, young fella. And that ain't fooling. Get up. Get along there. Get along.
Good Lord, now what'll I... Huh? Oh, it's you, Jenny.
I heard what the sheriff said, Rusty. I heard it all.
You heard...
Please don't be mad at me. I just knew something was wrong. I had to find out what. I didn't say anything to Pa. He won't know, Rusty.
Jenny, you gotta believe me, even if nobody else does.
Just tell me you didn't kill anyone, Rusty, and of course I'll believe you. I'll help you get away, too.
I don't know anything about that. I hope like blazes your brother wasn't mixed up in any such thing, but it's the truth that I ain't him.
Rusty.
My name's Dave Williams.
If it really is...
I'm not lying.
If you are, I can tell.
Huh?
But please, if you are, Rusty, tell me the truth.
Jenny, I couldn't lie to you.
Rusty had a birthmark.
He did?
On his forearm. His left forearm. Almost the shape of a clover leaf. That couldn't be changed.
And if I haven't got it, you'll believe me?
Oh, yes.
Well, then look here. Just wait till I get my sleeve rolled up. There. Can you see?
Wait. It isn't there. You're not Rusty.
I wish I could prove it to the sheriff just as easy.
Oh, but you can, don't you see? I'll tell him about the birthmark. You can show him you haven't got one. Then he'll have to admit you're not the man he wants.
No, Jenny. It won't work.
But...
Just think it over. What do you figure he'd say if we went to him with any such story? He'd laugh in our faces. He'd figure just a poor trick to fool him.
Oh, I suppose.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
Oh, Dave, I'm so sorry. Truly, I am.
It's kind of tough lines on you, too, Jenny. I mean, learning this about your brother and all.
Poor Rusty. But I was afraid. I guess I've always been afraid. We hardly ever heard from him, never saw him. Oh.
Huh? What's the matter?
That money. The money you brought us to pay off the loan. Was it yours?
No. Rusty gave me that.
Well, then it may have been stolen.
Golly, that's something I never thought of.
Oh, what'll we do, Dave?
Well, right now, honey, Jenny, right now I don't know what we can do. Except for two things.
Yes?
Keep all this from your pa.
Oh, of course.
And hope that Rusty will show up tomorrow like he said he would. Only...
Yes, I know.
I'm afraid he won't.
I'll silver away!
Who was that?
Search me. Likely one of the fellas the sheriff must have set to watch me.
The Lone Ranger brought his mount to a rearing stop at the small, well-hidden camp where Tonto waited for him.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, Tonto, call Scout.
Oh, what's the matter?
Don't ask questions now. I'll explain as we ride.
Here, Scout. Me get saddled.
No, this time you'll have to ride bareback. We have to whack fast.
Where we go?
Back to the camp where we saw those two men today. We're going to try and follow a trail at night. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Scout.
Hail, Silver! Away!
Later that night, that Jenny Baylor strolled through the house toward the room where Dave slept. She knocked on the door cautiously and...
Who's there?
It's me, Dave. Jenny, I have to talk to you.
Oh, just a second, Jenny.
Hurry.
I'll be right there. Jenny, what is it? Hey, what have you got there?
Dave, listen to me and don't argue. You've got to get away. You can't be hung or jailed for something you didn't do.
Well, the sheriff said he'd be watching.
Surely he wouldn't watch very careful the very first night. Here's some food to take with you and an extra gun and money.
Oh, but Jenny,
don't argue with me, Dave. Please don't. Go now. Go while you still have a chance. The longer you're here, the closer you'll be guarded.
Jenny.
Yes?
Does Does it mean anything to you whether they catch me or not?
It does.
And if I should be able to come back someday with proof of who I really am, proof that they'll all have to accept, would...
Yes, Dave.
Oh, then give me those things right now.
But outside the Baylor ranch house, the sheriff had hidden himself in the shadows. Beside him stood a deputy.
He ain't likely to try anything tonight, Sheriff.
Uh-huh. But maybe that's just the way he'll figure I figure things. And if he does, we'll grab him.
What's that? Wait. Somebody coming down the porch.
And stay into the shadows, too, by gravy.
Is it him?
Jake, it is.
Why, the dirty, sneaking killer.
Just let him get away from the house over to the corral where he's heading.
Yeah.
I give him his chance.
I know you did, Sheriff.
But he wouldn't take it. Well, when I say the word, throw down on him. And if he goes for his guns, don't wait to argue. Shoot.
Come on. He's at the corral now.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Continue our story. The sheriff and the deputy watched Dave Williams as he stole towards the corral on his horse. Thinking him Rusty Baylor, against whom there was a charge of murder, the lawmen crept towards the fugitive.
Watch out he don't see us too soon.
He's getting his rope ready to toss a loop on that mare of his.
Better grab him.
Yeah. All right, Rusty.
What
You didn't think you could get away with it, did you?
Sheriff, give me a chance. I ain't Rusty, I tell you. You gotta let me get word to Wyoming to prove it.
What you mean is give you a month's time to figure some way of getting loose. Nothing doing. You had your chance and threw it away. I tried to be easy on you for your paw's sake, but I'm the law and I've got my duty. You're coming along.
There ain't no use arguing, I suppose.
None at all. Tomorrow we take you into the county seat. There's a United States Marshal waiting for you there. Put the cuffs on him, Jake.
Right. That'll hold the skunk.
It's sure a doggone shame that a fine fella like Lige has to have a no-good son like you, Rusty.
Just forget the talk and take me into jail. Might as well get this over with.
Now, come along. The horse is over there. You and Jake can ride double.
Dave, Sheriff, wait.
Jenny, why in blazes did you have to show up?
No, Sheriff, you can't take Dave. You just can't.
Dave? Huh? Did he take you in with that story of his?
Sheriff, I know he isn't my brother. Rusty had a birthmark on his arm. Dave hasn't. Isn't that proof?
Jenny, you're a mighty fine girl. I don't say that if I was in your place with someone I thought a lot of about to be jailed, I wouldn't stretch the truth a little myself. But it just won't wash, Jenny. You can save your breath.
Dave.
There, Jenny. Don't take on so.
Oh, I can't help it. You aren't a killer. I know you aren't. Oh, they can't take you.
You'll get a fair trial, Jenny. You'll get a chance to tell his case in court.
Oh, it's so unfair.
Look, Jenny.
Yes?
We don't want your paw hurt. None of us do. You tell him when he wakes up in the morning that I got a message. A message saying I was needed real bad someplace. Any place will do. You just tell him what you think best.
You won't tell Pa any different, Sheriff?
Why, shucks, no. Of course I won't. And neither will Jake. Leastways, not if he aims to hang on to that deputy's badge of his.
I won't say a blame word about nothing.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Jenny.
Goodbye.
I'm sorry, Jenny. All right, Rusty, start marching.
In the meantime, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode toward the spot where, earlier in the day, they had seen Dave and Rusty. A campfire glowed on the trail ahead, and the masked man drew rein.
Pull up, Tonto. Oh, fella. Oh, there's someone still there.
Oh, not heap, honey.
I was sure the place would be deserted.
Maybe other fella make camp there.
Perhaps.
Who's there? Come on, speak up. I heard you.
He heard us stop Kemosabe. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Scout.
I got you both covered.
We haven't drawn.
Make a move for your guns. I'll let you have it.
Take it easy, fellow.
Just what are you two doing here?
Who, Silver?
Oh, Scout.
Mask. What the...
Easy with that gun.
Who are you? Step over here where I can see you better.
All right, Rusty.
What was that you called me?
I happen to know... Get him, Tonto. Get him.
Hey, you missed. You leave me alone.
Take that gun.
Oh, last year.
There. Now listen to me, Rusty.
How did you know my name?
That isn't all I know. I know that you deliberately took advantage of another man to get him arrested in your place.
They arrested him?
Whether they have yet, I don't know. I do know, however, the sheriff believes Dave to be you. He told Dave that for your father's sake, he wouldn't make an open arrest. But he also told Dave that he had no chance to escape.
Oh, I was afraid of that.
You mean you planned it. You knew he'd be arrested. And then with the case closed, you were confident you could go free.
That ain't true.
No?
No, it ain't. I figured he might be arrested, yeah, but if he was, I never intended for him to go to jail.
What did you intend?
To break him free. Well, look, stranger, can't you see the spot I was in? If I'd gone home and been arrested, there'd have been nobody to help me out. But if he was arrested, then I'd be on hand to see that he never went to trial.
A thin story, Rusty.
I don't expect you to believe me, stranger. I got where I don't expect anybody to believe me no more. I've been framed for a killing I never done. Nothing I said was believed. Since then, all I've done is ride the owl hoot trails. But honest, stranger, Dave will never go to jail in my place.
Why did you come here at all?
Because Pa needed cash. I sold my place over in Arizona just before that killing come up. I was willing to risk being caught just to see that Pa and Jenny was took care of. But when I seen Dave, seen how much he looked like me, well, then I thought of this scheme.
You say you were framed for a killing you didn't do?
I was. But a fine chance I'd ever have of proving it with Rudd Mallory again me.
Rudd Mallory?
Yeah, that's the fellow that bossed everything over my way. Biggest crook there ever was.
Rusty.
Yeah?
I shouldn't believe a word of your story.
Oh, shucks. I know you wouldn't.
But I'm not sure. There are certain things that are in your favor.
Well, what's that?
You risk capture to bring money to your father. That part of your story I know to be true.
Then you do believe me?
Wait. Another point is the fact that you stayed in the district. Frankly, I was surprised to find you still here. I doubt that a real crook would have remained. That also bears out what you've said.
Stranger, you can't help me now, and I savvy that, but just your believing what I've told you, well, that's something I'll be grateful for a long time.
Perhaps I can help you.
Yes?
Will you give yourself up to the law willingly?
It doesn't look as though I got much choice.
No, I'll leave the choice to you. Will you give yourself up, or will you let an innocent man be punished?
It's a doggone hard thing to say.
I know it is.
But, well, stranger, I took a liking to Dave. He's a pretty regular hombre. Yeah, I'll give myself up.
Good for you. Now, I give you my word I'll help you if I can.
You mean on that murder charge?
I do.
Well, how can you help me?
If you've lied, if you're guilty, I can't. But if you're innocent, there must be a way to prove it. And Tonto and I have helped others just as bad off as you.
What was that? Tonto?
Me, Tonto.
You called your horse Silver. Stranger, who are you?
Here's a bullet. Look at it.
Silver?
Yes.
And you must be the Lone Ranger.
I am, Rusty.
The Lone Ranger? Let's get going. I know I'm innocent. And with you on my side, by God, there's others going to know it, too.
The following morning, Jenny tried to explain the sudden disappearance of the young man Lige believed to be his son.
Jenny?
Yes, Pa?
Why didn't Rusty tell me he was going? Why couldn't he have let me know?
Well, he was in a real big hurry, Pa.
No such hurry that he couldn't have at least said goodbye.
But you were asleep. We didn't want to waken you.
Seems mighty funny to me. What did you say took him away?
Well, there was something about business. He didn't say just what. He had to go to Miles City and...
Miles City? It was Denver the first time you told him.
Well, I mean, he was going to Miles City and then to Denver.
Oh.
But he'll be back, Paul. There's no use being mad at him.
Don't see him for 15 years. Shows up, spends the day, then leaves that very night without a how do you do. Funny way for a man to act.
But, Pa...
See who it is.
Yes, Pa.
If it's word from Rusty,
Let me know what he's got to say for himself.
Matt.
Wait, step outside.
Who is it, Jenny?
This concerns your brother. I've got to talk to you alone.
It's nothing, Pa. I'll be right in.
Where's Dave?
Where?
Don't waste time. It's important.
He isn't here.
The sheriff has him?
How do you know?
I said don't waste time.
Yes, he has.
Listen to me.
Yes?
I've got to talk fast. I want to cut across country and catch the sheriff before he can reach the county seat. Jenny, Dave will be back.
Back?
He will. Rusty, your brother, is surrendering in Dave's place. But I've got an idea that Rusty isn't guilty of the murder charged against him. That his innocence can be proven.
Oh, if it only could
That's
be.
all for now.
But wait.
Don't worry. Everything will turn out all right.
It has to. It just has to.
Oh, Silver!
It was several hours later that Dave Williams, the sheriff, and his deputy were jogging down the trail toward the county seat. Dave was no longer handcuffed, but riding double with Jake, and with the sheriff always at his side, he had no chance to escape.
Still stick to that crazy story about you not being Rusty Baylor, do you?
And I always will.
Doggone if you ain't a stubborn cuss.
Keep a good, it'll do him.
You can jail me. Yeah, and from the way things look, you can get me hanged, too. But the day'll come and you'll find out what a mistake you made.
I've made mistakes, young fella, but I don't reckon this'll go down as one of them.
You intend to hold me till I can get word from Wyoming, like I said?
No, that ain't none of my affair. That's up to the marshal when you're his prisoner. If he wants to delay your trial that long, why, that's his business.
And knowing the marshal and how partial he is to sudden justice, I wouldn't plan on it if I was you.
If I could just get my hands on that skunk that tricked me.
What? What's ailing you?
Me, I reckon, Sheriff.
Whoa there. Well, doggone, am I seeing double?
They're twins.
Rusty.
He's giving himself up, Sheriff.
But I'm not taking orders from a masked man, an outlaw.
Never mind that. Rusty will explain what happened and why. Are you willing to take his word for his identity?
Why, my gosh, how could I do anything else after looking at him and him confessing?
I haven't confessed to no murder, Sheriff. All I'm confessing is that I'm the real Rusty Baylor.
I'm so doggone mixed up, I don't know what to think.
Well, it ain't the first time.
Well, here's where we change places again, Dave. I'll climb up where you are. You're welcome to take my horse.
Rusty, I thought a heap of things about you. Things for which I'm apologizing right now.
Forget it. You didn't think nothing didn't have a warrant to. Don't mind the company, do you, Jake?
If I didn't have evidence it wasn't so, I think you was a fella that'd been riding with me all along.
Mount, Dave. We're returning to the Baylor place.
I hate to let Jenny's brother go to jail like this.
Perhaps he won't. Rusty, I gave you my word, and I'll keep it.
Friend, I ain't doubted it for a second.
Come on, Silver.
Get up there.
Say, what'd that masked fella mean by giving you his word?
Don't you wish you knew?
Couldn't you have jailed him for wearing a mask, Sheriff?
That would have been good. I wish you'd tried it. Yeah, that would have been a sight to see. I've said all I aim to, Sheriff. If we're going somewhere, let's get on our way.
Dave dismounted in front of the Baylor ranch house and ran up the steps.
Jenny!
Dave. Oh, Dave.
Hey, is that you, Rusty? Hey, quit hugging your sister and explain what you mean by running away like you did.
Don't tell him the truth now, Dave. Perhaps he won't ever need to know.
Sure. Paul, I found out I didn't have to leave after all. And I'm here to tell you I was never so glad to get out of going somewheres in all my life.
Come on!
Where call now?
To Arizona, Kemosabe.
Oh?
That's where the law is taking Rusty.
Oh, him good feller.
And he won't hang for a crime he didn't commit if we can help it. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Everyone has a birthday they'll always remember.
Can we open my presents now, Mommy? A good guy! I knew it! I'm Chucky.
He's something, isn't he?
This is Andy's.
Time for bed, Andy. Good night, baby.
Good night, Aunt Maggie. Good night, Chucky.
Everyone knows most accidents happen at home.
How did that happen?
This is no accident.
Andy!
I'm Detective Mike Norris. Homicide.
Andy!
Miss Peterson's dead, Miss Barkley. She fell from your kitchen window.
Someone's moved in with the Barkley family. And so has terror.
Mommy, I know who was on the counter. Andy!
Who, Andy?
Chucky.
Nobody believes you about Chucky. He came alive in my hand.
Oh, for God's sake.
Why won't you believe me?
Because I'm sane, Mrs. Barkley. Sane and rational.
No one believes the truth. Or lives to tell it. There's nothing nice about murder. And there's nothing innocent about child's play.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
This is Monitor, and I'm Skitch Henderson here in Radio Central, and tonight we'll bring you a concert that includes some of the finest music ever written, played by the world's leading orchestras. Of course, we'll touch on other topics, too, and right now sit back and enjoy Groucho. Say, Fenneman, tell us, what's tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is street. S-T-R-E-E-T.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again, starting my 13th year of You Bet Your Life. And when we started, Fenneman was just a little boy in short pants. Now he's just a little boy in long pants. George, tell him how much money is at stake tonight.
Well, we're starting a new quiz tonight, and each of our couples could win up to $10,000.
And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
The Red Cross is on the job when you need it. Now it's your turn. The Red Cross needs you. There's a rule we've all been taught, so let's heed it. Do for others as you'd have them do for you. Whenever things get tough anywhere, the Red Cross is there to make them easier to bear. You can be sure that when you need them, they'll come through. And that's all the Red Cross ever asks of you. And that's all the Red Cross ever asks of
Groucho, Pamela Jason and Harold Abbott are waiting to converse with you, so folks come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. Pamela Jason and Harold Abbott, huh? Pamela, may I call you Pam?
Yes, of course.
Good. Where are you from, Pam?
I'm from Beverly Hills and originally from New York.
Married, I presume? Huh?
Not at the moment.
No. Well, were you married 10 minutes ago?
No.
Are you looking around?
Well, not especially, but
You're not-
if the right man comes along.
Exactly what should he be like? I mean, could you give us an approximation of what you're after?
Well, I suppose he should be intelligent and a good provider and a lot of fun and handsome. Sort of a Prince Charming on a white horse.
Oh, shucks, Pam, you embarrass me. Talking about me that way. Oh, shucks. Your name is Harold Shucks? No, Harold Abbott, huh?
Well, yes, Harold Abbott.
Where are you from?
Kansas City, Missouri. Born down in Webb City, down the southwest corner of the state.
Are you married?
Very, very much so, yes.
Are you happily married?
Very.
Have you ever thought of consulting a good psychologist about this unusual condition that you're in? What sort of work do you do, Hal?
I'm in charge of the Dale Carnegie courses out in the Middle West, in the 6 Middle Western states.
What is that? Is that they give away libraries?
No, that's the Andrew. No, Dale Carnegie wrote that wonderful book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and later on, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. And the course is conducted in several hundred cities, practically every city of any size. And
how'd you ever get involved in this kind of a tricky racket?
Well, I spent the first 38 years of my life with an inferiority complex as big as this house, as big as a great big house. I was afraid of most everyone.
That wasn't
everything.
A complex, that was a duplex.
An apartment house. It was an apartment house, great big apartment house.
In what way did you feel inferior at the time?
Well, I thought that everyone that if they had a bathroom in their home, they were better than I.
No, they were just cleaner.
You're right there. No, I had a big round tub that I used.
Yeah, you still have, I mean.
You should have seen it a year ago.
Well, I'd like it. Could you bring it around sometime? Do you think many people suffer from inferiority complexes?
Yes, I believe I'm safe in saying, Groucho, that 90% of the people listening to this program right now, to some degree, have an inferiority complex.
I don't think that's true. 90% of the people watching this program right now are sound asleep. And the other 10 have turned off their sets. What would you suggest I do to improve myself?
Well, one of my favorite formulas is to start each morning by thinking pleasant thoughts and even going beyond that, giving a pleasant smile and saying a happy good morning to the first 15 people you meet, including your own family.
Mm-hmm. The garbage man is in for a shock when I open the door and kiss him good morning. He's going to crawl right back in his can. I want to ask you a question. If I meet 30 people the first day, could it be arranged so I don't have to meet anybody the next day? Now, if you say so, tomorrow morning, I give a cheery hello to the first 15 people I meet.
Including your own family.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I wouldn't get up at all in that case. I'll tell you, if I meet the first 15 people, by the time I get to number 16, he's going to wish he'd never been born. Well, I hate to put an end to this conversation because it was very scientific. Let's see how much you two can win in the quiz. George, suppose you tell them how to play this, huh?
Well, as you can see there...
What, are you playing with toys now?
No, this is pretty important to these people. The box is divided into hundreds, $200, and $300 questions. Of course, the $100 ones are fairly simple. The $200 ones are more difficult, and the $300 ones are pretty tough. Now, you get 4 questions. You get to keep all the money you win, and the object of the game is to earn at least $500, because if you do, you can come back at the end of the show and try for $10,000. So out of 4 questions, try to get a total of $500.
Okay, you understand it?
Right.
Now, what category did they select, George?
Professions of famous people, right?
All right, you pick, Emma.
Being conservative, I'll start with 100.
100?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
What was Paul Gauguin's profession? Gauguins.
Artist.
Artist is right.
You now have $100 and 3 more chances to make 5.
$200?
200?
What was Franz Hals' profession? H-A-L-S. You pronounce it Hals or Hall?
Hals,
Hals, huh?
He was also an artist.
That's true. He was also an artist.
And you now have $300 and 2 more chances to make 5.
300?
This? Mahatma Gandhi was many things, but what was his actual profession originally?
He was a teacher of religion, or a teacher, let's say.
Well, not on this card. It says lawyer. There's a big difference between a lawyer and a teacher. If you want a divorce, you don't go to a teacher.
You still have $300.
But if you want to learn something, go to a lawyer.
And 1 more chance to make 5.
Well, let's take this one right here. Looks like a good one.
$200?
200?
What was Vasco de Balboa's profession? Explorer is absolutely correct.
You came in under the wire with $500, so we'll see you back here with a chance at running your earnings into $2,000, $5,000, or $10,000.
Congratulations. We'll see you later.
Thank you, sir.
That's French.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
Bucharest, Belgrade, Ankara, Athens. Early in his career, NBC commentator Martin Agronsky developed a first-hand acquaintance with the trouble spots of the world. From his first radio reports on the Russo-Finnish upheaval more than 18 years ago, through his tour of duty as correspondent in the Balkans, with the British Army in Libya under Japanese guns in Singapore, and on RAF bombing raids over Italy, Martin Agronsky developed his gift for the acute and penetrating analysis of events that won for him the coveted George Foster Peabody Award for radio journalism. Martin Agronsky is typical of the top NBC newsmen who broadcast News on the Hour. This is Chet Huntley inviting you to be with us as the news breaks on News on the Hour, all day, every day, over most of these same NBC stations.
Groucho, we have a couple of special guests whom I invited to come down and talk to you. They're...
What do you mean by special guests? Aren't they all special?
I think you better judge for yourself, really. Linda Cooper and Frank Hernandez, would you come in your special way, please?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. Linda Cooper and Frank Hernandez. Glad to see you. Linda, I'll start with you. Where are you from?
Ukiah, California.
Are you married?
Yes, to a very wonderful man.
I'm Linda. I never ask a woman outright how old she is because I think it's rude. And it isn't polite, so I'll be sneaky about it. How old were you when you first got married?
16.
16. And how long have you been married to this wonderful man who's made you so happy?
4 years.
Let's see, you were 16, you got married. You got a pencil on you? Oh, say, you must be about 20 years old, huh? See how easy it is to find out your age, Linda?
No, Groucho, I'm 34.
But it says 20 here.
This is my third husband.
Oh. You've been married to your present husband 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
You're 34 years old, and you've been married 3 times. Is that right so far?
No, Groucho, I've been married 4 times. This is my third husband.
You've been married 4 times? Linda, how could you have 3 husbands and still be married 4 times?
I married my third husband twice, my second husband twice. Groucho.
Well, do you have any children?
8 children.
8 children,
Mm-hmm.
3 husbands, 4 marriages, and you're 34. If life begins at 40, you've certainly got some interesting years ahead of you. Now, you must be Frank Hernandez, huh?
Yes, I am.
Do you approve of people getting married 4 times, Frank?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because I've been married 4 times myself.
Between the two of you, you've been married 8 times, huh? That's some sort of a record, even for this show. Where are you from?
I am from Carthage, New Mexico, but right now I live in El Centro at the 182 Oliver Street.
Oh. Do you have a job? You said the secret word, Frank, which is street, so you just won $50 easy dollars. And you is 50 for you.
Thank you, Gretchen.
What kind of a job do you have, Frank?
I have my own cabaret and a big joint.
Would you give me that again? You say you had a ham on rye and a beer joint?
I have my own cabaret and a big joint.
Do you do anything else besides operate this beer joint?
Well, I got some business in Mexicali, Mexico. Selling lots and rent the houses and collect the rents. But 3 or 4 days in a week, another 3 or 4 days in the week, I come to El Centro and do the same thing, collect the rents.
You're a landlord, huh?
Well, it's part of it.
What's the other part of it?
Well, singing and dancing.
Now, Frank, you say you've been married 4 times, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Linda's managed 8 children out of 4 marriages. How about you? How many children do you have around the house?
17.
Now, just a moment. You have 17 children?
Yes, sir.
Well, what else is new, Frank? 17 children. Is this all true, and they all live at your house?
Yes, from my first wife.
You mean there are more children?
Yes, sir.
Well, how many did you have by your third wife?
19.
Are you sure you haven't got a pencil on you?
Well, no, I lost it.
17 and 19. That's 36 children. Well, that's not bad for a third wife, 36 children. That makes 36 children for 2 marriages. This is true, Frank. Huh?
That's right.
I'm afraid to ask him about the other marriage. Frank, what is the total? How many children do you have altogether?
53.
This hasn't been an easy night for me. I mean, this is astonishing. Can you prove this, Frank?
Yes, I can prove it.
You can, huh? Okay, prove it. Name all 53 children. Or do you just brand them?
Well, Marina. Manuel. Raul.
Grouch, did you say?
Raul.
Raul,
yeah.
Raul?
Yeah. Cruz. Aurelio.
Haven't you got any ponchos?
Yes, I have 2 panchos.
2 ponchos. 2 ponchos, equals 1 Linda in south of the Rio Grande. Never mind, Frank. This is only a half-hour show and 53 children. I'm exhausted. I'll take your word for the rest of it. Well, you're a remarkable people, and it's been an experience talking to you. You're a credit to the Mexican government. You're an American citizen now,
yes, sir.
I suppose, yeah. I hope you both will. You're a credit to both countries. And to Canada, too. And a good section of Central and South America. And you can put part of Middle Europa in there, too. Okay, now let's play You Bet Your Life. George, what category have they chosen?
Food and cooking.
Well, would you explain the rules?
All right.
The idea is to win $500. And if you win $500, you get a chance at the big money later.
I hope.
And no matter how much you win, you keep.
That's what I was going to say.
These are the easiest. Well, look, I don't want to take your living out of your mouth.
You get 4 chances to earn the $500. If you do, you can come back later and run your winnings up into perhaps $10,000. And I think it'd be good if you could.
You're happy now?
Yes.
What kind do you want first, Linda? Do you want an easy one or a hard one?
What do you want first?
Well, what do you think? The bonus? Okay, let's take a blue one.
$200?
200?
What is the principal ingredient of Hasenpfeffer?
Rabbit.
Rabbit is right.
You have $200. All you have to get is 300 more, and you'll have a chance at 10.
Pick one for Linda.
A pink one for girls this time.
This is $300 you're going for. This will do it if you get it.
What are hominy grits made of? Hominy.
Bacon hide. Pig hide.
After that, you'll have to hide, Linda. It's made out of corn.
Corn. Oh, yes.
Well, you still have your...
Well, you have 2 more chances to...
win it up, get it up to 5 now.
500. You have 200 right now.
Come on.
Another pink one. Okay.
Another pink one.
What is the French time used for coffee served with hot milk?
Coffee with hot milk. I'm sorry, Groucho. You know something.
Cafe au lait. Cafe au lait.
Well, you have one more question, one more chance. You have $200. You have to earn $500 to get a chance to come back.
Go for the big one, Frank.
Yes. Let's try another twinkling, Frank. I just might get it.
What is the Italian word for appetizers? You know, the stuff they bring you. You know, what they bring you at the beginning of an Italian meal, all that stuff they bring, you know, the different kinds. Huh? Yeah, but what is the Italian word? In every Italian restaurant, they serve this before you get the spaghetti and the meatballs and Dino Martin and all that stuff.
Not minestrone.
I'm sorry. You should have known this. Antipasto.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, you didn't earn your $500, so that means you won't be back for a chance at the big money.
Well, they got the secret word, didn't they? You got the
Yes,
secret word and
Street.
$200. Well, each got $150. That's not too bad. You're leaving with some money, and good luck to your family and to your family and all your husbands and wives.
We'll see if our first couple can bring their winnings up to $10,000 in just a moment.
If you throw paper in the street, you're a litter bug.
If you don't keep our beaches neat,
You're a litter bug. If you throw litter from your car, a litter bug is what you are. If you throw litter anywhere, street,
beach,
or in the air, you're a litter bug.
I'm Bill Holden, folks, and what I have to say is aimed at me as much as you. We live in a beautiful area, and it's up to us to keep it that way. Keep it clean. Let's face it, if we're not litter bugs, there won't be any litter. So let's work together to make our roads, parks, beaches, and streets the cleanest in the world. It's up to you and me.
If you throw paper in the street, you're a litter bug.
if you don't keep our beaches neat,
You're a litter bug. If you throw litter from your car, a litter bug is what you are. If you throw litter anywhere, street,
beach,
or in the air, you're a litter bug.
Pamela, Jason, and Harold Abbott won $500 in the quiz, Groucho, and so they get a chance at the big money. Would you come in, please?
Congratulations. You know, this year, if you win $500 or more in the quiz, you get a chance to run your winnings for the night up to $2,000, $5,000, or even $10,000. Are you ready? You pick a number for $10,000. You.
8.
3.
You pick 3 for $5,000.
Yeah.
Now, if you hit on the other number, you'll win a total of $2,000. Now, give it a spin. That's a fair spin. Your numbers were 3 and 8, and it came on 7, so this question is worth $2,000 total, if you get it. Are you ready?
Yes.
Millions of Americans enjoy our national parks every summer. One of the most beautiful of these is Acadia National Park. For $2,000, in what state is Acadia National Park? What's the answer?
Louisiana.
No, according to the Encyclopedia Britannica, it's Maine. Sorry you missed, but under our new rules, you still have the $500 you won in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us. We enjoyed having you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, for the one, the only Groucho. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Melanie Kahane and Ben Grauer broadcast Decorating Wavelengths, designed to help you design a more beautiful home tonight on most of these NBC stations.
Los Angeles, 1937. There are lots of guys like J.J. Gittes. They're easy to find, if you want to find them.
Mr. Gittes, have we ever met?
Well, no.
Never?
Never.
Since you agree with me that we've never met before, you must also agree with me that I've never hired you to do anything, certainly not spy on my husband. I don't get tough with anyone, Mr. Gittes. My lawyer does.
You do your job. And sometimes you find the answers to questions that should never be asked. Or you find out what happens to people who ask them.
Hold it there, kitty cat. You're a very nosy fellow, kitty cat, huh? You know what happens to nosy fellows?
I dislike the word cheat.
Did you have affairs?
Mr. Gittes.
Did he know about it? Where were you when your husband died? You were seeing someone, too. For very long?
I don't see anyone for very long, Mr. Gittes. It's difficult for me.
Mr. Gittes, you're dealing with a disturbed woman who's just lost her husband. I don't want her taken advantage of.
The truth. I said I want the truth.
Jake. I'm doing you a favor. Come on, Jake.
Forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown.
You get tough. You get tender. You get close to each other. Maybe you even get close to the truth. Jack Nicholson and Faye Dunaway in a Robert Evans production of a Roman Polanski film, Chinatown.
Thank you.